You're good.
All right. Thank you. Welcome everyone to our special Standards and Assessment Committee meeting for October 20th, 2022. This is a continuation of a couple of previous meetings. We've been working on the K-12 social studies standards, and we'll continue that work today. I believe that we had some offline interaction, though. There was an action given to a couple of our committee members to meet together and discuss one issue that we faced from before. So I think maybe the place to start is with the report from that meeting. And I don't know who the best one is to handle that one. Is that Joanna or is that one of our committee members? Any preference?
Go ahead, Joanna.
Okay, I'll do my best. Please, excuse, I'm sucking on a cough drop. I was losing my voice and I wasn't very quiet at the Jazz game last night. So bear with me as I try to have a voice today. I don't know if Hattie or Norley maybe wants to share the colorful document, but board members Earl and Straight and I met last week to start working on the expedited process for adding US and Utah history standards to the existing draft standards developed and then by the writing committee and then revised through this process. The three of us agreed that the best way to do that would be to embed the new standards within the existing draft standards rather than adding an entirely new strand to every grade level. So we went through some ideas and had a great meeting, settled on some changes, agreed on some settled, doesn't sound good. It was a very positive meeting, agreed on some changes in places to embed things. And then the writing committee met on Monday night and I was able to share with them what the expedited process committee, the three of us, had worked on. And they agreed with some of the work and they had some suggestions and concerns with other pieces. So Chair Hansen, would you like me to go through those?
I think what we'll do then with that introduction, and just as way of explanation, we have gone through the social studies standards up to about fourth grade at this point. I believe the results of the meeting are going to result in us going back and doing a little bit of work on some of the standards we've already addressed. So at this point, I'd entertain maybe a motion to go back and address those issues, and then we can just go through one by one and vote on those. Hopefully we can take care of those and get back to where we are and then move forward. It looks like member Earl's got her hand up, ready to make that kind of a motion.
Yes, I recommend that we go back and address the recommended changes through kindergarten through third grade, or at least up to the point where we're at.
Okay, thank you, Jenny. So we've got a motion before the committee to go back and look at the standards that we have addressed previously for the purpose of addressing the changes that were discussed in the meeting between member Earl, member Straight, and Joanna Sorensen from staff. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote. You can do that on your screens, please. Looks like everyone's open to doing that. That's what I've got, Norley. You seeing what I see there?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay, so we will go ahead then and thank the participants in that offline meeting for getting us started on this. And then Joanna, maybe you can take the lead and just get us to the first point, and we'll go from there. And we'll just go as we have in the past, item by item. We'll take a motion from anyone who's ready to make a motion, and we'll vote on those and move forward.
Joanna, before we begin, which of the 5 documents am I opening first? And I need to have it in a Google Doc to be able to edit.
Oh, you do? Okay. It's the copy, I think it's called copy of draft of combined from meeting. So many different versions of different things. I'll share the Google Doc with you right now.
Okay.
Okay, you should be shared as an editor now. Yes, okay.
So you can begin talking and then I will get that open.
Okay, let me pull it up on my screen. All right, so just at the top of the document, I just kind of have a legend. So anything in purple was an integration or an addition of standards and staff suggestions. If it's highlighted in yellow, it was the expedited process committee changes. And if there's no green with it, then the writing committee agrees with the change. And then if it's highlighted in green, those were concerns or questions or suggestions from the writing committee. So in kindergarten strand 1, on the first compelling question, the agreement was to add to that compelling question, the question, who do we honor in US history? Chair Hansen, do you want to take these one at a time, or should I go through the rest of this standard?
No, let's just take these quickly one at a time. I think we tried to do big chunks before and that ended up getting broken up many times. So we'll just move quickly. And I guess so that we can follow along also on the 63-page document, it's kind of been our baseline. So this is on page 1, and this is kindergarten strand 1 that we're looking at. So anyone like to make a motion on that?
I will make a motion. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, who is, I'm sorry, I'm not seeing.
I just said so moved.
Okay, thank you, Laura. So we have a motion to adopt the language on the screen. Who do we honor, or add the language on the screen? Who do we honor in US history to the first compelling question on kindergarten strand 1? Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote. Oh, sorry, Janet, you've got a hand up. Oh, but we can't hear you though, Janet. Open your mic.
As I recall, board member Norton had made a comment on this, that this is a kindergarten standard and the concept of history wasn't introduced until something like 2nd grade. So I just wondered if that was considered and was there a concern? If you could just explain it to me, I'd know how to vote. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Maybe Joanna, are you the right one to direct that to?
Sure, I can do that. Thank you. We did discuss that in one of the prior meetings, and the committee, with input from the writing committee, decided that kindergartners were able to understand the concept of history, and it would lay a good framework or groundwork for what is coming in later grade levels.
Thanks for the explanation.
You bet.
Right. Further questions or discussion to the motion? Not seeing any hands, please go ahead and vote. So the motion is to adopt that language. Who do we honor in US history? I don't see that now on the screen. I think we've got to scroll up a little bit more. There we go. In yellow, who do we honor in US history? Please vote. And just call it as you see it. Nora,
So may I make just one suggestion, just so instead of US, we just put United States. I'm sure that's just a clerical type of thing, just making sure that's clear. So thank you.
Okay, any objection to that, staff or anyone else in the committee? Okay, let's change that then in the language now. And Nora, did you see 5?
That motion passed unanimously. That's correct, Chair Hansen.
Thank you.
I'm confused. Was there something changed right there?
Yes, there was. It says US history, I believe, in the text that we looked at. And remember, Earl suggested that we spell that out instead of using abbreviation. So United States.
That's fine. Okay.
Okay.
I'm coming in and out. I don't know what's wrong with my connection, but
well, usually it's me with a bad connection. Am I doing okay today? I'll shut the video down if I'm starting to get sketchy, but okay.
You sound good.
I'm really doing good then if I sound good. Thanks, Jenny. So let's move on to the next item.
So can we just repeat that motion one more time? We're trying to get this in the background going well. So the motion from board member
Earl was to add the words, who do we honor from United States history, to the first compelling question in kindergarten strand 1.
Okay.
Okay. And then we'll just ask you to, when we get that documented, let's toggle back to the document. We'll move to the next one and look for another motion. So this is,
I keep going with the next.
please, yeah,
Okay.
K1 and 2, if you can
Okay,
explain
so-
that to us, and then we'll get a motion.
Yeah, K.1.2, we added including some from US history. And then respect that the adding respect to this list of characteristics was approved in a prior committee meeting. So it would now read, use a variety of texts to analyze and retell the stories of a diverse range of key historical figures, including some from US history, and make inferences about why they are remembered and honored as people who exemplify the traits of honesty, integrity, morality, civility, duty, honor, service, respect, and obedience to law.
Okay, so the additions would be including some from, and I assume we'll want that to be United States history.
Mhm.
And then we added the word respect. Is that right?
Yes, but that already was decided in a previous.
Oh, okay. I just saw the
meeting.
yellow. So
Yeah,
the yellow shouldn't be there for that one. That was
no,
already-
that's my fault.
Okay, no problem. No fault. You put this together quickly. We appreciate that. So the motion, if we, let's see, Jenny, please go ahead.
I'd like to make the motion that we add the words including from United States history in K.1.2.
Okay, we have a motion before the committee to add the words including some from United States history to K.1.2 as is shown on the screen. Any discussion to the motion? Not seeing any hands. Please.
Let's see.
Brent, throw up your hand if you want to talk. Or go
I'm
ahead.
trying. Okay.
You can go ahead. Get my attention somehow.
Okay. We'll try.
'Cause I'm moving. I'm on a mission. Patty gave us a goal here.
Yeah, and Chair, point of order, just, are we okay with how I'm doing the motions? What I'm doing is copying it over, and right now it's highlighted in yellow. And it would be quicker for us to be able to talk about the highlighted words and then take them on or off rather than typing out individual words as we go. Is this acceptable?
Yeah, I think that'll be fine, except you'll need to get rid of that yellow on respect because that one's not part of it. So if that's going to be our document, then yeah, it should be fine.
So we're writing these standards for the LEAs and basically for the teachers. And so I like the consistency, but let's look at K.3.4. And we have
Point of
IE.
order, don't we need to,
Oh,
is this
no, hold
relevant to
on.
this one? Okay,
It is absolutely relevant, this one.
okay.
I don't,
Uh,
so just so when we get to this point, would you even suggest that we say United States flag on K.3.4? Or do we go back up and put United States and then put in brackets US, and then that refers to US from that point on? It's not a big deal. In the end, we're writing these for the teachers and they'll understand.
let's
And so what do you think, Board Member Earl?
yeah, I think for all of us, let's just decide if it's important for us to make the change from United States to US, should be consistent through the document. So we can, and right now we're looking at changing this one to also include, right now it says U.S. I assume that would be changed to United States under our current method of going forward. But what do you think, folks? Let's have a quick discussion. Do we want it to say United States through the document or US, and anything from staff? Are we doing any harm by changing it to one or the other?
I think yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, maybe we just make a motion either way, whatever it is, inconsistency. So if you want it to, from now on, we put it out and then we put it in so that we recognize the United States as US. whatever it is, we just stay consistent and make one motion, then we don't have to make that motion the rest of the time.
Yep, that's what I'm looking for, but we just need to know if there's any feelings one way or the other from the committee, and then we can get that motion out.
If depending on the frequency, I guess would be, I have no problem with the United States just filling it out. I don't know that it's going to take up half the document, right?
Well, it occurs. I mean, we could do a quick search.
It does
but
occur frequently.
It probably occurs, 50 times in the document, I'd imagine. So how do we feel? Either one's acceptable for me. I don't have strong feelings. I think we identify this country as the USA or the US, and people know what that is. Maybe more respectful to use the formal United States. So which way do we want to go?
Where's Janet? Where's our grammatical person weighing in?
Janet?
I was thinking that in genealogy, it's always best to spell it out. And so that, I don't know, that may carry over. There's to me some benefit to having it spelled out instead of abbreviated. So I like it spelled out.
Let's spell it out then.
All right, we've got three of us. Laura, do you want to add anything to the conversation? Doesn't sound like it right now.
No, I'm fine.
Okay, go ahead and make that motion then, Jenny. You raised that initially. Just do it
Sure.
throughout.
I'll make a motion that wherever we have US in the document, that it's spelled out as United States.
We're getting that in front of us. So the motion before the committee is that wherever U.S. is used in the document, that it is instead spelled out and replaced with the United States. They're spelled out as the United States. Okay, let's go ahead and vote on that.
And Chair Hansen, that passed unanimously.
Okay, great. We've got a string going. Sounds good. Okay, Jenny, back to you with the motion that.
Yeah, we can. I think we can vote unless anybody has any comments on that.
You don't need to add anything to that.
3.2.
Okay, so the motion to remind everyone before the committee is to add, including some from United States history that's highlighted on your screen, to Strand K1.1, K.1.2. Not seeing any hands up for discussion. Please go ahead and vote.
And Chair Hansen, that passed unanimously.
Okay, great. Thank you, Nora Lee. Okay, we'll move on to the next one. Joanna, keep us moving.
Okay, we're on K.3.4. So
Okay.
this was one that the two different committees had different ideas. So the expedited committee had explain why national symbols, i.e., which means required, the US flag, the Pledge of Allegiance, the national anthem, the national motto, bald eagle, state symbols, i.e. Utah flag and state emblem, and other symbols and actions are considered important, and what rules and traditions have been made to reflect that importance. The writing committee felt like there were too many things here, and that some of them were not quite age appropriate and should maybe be put in later grades rather than here in kindergarten. So they recommended moving the national anthem to later, national motto to later, and the state emblem to later. So in the purple below that is where I just tried to combine the thoughts of both committees, just as a suggestion.
All right. We've got member Earl with a hand up. I hope that's to make a motion on one of
I'm
these.
ready to make a motion unless there's any comments.
Okay, no, please make the motion, then we'll take.
Okay,
discussion.
so you're saying that the staff suggestion is the combining of the purple is the combining, removing the green? Right?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that 6.3.4 states explain why national, state, and other symbols and actions, including the US flag, the Pledge of Allegiance, the bald eagle, the Utah flag, are considered important, and what rules and traditions have been made to reflect that importance.
And member Earl, you mean
Yes.
K.3.4, not 6.3.4, correct?
Oh, sorry, I apologize if I said that. I meant K.3.4.
Okay, just one other.
Thank you.
So we just voted on United States flag. So that should be reflected in our text here, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so motion before the committee.
Point of
is-
order.
Yes.
In this instance, since it is new, do we also need to redact, or we had this, so we're not just
strike the
adding,
other?
we need- Yeah, to
Yeah,
strike.
I
strike
was just
the
going to
red.
read the
Okay.
motion as replacing
Okay,
K.3.4 with, and then the language is in
Okay,
purple.
yep,
So the
that would be
motion is
appropriate.
The motion is to replace K.3.4 with the language shown in purple, which is explain why national, state, and other symbols and actions, including the United States flag, the Pledge of Allegiance, the bald eagle, and the Utah flag, are considered important, and what rules and traditions have been made to reflect that importance. So, and Janet, you tell me, do we need to say "and the Utah flag" and close that when we've got that list, or are we okay with just a the?
You guys give me more credit than I deserve.
Well, we've got to go to somebody for English grammar.
I trust you more than myself.
Oh, boy. Well, it's a good comment. I think you can do it either way. It's
Okay.
probably fine the way it is.
I would put,
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think an and is appropriate there. So.
Can I
yeah.
speak to that?
Because you got
Yeah.
a comma before it, so you're doing
Yeah,
good.
please, Joanna.
Thanks. I was just gonna say, as much as it pains me to say, our new style guide at the agency does away with the Oxford comma. So
Oh, no.
I know. Don't kill the messenger. I know. It hurts my heart. I was a journalism major.
Seeing shock on lots of faces here. Who drafted that style guide? Did that come from internal?
So if we did and the Utah flag, we would lose the comma after eagle.
I think
Okay.
we should be rebellious and keep the comma.
Okay.
We can try. We might get caught, but
That would probably get edited out anyway, even after we come up with the finished product, because I think the style guide just gets applied over the top of whatever we do in these. So yeah, let's drop that comma. All right. So the motion before the committee is to replace the previous language on K.3.4 with explain why national, state, and other symbols and actions, including the United States flag. Can you fix that for us, Patty? United States flag, the Pledge of Allegiance, the bald eagle, and the Utah flag are considered important, and what rules and traditions have been made to reflect that importance. Any comments or discussion? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote.
And that passed unanimously. Chair Hansen?
Okay, thank you. We will accept that and then move things forward. Johanna, take us to the next one, please.
unmuted and then muted again. All right, the next is first grade, Strand 1, compelling questions. We've added the question, who do we honor in United States history?
Okay, I'm just trying to get to first grade on my master document here. So that is brand new one. Let's see. I'm trying to match that up with what I have. So first grade, Strand 1. Okay, I'm seeing it. So we have a motion then, Jenny, please.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we add the compelling question to Strand 1 in first grade. Who do we honor in United States history?
A discussion to that motion? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote. The motion is to add the compelling question, who do we honor from United States history? who do we honor in United States history? Committee members, go ahead and vote. Looks like we already have.
Just Missy Laura's, or member Millnap.
Yeah, I think she voted early. There
Okay,
we go. All
so
right.
that motion passed unanimously, Chair Hansen.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move ahead then to the next one. Keep us
All
going.
right. 1.3.4.
Okay.
The Expedited Process Committee felt that the examples were not needed. And then also the last sentence. So it would read as the Expedited Process Committee recommended, identify the symbols, landmarks, Oxford comma, and essential documents of the school, community, state, and nation, Oxford comma, demonstrate how to show respect for those items, including care and disposal of the US flag. Now, aligning with the recommendation from the writing committee earlier, this would be a possible place that we could move national motto and state emblem. So I put in purple a suggestion to combine the two committees' thoughts that says, identify the symbols, landmarks, and essential documents of the school, community, state, and nation, including the national motto and state emblem, demonstrate how to show respect for those items, including care and disposal of the US flag.
Okay, can I just ask about the discussion you had in the committee about getting rid of those examples? You just thought those were easily understood, or?
Is duplication. In other words, we're saying landmarks and landmarks again. We're saying, so there's just not a need to maybe articulate those out, if that makes sense, without you're actually saying the things that are there. So that was just some thought. It just simplify that.
Okay.
I agree with simplification.
Okay, I do see that landmarks is duplicated. The other ones didn't look like they were, but I see that. Okay. Do we have a motion then on this one?
I'd like to make a motion, if that's okay,
Yes, please.
that we replace 1.3.4 with identify the symbols, landmarks, and essential documents of the school, community, state, and nation, including the national motto and state emblem, demonstrate how to show respect for those items, including care and disposal of the US flag.
Okay, just one editorial comment again, United States flag.
Yep,
That's
sorry.
where we are, so. Okay, and then we'll need to take off that portion in green from what's shown on the board as well. And I know you're going as fast as you can, Patty, so thank you. All right, we have a motion before the committee to replace the language in 1.3.4 with identify the symbols, landmarks, and essential documents of the school, community, state, and nation, including the national motto and state emblem. Demonstrate how to show respect for those items, including care and disposal of the United States flag. Discussion to that motion? Seeing none, go ahead and vote. And Nora Lee, I just had a text from Laura. It sounds like she had to step away for a minute. So we'll just have her as not present for these votes.
Thank you, Chair. And that passes unanimously with board member Belknap
So she'll be absent for that.
absent. Excuse me, sorry.
No problems. We are moving. Keep going, Joanna.
All
please.
right, second grade Strand 1. If it's okay, I want to skip over the compelling question edition because it would support a standard later. So if we can look at 2.1.1, it says use primary sources, for example, artifacts and documents such as interviews, photographs, newspapers, speakers, stories, songs, to document the chronology of important events in their personal, family, school, local, or broader community, including 3 historically significant events. So with adding standards, it made this strand really long. So this is a combination of the original 2.1.1 and 2.1.6. So it combines the main thoughts from those 2 standards. The trick here is that 2.1.6 was revised and approved by the Standards and Assessment Committee in a previous meeting. So I don't know if or how that needs to be addressed here.
So would the motion then, if I assume that will come out of this, is to delete or do away with 2.1.6, is that right?
And yes, and
And adopt
2.1.
this language?
Yeah, so delete 2.1.1, the original, and 2.1.6, and
Mhm.
replace it with this 2.1.1 in purple.
Okay. Thank you. And Jenny's ready with the hand up?
I'm ready for a motion.
Okay.
I move that we replace 2.1.1 and combine combine 2.1.6 to state this: use primary sources, for example, artifacts and documents such as interviews, photographs, newspapers, speakers, stories, songs, to document the chronology of important events in their personal, family, school, local, or broader community, including 3 historically significant events.
Okay, thank you. Janet, question or discussion?
Yeah, just a question in the sentence, who does their refer to? Important events in their personal, family, school, community. Are we referring to students?
Yes.
I believe throughout the document, we have that there going back to students. Is that right?
Oh,
Yes.
you're, okay. So, and then the writing guide, is it proper to use that to refer to students?
As far as I know.
I think we've made a practice of it in most of our standards. I think the newer ones, at least. I would
Okay.
say that, at least my recollection.
The only question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I just have a quick question for those involved in the, I guess, both. So we're combining these, and I don't see that we really lost any content. Both of them were about the personal life of the students and just explaining how we celebrate events in history. Is that, what was the thought process there?
In combining them,
Yeah.
well, I will speak very bluntly and say that elementary teachers already feel overwhelmed with all of the different standards they have to teach from all of their different content areas. And just combining 2 into 1 might relieve a little bit of that stress and pressure.
Okay. So a student could either talk about something from their family or themselves. You know, this is when I lost my first tooth. This is, you know, my best birthday so far or something. Or they could talk about, you know, things that happened at the school, like field day or science fair or things like that. And they could choose how to do that. It gives them that latitude. Okay.
Yes, and with the key skill of using primary sources.
Yeah. Okay. So they would go back and show a photograph of, you know, them without their tooth, or they would show the school newspaper with the stuff in it that shows the events. Okay. I'm ready to vote. Is there any other discussion on the motion? And the motion before the committee is that we replace 2.1.1 with this language: use primary sources, for example, artifacts and documents such as interviews, photographs, newspapers. Oh, let's see, speakers, stories, songs. Do we need a no comma and in there? If we're doing the, and don't let me direct the punctuation or grammar. I rely on my computer a lot. So to document the chronology of important events in their personal, family, school, local, or broader community. In their personal, family, school, local, or broader community. Is that right? Important events in their personal? That doesn't sound right to me.
I need to add history or history.
Oh, we either need to add history to all of that, or we need to say something different in their personal life. Family, school, maybe history is the way to go. Just add, so document the chronology of important events in their personal, Now, history at the end of all this, personal, family, school, local, or broader community history, including 3 historically significant events. I don't know, now we've got history there twice too. I don't know. Somebody else can take a stab at it. I don't think it was correct to say the chronology of important events in their personal.
Yeah, I think you're right, Chair Hansen. I think there needed to be articulated what that was.
Yeah,
So I think this is more accurate here.
including 3 significant events. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the motion is to replace 2.2.1 with the language that's shown on the screen now, and to delete 2.1.6. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's the motion. If there's no discussion to the motion, we'll go ahead and vote.
Chair Hansen, that passes with 4 in favor and with member Bill Nip not present.
Okay. Thank you. We'll move ahead then, Joanna. To the next.
Okay, 2.1.3.
This one looks more complicated.
So the original 2.1.3 is being combined with Board Member Earl's proposed 2.5.1, but as the new 2.1.4. Should we go to that one first, or?
So hang on a second. So does
Just go in order.
2.1.3 stay as is, or are we talking about getting rid of it?
So 2.1.3 that's in red with the strike through would be gone,
Okay.
but it would be replaced with the new 2.1.4.
Well, it'd have to be replaced with the new 2.1.3, right? I mean, we got to renumber all these if we're going to delete and.
Yeah, we were attempting to have an order with them that makes that would be easy for teachers to follow. So we would maybe have to renumber.
Okay.
We can those. That's not a.
Yeah, that's fine. We can.
That's
do
more
that
of an organizational thing, not
as long
a.
as we recognize what we're doing in our motions, so that we're doing it correctly, and then.
No,
At the
agreed.
very end, someone can make the motion to do any technical, grammatical, numbering, any of those kind of changes that need to be.
Okay, so keep going. Sorry.
Okay, so the red would go, and then on this document, the 2.1.4 is the revision of that. So it said from the expedited committee, retell the diverse histories of key people and events connected to state and national symbols, landmarks, and essential documents. For example, Thomas Jefferson and the Declaration of Independence, Francis Scott Key and the Star-Spangled Banner, Abraham Lincoln and the Lincoln Memorial, Theodore Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson and the national parks, Utah pioneers and Utah's nickname and motto. The writing committee's one suggestion on that is to remove the word diverse.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion
Okay, yeah, please go ahead, Jenny.
that we strike the current 2.1.3. I don't need to read it, right?
No, you're okay.
And combine 2.1.5. Is this accurate, Joanna? With 2.1.4? Is that not quite right?
No, it was on your proposed standards. It was your
Oh, got you.
2.5.1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me so we're going to strike 2.1.3, the way it's written currently, and replace it with explain the basic reasons. No. 2.1.4. I really apologize. Retell are we leaving out diverse histories of people? So retell the histories of key people and events connected to state and national symbols, landmarks, and essential documents. For example, Thomas Jefferson and the Declaration of Independence, Francis Scott Key and the Star-Spangled Banner, Abraham Lincoln and the Lincoln Memorial, Theodore Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson and national parks, Utah pioneers and Utah's nickname and motto.
Very quickly, Norley, put that one back in. It's the one in red that we would be getting rid of. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm still
I
not.
just, yeah, I want to, yeah.
Yeah,
we're
I'm not clear. So we need to get rid of that section that says the writing committee has major concerns.
That's
Um,
on a different one. That's
That's a
not,
different standard.
we
Okay,
haven't,
So if I go back to the original draft, it's right here.
Mhm.
And I copied from 2.3, 2.4, and then I copied all the way down to here. That's the pieces that I copied over. And within that, it says that it is combining 2.5 and 2.5.1 and 2.1.4. So that, does that mean 2.1.3 is replaced with this first?
I think the correct me if I'm wrong, I think the 2.5.1 was the American History Standards for second grade that was recommended, or for this grade level that was recommended.
yeah, so we don't have to reference that in our
Yeah.
motion. That was, so we're just going from our base document, and I'm looking at it, and 2.1.3 did read, retell the diverse histories of key people and events connected to state and national symbols, landmarks, and essential documents. And that part we're going to get rid of. And then we're going to plug in everything that's in yellow here.
Nope, just the one that starts with 2.1.4. We'll come back to
So
the,
that 2.1.3 then is going away.
no,
It's just it's just an organization. So yeah.
yes,
Okay. But this is the new 2.1.3.
yes.
Okay, so let's replace 2.1.3 with this one. And then we'll deal with the 2.1.3 section separately. I think we're confusing things by the numbering that we're doing. Okay, is that correct then on the screen? Jenny, Joanna, yes?
Yes.
I'm
Okay.
looking, it looks accurate.
All right, I have a question about the removal of the word diverse. I know that was recommended by the writing committee, but in the original, 2.1.3 was retell the diverse histories of key people and events connected to state and national symbols, landmarks, and essential documents. So there was some element of looking for diversity, I guess, there. And then we get down to 2.1.5, and it said identify the achievements of diverse and or significant Americans, including community leaders, explain their importance. I think we're also trying to tie that in to this one as well, right? The list of people that we have here are probably not so diverse. I mean, depends on what you're looking for diversity. They're diverse in where they came from geographically. They're diverse in their positions that they held. I guess somewhat in these, it's a lot of presidents, looks like, except for Francis Scott Key. But what was the discussion there? We want to just focus here and then bring in that another way.
Well, can I invite John Arthur to speak to that?
Sure. And I did fail to recognize, it looks like we have two members of our writing committee here with us. Thank you for spending time with us again. Please give our apologies to your kids, John, at school, if you're missing out on being with them. And yeah, we'd love to hear from you on this one.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm hiding in my neighbor's classroom away from my students so they can't like pop in the window and wave and disrupt. Our conversation, especially centered around these people that are listed in the for example section, as you noted, Chair, when you look at the list, there is some diversity in terms of geography, time, and such. But quite frankly, it's a list of white men who have been influential in our nation's history. But if we're encouraging our students to look for diverse histories of key people, and we're replacing the original wording for this standard, this list does not necessarily encourage or speak to diversity. So we wanted to make sure that if we're going with this idea of key people and events connected to state and national symbols, and we're looking at those that are just more generally recognized, we'll have to encourage teachers to look to that future standard to bring that diversity into their classroom and instruction.
Okay, thank you. I still, so do we, at some other point, is there a place where there's an opportunity for maybe more diverse characters from history to be brought in? Because it looks like from 2.1.3 and 2.1.5, we've taken that opportunity out. So I just want to make sure that we have the opportunity still there in the standards to do that. Is that comments, Joanna, or anyone else?
Yeah,
Chair Hansen, I'm also wondering, we have Robert on here and he's been a part of that ethnic studies and there are requirements within there. I'm wondering if he could be able to speak. And then I also want to be able to talk about the right descriptors before the nouns. Before it said retell the diverse histories. So that means the different histories of one person instead of retell the histories of diverse key people. And so those mean two different things. And so just want to make sure that if it was added back in, that it was in the right place. Are we talking about the differences in perspective of one history, or are we talking about diversity of people moving forward? And then
Okay,
Robert, I know that you're on here as well.
And on 2.1.5, it's used the other way, achievements of diverse and or significant Americans. So we've got both usages, I think. But yeah, Robert, please help us.
Thank you, Chair. It strikes at the challenge whenever you start making a list of names. That's the fundamental challenge. That's why in the original standard, it was diverse histories. It offered teachers some professional judgment and choice about that, but it also allowed for that kind of expansive, inclusive history that we do have a mandate from at the ethnic studies legislation to think about the students in our classrooms and to encourage the concept of diversity. Doesn't mean we can't also and shouldn't teach about these fundamental, essential people who had such significant impact in American history. The challenge is threading that needle in a way that doesn't have us make a list of 50 people. But, the word diverse is, in my humble opinion, not appropriate in this standard if we then make a list of white men. So I can understand the perspective of saying diverse. We're saying diverse, and then we're not followed it up with the language in that standard.
Okay. We've got a couple of hands up. Thank you, Robert. That helps us as well. I appreciate all the perspectives. Now, we've got now 2.1.5 on the screen, and just clarify for me, what were we going to do with that? Because this was a package deal, right? This 2.1.5, that's combined in, or no? So we still have that as it's written?
2.5 would be staying as written.
Okay, and that also had diverse taken out of it. Yeah, it was in before. Identify the achievements of diverse and or significant Americans is what I have on my screen from the original document that we had.
It does have diverse perspectives in the end of it. So identify the achievements of significant Americans, including those from local and other diverse perspectives, and explain their importance. So I guess the question also for this committee is where diverse comes in on that sentence.
Okay, well, hold on a second and let me figure out how we got to where we are, because I'm looking at the original 63-page document that we had, and 2.1.5 does not say what's on our screen right now in that document. So was it changed by the subcommittee that met, or by the writing committee, or how did we get from identify the achievements of diverse and or significant Americans, including community leaders, and explain their importance, to where we are now? Did we change that in committee? We don't know.
I'm looking back through my notes. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want the baseline to help us through this. Let's go to Brent and then to Jenny to talk about this, and let's try to figure out where we are backtracking. It's hard to know what we did without someone looking back at the previous motion.
Yeah, I was trying to look.
I found it if you'd like me to.
But I will say, go ahead, Joanna, and then I'll talk.
Okay, Brent, we'll let you defer then, please.
Yes.
Okay, so the original said identify the achievements of diverse and or significant Americans, including community leaders, and explain their importance. And this Standards and Assessment Committee voted to adopt what board member Moss, I believe, had proposed. Okay. Identify the achievements of significant Americans, including those from local and other diverse perspectives, and explain their importance.
All right, thank you. So that gets us from the original to here. And then right now we're talking about eliminating or keeping this. What's the proposal? Would this still be in, or would this go away when we?
2.1.5 had no changes from that committee meeting that the committee voted to adopt
Okay,
board member
thank you.
Moss's language.
All right, thank you. Okay, Brent.
Well, now I feel in a conundrum because
Okay.
I absolutely agree with as it's written, taking off the word diverse, because yeah, it definitionally it is not diverse. I'm all for the list. That's a great list. Thomas Jefferson Declaration of Independence. That's a great item. But you know, now I'm completely understanding a little from the writing committee and for public comment. And I want to go back to that original, the original, because everything we've done has messed it up.
Yeah,
So
Brent,
is that still possible, or would that not be appropriate to the what we're doing?
well, we're losing you a little bit. I think we heard you though. And I appreciate that. So your sentiment is that we should add that back in. Now that I understand the whole history of it, and I think I maybe gummed things up because I thought that 2.1.5 was going away. And maybe that was a reference to Jenny's 2.4.5 or whatever it was. With the diverse language still in 2.1.5, I think that it makes sense. We've got a list of a fairly non-diverse group of people. Let's keep diverse out here, but then we have the opportunity with 2.1.5 to bring in voices, I guess, that look more like the makeup of our classroom. So teachers will have that ability. Is that right with the language that we have? Okay. I see nodding heads from Joanna. I hope that we're good there. Jenny, do you have more to add to this?
I just have a couple of thoughts. If we're using race in place of diversity, or diversity in place of race, we should be putting race in there instead of diversity. So that we are clear, because I'm hearing that this is about race when I thought it was about, the reason why we add this in is because it had to do with US history with these specific emblems from history. It wasn't intended to be a race dialogue. But if we are removing diverse because it's a race-based issue, and that's why, or we're adding it below because we want it to be about races, then that's what we should be using. If we're using diversity, which to me means many different elements. I just want to make sure I'm understanding, because if we're going to be using this throughout the document, I don't want a misunderstanding either from the public or from board members as to what we're asking teachers to do. So maybe a clarification on that. Maybe that's something the board needs to address or something. I just took that, and I had never perceived it that way before, but now it sounds like it was intended to be. And if so, then maybe we need to change the language from diverse to race. Is that,
Yeah,
am I understanding that correctly?
Maybe I can comment on that quickly. I think that I did already. When I look at diversity, there's lots of different things that add to diversity. Diversity means different in my minds, different perspectives. These folks, all but Francis Scott Key, were all presidents of the United States. They're all white. They're all, I don't know, the diversity maybe in some areas, diversity in time, I think that John Arthur commented to, but maybe not so diverse if we looked at their entire package. But I don't think we changed diverse to race. I think race is one component of diversity.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. That's just what I heard from this dialogue. And yet these people here are very individual. That's why we can point out a few things, but they come from different localities, different backgrounds, even different family situations. But
Sure.
Yeah, anyways, even different handicaps, so to speak, or impacts that they've had in their lives.
Yeah, I think that we could go to that. Anything else that needs to be added to this conversation, or are we ready to go ahead? We've had a lot of discussion now. Brent, you've got your hand up.
I don't want to be misinterpreted.
Brent, you are faded right out. We heard your first three words. Nope. Come in, Brent. Brent, can you hear us?
Hello.
Or something.
No.
No.
There we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Hello?
Yes,
Okay, I got kicked out. Where did you hear me up?
we heard three words and then you cut out. So say it all again.
All right. So I don't think anyone used the word race other than board member Earl. Now I've got two things going on.
Oh, Brent.
Okay, I'm back again.
All right, you're going to have to choose one of those feeds over the other, though. I think we've got you on twice.
I know I was trying to listen in.
All right.
Okay. Let me turn this off. So I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Okay.
Okay, so where are we at? So I want to put diverse back in and I want to drop the list.
Okay.
Because we do want to hear and we do want to teach diverse. And this is not just race, it has many components, but let the LEAs, let those who develop the curriculum determine what diverse means. They're professionally trained teachers, they understand it. LEAs also have some input on that. Let's not be so prescriptive as to define what diverse is. A
Okay.
whole bunch of different people on there.
So we've got a motion then to replace 2.1.3 with retell the diverse histories of key people and events connected to state and national symbols, landmarks, and essential documents. Okay, and I'll, Jenny, you've got your hand up. I'd like to speak to this one too, but go ahead.
Yeah, if you remember, and this is why we met a week ago, it was so we didn't have a separate set of American history standards. And so there was just a basic few people, and that was the reason why we discussed that we are trying to combine it in. And that's also why we had the 2.1.5, so that it wasn't taking away from that element, but it was articulating that this is important. And so that's why we met. That's why we engaged in that process. That's why these recommendations came forward. So anyways, I would speak against this.
Okay, thank you, Jenny. And I'll comment as well. I think that now that I have a complete understanding, and I might be the one who messed this up, so my apologies. I think that we strike a good balance with the 2.1.3. I think I would look at 2.1.5 and make a motion as we get to that we take out the and/or significant Americans, and then so it would read, identify the achievements of diverse Americans, including community leaders, and explain their importance, which would make it mandatory to look for diversity, I think, as we talk about people. But I think it's important. I mean, the way American history has played out, we have a lot of white men who are well documented as being ones who led our country and got us to where we are now. And it's important for our kids, I believe, to know that history. There are also a lot of contributions by people of other backgrounds, other races that aren't as well documented, and teachers have to work a little bit to bring that in, but they didn't draft the Declaration of Independence or those kind of things. They made other contributions which aren't as well documented and haven't been in history books up until, recently they're starting to be more and more there. So I think we strike a good balance by having the list of key figures who are recognized and well documented, and then having our teachers, and I would again make it more mandatory than it is now in 2.1.5 to identify the achievements of diverse Americans in that area. So I think I'd speak against this motion and speak in favor of maybe proceeding the way I just discussed. Brent?
So when you use the word diverse, that is everyone. It is inclusive of everyone. Now, we have standards in here that talk about the Declaration of Independence. Thomas Jefferson comes up as a result of talking
Brent, we're
about the Declaration of Independence. Woodrow Wilson, Theodore Roosevelt come up as a result of this discussion of American history. They naturally flow within the story. So one is not exclusive of the other. And we will not miss out on those very important topics in US history. The Gettysburg Address, the second inaugural address, those are the ones associated with Abraham Lincoln. Those are important. Those are inclusive. We are not getting rid of one for the other, but we need to be thoughtful and we need to be aware of making certain that we do have our diversity. Anyway, that's my thoughts. Okay. And I missed part of your comments, Chair Hansen. So I may be off track on what's even being talked about because it keeps going out on me.
I don't know is there a way to tie you in by phone or something, Brent, so that you can stay with the conversation? I don't know. Maybe Jerry can help us with that, unless we can get the internet problem fixed.
I've been trying to do that, but anyway.
I invited you all over here to have pizza and do this in person.
It's looking better and better, Joanna, but here we are. Okay. Jenny, did you have more to add to that? I
just wanted to be clear. Because of the previous dialogue, that's why I was asking the questions about diverse. It wasn't that I was suggesting that, but if we are using it a certain way, then we need to be clear about it. And I do appreciate, I think that the 2.1.5 is very important. As a matter of fact, we should be, the reason why we add to what we have, right, and expand upon, we don't take from or remove from the rich history. And so I think that is why 2.1.5 is important. I just wanted, and Scott, I appreciated or Chair Hansen, I appreciated your comments because I think those are spot on as to the direction we're headed here. So thank you.
Thank you. Just one more comment and then we'll take a vote. I don't want to, it's important, but also we need to keep moving.
Chair Hansen.
Yes.
Point of order. We had a substitute motion by Board Member Straight. We didn't have a second to the motion, but we had conversation after the motion, which means
we don't
second.
have seconds. Yeah, don't have seconds.
Okay. So what we would be voting on now would be this substitute motion, and then it would be okay. Wanted to make sure
we are. Yes. Just one more quick comment. We're talking about retelling the histories of key people. So I read this as the personal histories of these people. Not the events necessarily in history, but where these people came from. Is that the way the writing committee interpreted that, is to look at their personal backgrounds? Abraham Lincoln coming up from poverty and Theodore Roosevelt maybe not doing the same. Thomas Jefferson coming from a landed family and all of that. Is that what we're talking about here, or am I reading that incorrectly? Can we go back to maybe one of the members of the writing committee on that? I guess we've got John and Aaron. I'm not seeing Aaron on my screen, but I see her on my list.
I can speak to that, Chair.
Okay, please.
Yeah, and that's absolutely the intention that we had in writing these standards, and especially this one. Retelling the histories of not just the people that are absolutely canonically recognized as significant to national history, but especially given that this is second grade, we're talking about both state and national history, giving them the openness, the opportunity to bring in people and events both that are significant, both to the children in the classroom as well as to the nation. But the distinction I think that you're pointing to there between this and I apologize, I'm on one screen, I can't see the whole document, but as I recall, 2.1.5 speaks to the perspectives, where this one speaks to the personal histories, like you were saying. So diverse perspectives. I would say that as a committee, we definitely found that both are important and need to be included in the standards, not just the way that diverse people see, but where they come from and who they are.
Thank you. Appreciate that. John, Brent, go back to you. No, I don't know what's going on here. We haven't had problems with Brent in the past, but not happening today. I think that we're ready to get to a vote on the substitute motion. I'm not able to get Brent to come up here. So let's go ahead. The motion before the committee is that we replace 2.1.3 with the following. Retell the diverse. Oh, yes.
Sorry, Chair Hansen. Looks like Brent's hands is up now.
Yeah, it's up. I've been calling on him. I just can't respond.
Brent, can you hear us? Chair Straight, Vice Chair Straight.
Yeah, I tried to text him. Well,
Sorry for the interruption.
no problem. Yeah, I hate to have him not here for his motion. But I not able to get him. Let's move ahead with this one.
Chair Hansen,
Yes,
I'm wondering, maybe we have Kelsey on here. I'm wondering maybe if we could have Kelsey call board member Straight so that her phone acts as a conduit so that he can hear what is happening until we can get the other part fixed. Kelsey, would you be agreeable to that?
Yes, I can certainly
I'm
do
here
that.
now.
Okay,
there
good.
he is.
But
And
I'm trying to toggle. I turned the volume off on my computer and then trying to listen through my phone. It's not very good, but it's what I got.
okay, and so maybe we'll use Kelsey as our conduit. If you drop off or we can't hear you, she'll give you a call to let you know, and then we can keep moving as we go back and forth. Thank you, Kelsey.
But as far as the conversation is concerned,
Brent. Okay, Brent, can you do the phone hookup with Kelsey? Could you call him, please, Kelsey, and
I'll do that right now, Chair.
get that going?
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm just lost in the conversation.
All right. I think we've had a lot of discussion about diverse voices and characters from history. I can't summarize all that, but I think we're ready to take a vote on this motion. And I just remind the committee that the vote on this motion doesn't preclude us from taking action on 2.1.5 if we want to make any modifications there to make sure this whole package looks the way we want it to. So motion before the committee is to replace 2.1.3. This is a substitute motion with the following. Retell the diverse histories of key people and events connected to state and national symbols, landmarks, and essential documents. So committee members, please vote. Brent, are you able to vote with your setup? If you need to do a voice vote, go ahead. Brent, member Straight. Okay. Oh,
Chair Hansen, it looks like 2 in favor and 2 opposed, with member Belknap not present.
okay, so that motion does not pass. And then we'll move back to the previous motion, which was that we replace 2.1.3 with retell the histories of key people and events connected to state and national symbols, landmarks, and essential documents. For example, Thomas Jefferson, the Declaration of Independence, Francis Scott Key and the Star Spangled Banner, Abraham Lincoln, the Lincoln Memorial, Theodore Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson, and national parks, Utah pioneers, and Utah's nickname and motto. Please,
I'm
go
not
ahead,
trying to
Karen.
beat this to death, but I'm trying to understand, and I think it's because of the dialogue we've had.
Yeah.
So because of the examples, it's not diverse histories. Is that, am I understand? I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I'm understanding this right. Or is it still diverse histories of key people? And the examples are this, but because these are examples, there could be other diverse people or diverse histories of key people. Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Yeah, let's go back to someone from staff, or we have the writing committee here, and let's get an answer from the source on this one.
And we can also talk about grammatically, because it says, for example, it's not inclusive, it's not an IE, so it's not intended exactly. So it would be the EG, for example, which means others could be included as well.
So, and my point being that, are we suggesting that this is a limited because we're removing diverse, or I don't know. I'm just trying to make sure I understand the frameworks, to make sure we're maybe not.
As written, it is retell the histories of key people and events. So the for example means this could be a concentration. For example means it could also be substituted for others. If this is an intended exactly list, then it needs to have an IE on it, or the words intended exactly.
Is that helping you, Jenny? I think
It's
what I heard, what I
two-
heard, I believe, from the writing committee was that diversity was stricken because this didn't seem like an extremely diverse group of people, the way that's listed. So that's what I think I heard. And diversity, I think, is different, and we can find differences. I think we had that discussion. But does adding the word diversity open this up more maybe to others? I think what we wanted to do, if I understand this right, is we wanted to make sure that there was in our teachers' minds that, hey, these are key people that our kids need to recognize were involved in American history. But then I'm just, the whole reason I raise this is because I don't want to cancel the idea of diversity from this whole strand in second grade. So it looks like we've got John Arthur back to maybe help us clarify, because we've gone around in circles on this one.
Yes,
John.
Chair. So just again, to bring in the conversation in the writing committee, the reason why we decided that striking diverse was a good idea there is just because of the makeup of that list. And just like Norlie said, Patty said, that list is not exhaustive, but if I'm a teacher looking at that list, I don't see any women, I don't see any recognizable Americans with disabilities. I don't see anybody that, I don't know, would be encouraging second graders to look at others outside of just white men as those who have contributed to key events in our nation's history. So it's, I'm just going to throw this out as an example. If I said, look at these, look at the histories of key people and events in our classrooms, including Brian, Bobby, Bill, Steve, you would think that I just taught in an all men's school, an all boys school. If you amended the list to include more diversity, whatever you choose that to mean, then that would be a diverse list. That's the part that we were reacting to.
Okay, and that, I guess that's the part we're limiting what diversity is. In other words, I'm trying to understand, because we do have individuals in here, Theodore Roosevelt, who was wheelchair bound. Do you know what I'm saying? So there's some interesting dynamics that pay out when we say they're not diverse, unless we're quantifying diverse as something other than differences in people, right? So that's what anyways, that's what I'm trying to understand. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I think we can go on for a long time. This is a kind of a key topic on this. My suggestion, and I think the way that I'm going to vote, just I'll telegraph that to you, is that we accept this one as it is, and then we look at 2.1.5, and I think that gives us an opportunity to maybe push the diversity more in the standard, to make that more mandatory, that we look to diverse Americans there, and we don't have a list there. So that would be up to the teacher to match up maybe the makeup of their class with some people from history that can be brought in, and let the kids see people that look like themselves, in all aspects, income, socioeconomic status, racial makeup, all of that. So that's, I think, the way I'd like to handle it, but we've just got to vote and move things forward.
We're fine. I just wanted clarification, because then, anyways, it just suggests something that is interesting. So, okay.
Yeah, and I think we can probably have those discussions offline for a long time. It's a big topic for us. It's a big topic throughout America right now, what that means. So the motion, unless you're going to amend this, Jenny, the motion that we have before the committee is that we replace 2.1.3 with retell the histories of key people and events connected to state and national symbols, landmarks, and essential documents. For example, Thomas Jefferson, the Declaration of Independence, Francis Scott Key and the Star-Spangled Banner, Abraham Lincoln and the Lincoln Memorial, Theodore Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson in national parks, Utah pioneers and Utah's nickname and motto. There's other comment. John, you've got your hand up still. Is that from before, or have something to add here?
No, I apologize. That was a mistake.
No problems at all. Let's go ahead and vote. And Brent, vote by whatever means you can. There we go.
The motion passes with Board Member Belknap not present.
Okay, thank you. Looks like unanimous for the 4 members that are here. Okay, Joanna, take us somewhere, but not past 2.1.5. So.
Okay. Now that I've messed us all up really well on the numbering, we'll look at the one that is in yellow and green that said 2.1.3. So this was an addition to 2nd grade that says, explain the basic reasons that the Declaration of Independence was written and summarize its key ideas. For example, purpose of government, equality, representative government, limited government, rule of law, natural rights, common good. And then the writing committee expressed concerns about the age appropriateness of introducing the Declaration of Independence at this grade level, including the background knowledge and the depth of the concepts that would be required for them to get this and for teachers to teach it.
Okay. We'll go to Member Earl first, please.
Yeah, just a couple of things. And if we wanted to take a couple of those off, we certainly could. But I do think we are addressing elements of Abraham Lincoln up above. And I think, once again, this is just laying a foundation, which we do for everything else, right? Of the fact that government is the voice of the people. That can easily be done in a variety of ways. And then also, all are created equal. This is a very foundational as far as equality goes. I think there's some very basic things from the Declaration of Independence. I don't think it's a scholarly analysis. I think laying those basic foundations is the very thing that we should be doing within our classrooms, even at a 2nd grade level. That idea that all are created equal. So, and those are the very things that come from the Declaration.
Okay, thank you, Jenny. Other comments from committee members? I have a question. if it's not included here in second grade, when do we hit this in the standards as they're currently written? When do we lay out the basics of the Declaration of Independence?
I believe it would be 5th grade.
So 5th grade. So we have a discussion that we talked about up above about Thomas Jefferson and the Declaration of Independence. So that story of how it came about, I guess, is included in that standard we just talked about. But it wouldn't be fit until 5th grade. Summarize significant ideas in the Declaration of Independence. Okay. And the comment, there's our writing committee. Thanks, John. Please help us understand about age appropriateness and the thoughts of the writing committee.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I really appreciated what Board Member Earl just said. The part that the writing committee was concerned about as far as age appropriateness goes is the way that this is worded. Explain the basic reasons that the Declaration of Independence was written. It requires a certain amount of context to explain that. You would have to teach children that at some point we were a colony of another country, and you would have to go into more history to explain the basic reasons of why the Declaration was written, not just as content, but the context that is not necessarily appropriate given the level of background knowledge that kids are coming into second grade with.
So may I ask a question?
Okay, thank you. Jenny, now we're losing you voice-wise.
Oh, did you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, much better. Yeah, you're starting to sound like Lost in Space as well.
Sorry. Right. It must be contagious, whatever it is, right?
Yes, aliens.
I just asking, maybe perhaps the best thing would be then to summarize the key ideas, right? Those basic equality ideas. Maybe the other is that what you're maybe suggesting, if I'm understanding?
Yeah,
Okay.
So it's summarize the key ideas found within the Declaration of Independence.
yeah, that part of it is we didn't object to in terms of the age appropriateness, just the context of the basic reasons that it was written.
All right, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay, let's go ahead and make your motion, Jenny.
Summarize the key ideas. Help me, Joanne, if this needs to be worded in any other kind of way, of the Declaration of Independence. And then we could do the 4 examples that are listed there. Would that be appropriate? Joanna, do you think there's a way to strengthen that, or is that?
But just off the top of my head, I wonder about the key ideas, maybe just summarize
Key ideas
included. Then it won't necessarily, they won't feel like it's an exhaustive, detailed list.
Thank you.
Yeah, that would be way beyond second grade if you have to explain all of the ideas in the Declaration.
Maybe way beyond
Yeah.
our own.
Okay.
Anyways,
So we were
that's
going
my motion.
to pull the. So summarize key ideas. There we go. All right. So motion before the committee to replace the previous. No. So wait, it can't be 2.1.3. This has got to be a new number.
That's where we've got to go back and have this other one be 2.1.4 and then this one be 2.1.3. So to replace, so if we just go back and have this one be now renumbered to renumber 2.1.3 to 2.1.4 and call this 2.1.3.
Okay. Is that the progression that we want? Is there a reason for that order? It seems like it's out of order to me to do that. To summarize the ideas when we haven't even had a chance to talk about Thomas Jefferson. I don't know if they do these in order anyway. Maybe it doesn't matter. They're all just laid out as things for the teacher to accomplish during the year, right? Okay.
I'm just not sure now on the order. So I guess that could always be brought back, right? At the at the end if we feel like there needed to be an adjustment,
Yeah,
but
I
we made
don't-
enough changes. I'm not
I don't
sure.
understand on the ordering what we're doing, but
Yeah,
this
do you
is what-
trust staff to
that's
be able to
right.
do the ordering on the numbering? So we have it
Yes.
here, but okay.
That's fine.
So in parentheses, it's not there, is trust staff to number them correctly. Okay.
Okay, why don't
We
we
could make
just
it-
say, so take out the rename and just say, so we're gonna add a standard that's as follows, and then we'll have staff renumber as appropriate. Okay,
Hey, Chair.
okay, John, yeah, sorry, I see your hand.
Oh, you're great. I just
I
wanna-
used to seeing it for a minute now. Okay,
I'm
go
that
ahead.
kid. I can't ever put my hand down.
Yeah, that's all
Just
right.
a point of clarification, as it pertains to the chronology of the standards, we on the writing committee didn't think of chronology for the history pieces until about 4th grade. 4th, 5th, and 6th is when it's intended for teachers to teach more chronologically. Up till then, teachers can bring it in whenever it seems appropriate and most applicable to what they're teaching otherwise in their other curriculum, language arts, for example.
Okay, so this numbering, not so important at this level. Thank you. Appreciate it. And at some point, your hand will run out of blood and you'll have to, you got it down now though, so thanks, John. All right. We have a motion then to add the following standard and renumber as appropriate. So let's put renumber in there. Summarize the key ideas included in the Declaration of Independence. For example, purpose of government, equality, representative government, limited government, rule of law, natural rights, common good. And those are 4 examples. So that means a teacher would need to touch on the ones they feel are appropriate. Okay. That's my editorial comment, not part of the motion. Sorry. Speaking to it. Any comment or discussion to that motion? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and vote. Oh, Brent? Member Straight.
I don't know that I have full context to even ask a question.
Okay, I'm sorry, because I didn't see anything up. We're at the voting stage here. You got a question to this motion? Brent? I don't know. Okay,
Shows
so
he-
he's voting.
Yeah,
He's voting no on that one, it looks
Yeah.
like.
that's what it shows. Shows
Okay.
that this motion passes 3-1 with member Belknap not present.
Okay, thank you. And we'll move on then. Joanna, help us.
Okay, you wanted to
move
discuss
forward.
2.1.5?
Yes, I think as related to the 2.1.3 that we looked at, I will make a motion on that one. And my motion will be to change the language of 2.1.5 to identify the achievements of diverse Americans, including community leaders, and explain their importance. I think we had kind of previously it said achievements of diverse and or significant.
Will you repeat that one more time? I was trying to keep up. You're so quick. Here we go. So motion is, and this
Okay,
is.
wait a second. Yeah, wait a second. So the language that we adopted, did we adopt identify the achievements of significant Americans, including those from local and other diverse perspectives, and explain their importance?
Yes, this is the
Okay.
current language right there and highlighted in blue.
Okay, and I'm sorry, we just don't have that document to go back to. So identify the achievements of significant. All right, I'm okay with that. I'll withdraw my motion. Any discussion or comment to this? Jenny, please go ahead.
No, I liked the language the way it is here. So I was just gonna ask a question about where it was changed back. Or you didn't further that one forward on. good with this.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for that. I'm looking back at our 63-page document, which we don't have the update that shows what we've done, and that's creating some confusion for me. All right, let's move forward. Joanna, go ahead.
Okay,
Oh,
I
Brent,
believe.
sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Member Straight, you've got a hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, the reason I voted no is because
Brent, we've lost you again. Brent,
Kelsey, I'm wondering if you could call board member Straight and then just stay on with him in case it does go, then you can just mute and unmute as needed.
I don't know which one of our houses is closest to Brent. Maybe we should get.
I wonder if he could even go to the library. He's not far from the Southwest Branch
the
Library.
library, if we get a break and
Okay, we are due for a break, actually.
could-
We said that we said we'd do one at 2:30 for 15
could-
minutes. Are we at a good break point? Joanna, is this a good spot? Okay.
Yeah.
We'll take a 13-minute break. So please be back at 2:45. We'll hope that Brent can get his connectivity issues sorted out during that time. Okay, back at 2:45 then. Thank you, everyone.
This is Scott. Please leave a message.
Someone is screen sharing and we're seeing all emails. Perfect.
Joanna, are you there?
I am here. Was someone looking for me?
That was me. I just wanted to show you this.
I can't hear you. What? Oh, just a minute. Sorry, I muted my computer. Okay.
I don't even know if this will let you. Oh, there you go. Can you see
Okay.
this?
Yeah.
This is, remember how I was talking about a book that was made.
Yep.
This is the 6th grade science one, and that was put together by Utah educators.
Okay.
So
I have not seen that.
Well, it's because right after it's put together, we changed standards.
We changed standards. Okay.
Yeah, but
Well,
what I
that
was
makes
trying to illustrate is this is something we've done before
Yeah. Yeah.
when it came to the history standards. So
Right. Okay. No, I would like to actually take a look at that to see if there's maybe a copy at the office.
yeah, maybe 2018, 2019 is the date on it.
Okay.
I don't know if there's any other, and the only point being is that it was right. It's kind of what we're suggesting, or you're suggesting, right?
Yeah.
For Utah history, or for the social studies standards.
Yeah. Yeah. That would be interesting to take a look at and see how it was built. I know I did enjoy teaching 6th grade, excuse me, science with the like the seed storylines. I think it was San Juan district that did the seed storylines.
I don't know for sure.
Yeah.
I just know that I had a lot of people that had very much found this useful because it was very simplistic, right? And it was all in one spot, and then you could add to it or, whatever. So anyways, I just thought I'd share that.
Yes. Thank you.
And Joanna, before we start up, let me jump in. I don't know if Patty was able to talk to you. Is there a way to get those as revised standards up and back up? Because I don't think we anticipated a need for those because we were just moving forward. Now that we're going backwards, it's creating a bit of a mess because I'm looking at the ones that aren't as revised.
Yes.
Is there a way to get that document up?
So what I have, I just shared with, you should have gotten an email to your Utah, your board email. I don't know where the one is that had Patty's and Jennifer's notes as to what changes were made. I just have the one that I was taking my own notes on, but it is that document with the suggestions. And I have made notes on, whether the motion was passed, just for my own reference. So I could share that even with Nora Lee. Nora Lee, could you throw that into?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, share it with her. Maybe you can just put it on. I'm not logged in under my school board one. So there's a request there for you to give me access
perfect. I
under my other email.
Just got that note.
That will help. I just, when we first planned this meeting, I think that we had planned on just going forward. And now that we're backing up, it's like I said, some confusion, but that's okay. We'll work through it. And we've just got a minute before we get going again. We're almost back to where we stopped last time.
Chair Hansen, is it your Gmail?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that should be coming.
All right, thank you.
My computer doesn't trust you, but I said to send it anyway.
Yeah, it should be. Well, maybe your computer's smart. I don't know. Artificial intelligence runs the world.
You never know.
Now I've got one from Patty. Let me see.
It may be the same thing.
Actually, the one from me is the one from the committee. I found the original, and then the second one, the copy one is yours. So Chair Hansen, if you go to the one that is the email from me, that would show you the one that we worked on during the committee meeting that had the final revisions.
Okay, thank you.
We were finding it. We got it.
Oh, thank you. So you're going to have to share, you're going to have to give me permission on that one. Patty, if you will.
Yes. What email?
Just the Gmail account.
Oh, the Gmail. All right, I just shared it with you. And now I also have it up so that if we have a question, I can also toggle to that document as well. So I'll have the copy of the one that Board Member Earl and Board Member Straight worked on. I will have the motions document, and then I will have the original document as well. So would it, so just let me know what document you want and I can go to that.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know that we have to have it up. I just wanted to be able to pull it and look at it instead of looking back at our original. So let me see if we can get into that.
Joanna, I'm still waiting. My computer's been a little slow. So as soon as I get it, I'll attach it to the backups.
Okay, mine is too.
Okay, and it looks like committee members, if we can just get you to pop your camera on and let us know you're here. We'll see how quickly Brent could drive to a church parking lot or a library or somewhere to freeload on the Wi-Fi. Huh? You there, Brent?
I am here. I'm trying to stay here.
Okay, good to have you back. So Janet, are you able to rejoin us?
I'm back.
Okay, looks like we're ready to roll then. We'll keep tabs on Laura. She said she'd get back with us as soon as she can. So I'll let you know when we have her back involved. But let's go ahead, Joanna, restart us.
Okay, so we will jump down to 2.3.5. And this would replace what was previously there. Identify current leaders, for example, family, school, community, governor, and state legislators for their district, national, and their responsibilities.
Okay, so just trying to read into this. So we're just not talking about leadership, but talking about the responsibilities of each one, just simplifying things that way. Is that?
It's getting a little more specific as far as governor and state legislators for their area. And then removing the discuss the traits of effective leaders. There was concern that might lead to some examples or discussions that possibly weren't age appropriate.
Okay. Okay. Well, we need a motion, I guess, on this one. Brent, please. No.
Oh, sorry.
Number
I'm
straight.
going to bring up 2.3.5 as written.
Okay, motion before the committee is that we revise 2.3.5 to read, identify current leaders, for example, family, school, community, governor, and state legislators for their district, national. We've got to fix that, and their responsibilities. Maybe somebody can help with what's inside the parentheses.
Could just add leaders after national.
Yeah, that would be okay. So for example, family, school, community. We just want state. Oh, so we got more specific by taking state and nation out and saying governor and state legislators. Do we need the for
Let's just
their?
go.
I think you
Okay.
could put state legislators.
Yeah, do we need for their district in there? That kind of muddies things up, but so this is for the students district, their local
Yes.
state legislators. Okay, I see.
As well as national leaders.
Oh, it's a question of who does their refer to. In one instance, they are probably referring to the students, and in the other, it refers to the people in parentheses, or?
That's a great question.
It's being fixed on the screen for us.
Yeah.
Okay, and we're doing some editing without going through the motion process. I just think we needed to clear that out.
Take the word district out.
Wouldn't you need it local district?
Well,
Student-
so
For the students local?
I think that's too specific. I think state legislators are too specific for second grade. I'd be happy with just family, school, community, governor, and national leaders.
And that's where we were before, I think, on the inside the parentheses. Okay, I think we
But if
need to
we
get
put
a motion,
governor and
get a
state-
motion out probably, and then we'll make edits or whatever. Janet, do you want to make a motion with the wording the way you want it?
Yes, I'll edit 2.3.5 by saying identify current leaders. For
Oh.
example,
Janet, I'm sorry.
okay,
I see that Brent already had a motion out, I think.
go ahead, Brent.
Making a
I'll,
motion.
I'll withdraw that. Go ahead.
Brent will withdraw, we'll go with Janet. I apologize.
I trust Janet. I trust Janet.
All right. So a motion by member Cannon then, okay?
It would be identify current leaders, for example, family, school, community, governor, and national leaders.
Okay. And then in yellow, that's not part of your motion then, or we're going to keep that out, discuss the traits of effective leaders.
I don't know. What does the committee think? Was that what the writing?
I think it needs to, I personally think it needs to be in there. I know we've gone back and forth on this a little bit, but
Well, it was stricken in the one that came to us.
I
So I
know.
guess Janet, give us a motion, and then we'll go from there on it.
Okay, well, my question was, what did the writing committee leave that out? Was it just identify the leaders?
I believe that the writing committee had that in, and then that was taken out in the meeting between myself, board member Earl, and board member Straight.
Okay. And then no comment, no further comment from the writing committee that we have here on that one. Okay. So up to you, Janet. Get us a motion and we'll.
Okay, I'll add discuss the traits of effective leaders.
Okay.
And hopefully there is one among the family, school, community, governor, nation.
Okay. That's the motion that we have for the committee discussion to that. Jenny, looks like you've got your hand up.
I would just speak to, yeah, including that, discuss the traits of effective leaders. I think that just speaks to good citizenship to know what makes an effective leader. So, and I guess there's the argument that some leaders are effective in that they can drive something poorly, but I don't know that that really makes an effective leader. An effective leader is able to rally people into work well with people, cooperate, and to, so yeah, anyways, that's what I would say.
Just a question, I guess. So out of the meeting that we had with member Earl, member Straight, and staff, we took that out. I heard Joanna say that, that might be a difficult one to teach. And I'm wondering, is there a consensus around what the traits of effective leaders are? Or are we okay with our teachers, defining that or is it the Stephen Covey, definition of it, that we have some of our schools doing that program? Or is it, what effective is also subjective, right? So I don't know. How did that discussion go when it was stricken and then brought to us, and now we're putting it back in? How did it go originally?
Well, we always had this discussion, but that was 11th grade and 12th grade. And of course, we went in different directions with this, but I think at this age level that it can be crafted by the teacher. I think now that I look at this from the lens of who we're writing this for, I think that changes my view a little bit. Because sometimes we jump all the way down to the student when we don't need to. But perhaps perhaps we do not make a second sentence. Perhaps we
Brent, there's a lot of cliffhangers when you're talking. I knew you were saying something really important and then it just cut out.
I don't know. It sounded like he was wanting to combine it.
the
Which
traits.
may, oh, go ahead, sorry.
Brent, you'll have to repeat that.
Oh, okay.
You were talking about combining.
I'm just wondering if we could identify or can discuss, because identify is a very low level, simple instruction. Discussing then takes on is another level of discussion. And I'm not sure. I think a teacher could make it effective based on their understanding of their students at that grade level. And I don't think I could comment on that effectively.
Okay, so are you speaking in favor of this, against? Do you have a motion to amend? Where do we go with this?
Motion to amend.
My only question was, you guys met, you came with it strict, taken out, and now it's back in. And I just wondered what the thought process was.
Well, I thought it was too in depth, and I thought it was a higher level thought. And I could because we always have the discussion between what are effective leaders and what are leaders. And of course, effective leaders, if the idea is if the leader is able to bring more power to their country, more economic power, then that makes them an effective leader economically. If they're able to stay in power itself, then that makes them an effective leader of maintaining power. And so, but my dilemma is I don't think that's where a second grade teacher would take that. I know where I would take it if I was teaching 11th and 12th graders, but so I'm mixed on this because of the use of the word effective leaders and what does that mean?
Okay.
But I think a teacher could.
Okay, thank you, Brent, for that context. Is that you, Patty?
Yeah, and again, I can't raise my hand, so I apologize. And I apologize, Board Member Earl, but I'm just wondering if Joanna can give the context of the writing committee, saying exactly what that looks like in a second grade classroom. So Joanna, do you want to?
You bet. So originally the standard really had two parts, and one was identifying current leaders, which, like has been stated, is a fairly low level ask, and then discussing the traits of effective leaders. Those two things were in there originally. So there was more to the standard than just identification. There was a discussion. So in a second grade classroom, this might look something like, isn't our principal great? She's so cool. What makes her such a good principal? That's the type of discussion that could happen in a second grade classroom.
And then I want to.
She comes into our classroom. She invests. She comes to our activity. The discuss part takes the standard further, adds more rigor for the kids too.
And many of our schools also have that Leader in Me program, even in our elementary schools. And it ties to that as well, where they're identifying those leadership traits, how they can become a good leader. And so it's more about the discussion, the conversation, and the learning that occurs as they're discovering what that looks like.
Okay. Jenny, more to add?
Just that. I think they're not going to be talking about historical world leaders for the most part. I really think they're going to be looking at individuals that they relate directly within their local community. And I think it's a citizenship item here. And we were divided when we talked about this. We discussed this for quite a long time, actually, Chair Hansen. So
Sounds
going
good.
back
So-
and forth. So
And we're fourth now, I guess. We're back. Maybe we're back now. Anyway, I have one other question, I guess. I'm reading this family, school, community, governor, and national leaders. If there's one of those that doesn't belong, if I'm back to Sesame Street, governor doesn't really line up. Do we want just state in there, or we just particularly want to talk about the governor?
So remember, we were trying to condense and combine. And so instead of having separate standards for, you know, the American history, this was a way of, yeah.
Okay, so that there was some thought that went into just singling out the governor as far as a state leader.
Yeah, I think you're talking state leadership and knowledge of who your governor is. And I think second grade's okay to do that, maybe. Instead of having a separate strand, right? We're trying to
All right,
be thoughtful.
sounds good. Janet, you good with your motion still?
Yes, I've waffled 2 or 3 times listening to people, but I think I'm okay with it.
All right, we're going to vote. So the motion before the committee is to revise 2.3.5 to state, identify current leaders, for example, family, school, community, governor, and national leaders and their responsibilities. Discuss the traits of effective leaders. Please go ahead and vote.
Chair Hansen, that
Yes.
passes 3-1 with you opposed and board member Belknap not present.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move ahead, Joanna.
All right, 2.3.6. Identify celebrations and state and national holidays that remember and honor people and events in the history of Utah and the United States. For example, Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, President's Day, Memorial Day, Juneteenth, Independence Day, Pioneer Day, Labor Day, Columbus Day, Veterans Day, Thanksgiving. The writing committee asked about considering the addition of National Heritage Months and also adding Indigenous Peoples Day.
Okay, have we got that on the screen so we can see?
So Joanna, as I'm looking at this, I have all of this that's in purple. So am I pulling over everything that's in purple? And then, no, okay.
So it's 2.3.6. So scroll up
Just this one.
there. Yes.
Okay.
All right, so we've got it there. So we're talking about celebrations and state and national holidays. And then, so Indigenous Peoples Day, I mean, this is just me talking right now. I would see that that would fit in as a holiday that shows up on our calendars. It's recognized. Heritage months, I don't know that those are they on formal, calendars and recognized? We have lots of different months, and I'm not sure about that one personally. Maybe somebody can tell me how the calendar works, but I mean, you can search for holidays on this day and find all kinds of them, and I'm not sure when we get official status for those.
So we pulled right from Utah's code, and and then we should do that in the our federal holidays, recognized federal holidays. I guess that's if anything that doesn't correspond. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Those probably ought to be the ones that have been already put into law are the ones we go to. So I think that's what we reference for Utah. The only ones that are different, I think federal holidays would be New Year's Day, but we didn't choose to put that in. That's a state as well. We have George Washington's birthday, but we kind of considered that, yeah, that's Washington Lincoln's Day. So, I think we ought to stick with just what we've got listed in our state and federal laws.
Okay, I'm just pulling really quickly.
Yep. But I don't think we would add in there Christmas Day either, but certainly we could add those other New Year's and Christmas if that was something the board wanted to do.
Okay. Thanks for getting the code up on the screen. So, yeah, we just added Juneteenth. They haven't put Indigenous Peoples Day on Thanksgiving Day at this point.
I just looked up Indigenous Peoples Day and it said it's celebrated the second Monday of October, which is also Columbus Day.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was looking at Thanksgiving.
And so some people celebrate Columbus Day, some people celebrate it as Indigenous Peoples Day.
Or we celebrate it as both.
Yeah.
But it hasn't showed up on our legal holidays list right now.
Okay.
So I guess that would be the argument against adding those on. My only, where do we stop if we start adding things that aren't recognized would be the question. Haven't been officially recognized. Juneteenth was added this last time, so that's a new one.
And of course we can cite state and federal holidays, right? If we're worried about, but we're taking it right from the law itself, what we've already created in law, both federally and with the state. Ellie, are you okay?
Let's go back to that motion then, if we can. Identify celebrations in state and national holidays that remember and honor people in events in the history of Utah and the United States. And those are given as examples. Okay, we have a motion on this one.
So when we say National Heritage Month, that would be like Black History Month. Is that what it's referring to?
I guess it says months, and that's, what, I don't know if there are other ones. I was looking for a definition just of National Heritage Months, and I'm not sure that there's a good one because they're not, in Utah at least, they're not recognized as state holidays.
And once again, I think we're talking second grade, right? And time. And I think those, if I'm accurate in saying this, many schools this is already incorporated into what they are doing. I think it's just a natural extension from the different holidays that are already celebrated, becomes an extension of that, those heritage months, if I'm correct. That's what I've seen anyways. Maybe others have seen that applied differently.
Okay. Well, let's get a motion out on the table. We can have any further discussion. Oh, it looks like John, please go ahead and help us get some perspective from the writing committee.
Absolutely, Chair. We were just, as we looked at the list that was developed here, recognizing that all those in the list were speaking to the national holidays part, but not necessarily to the celebrations, and teaching second graders that there's a difference, that as we celebrate the accomplishments and contributions of individuals and communities to our country's history and our heritage, there are the state national holidays, but then there are these other celebrations, for example, Asian History Month in May, that are also significant, and that children should be able to recognize and say, hey, I know that February is coming up, we're going to celebrate this community. May is coming up, we're going to celebrate this community. Even at the early age of second grade, they should recognize that just because we don't have the day off from school doesn't mean that something significant didn't happen here, like Veterans Day, for example.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the perspective. So speaking more, so this National Heritage Month and Indigenous Peoples Day, talking about celebrations, because that is included in our list of 3 up there. Okay. Ready for a motion from one of our committee members if we'd like to start on this one. Okay, Brent, you gonna take a stab at it?
Yes, I appreciate all the input. I'm going to go the same way I did earlier. And I'm going to leave this more open-ended than trying to list everything. And let the LEAs and schools determine it. So 2.3.6 identifies celebrations and state and national holidays that remember and honor people and events in the history of Utah and the United States. And
Okay. So we have a motion for the committee to revise 2.3.6 to read, identify celebrations and state and national holidays that remember and honor people and events in the history of Utah and the United States. Any discussion to that motion? Okay, not seeing any discussion there. Let's go ahead and vote.
That motion passed unanimously.
Okay. Thanks.
Member Belknap not present, but she is in now. Excuse me.
We're going to try again.
You're back. Thanks for giving another shot, Laura. Welcome back. And that last one, I think, does give teachers a lot of latitude to look at their classes and decide which discussions are most appropriate for them. Member Straight, you still got your hand up. Is that from the last one?
no,
Okay.
I'm ready for the next one. So
Right.
looking at 3.1.1 through 3.1.5.
Okay, just one second. Let me make sure. So, Joanna, that's where we are. We haven't missed anything skipping over. Okay, thanks, Brent. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Oh,
as you
Member
can see, 2, 3, and 4, there's complete agreement on the writing committees use the word discuss instead of compare. I think that's a good change. And on 5, I think that's a very good writing committee. So I move that we adopt as proposed with the implementation of the suggestions by the writing committee.
Okay, so the motion before the committee is that we adopt the revisions, adopt as amended, the suggestions made from the writing committee as shown below. And that would include everything from 3.1.1, 3.1.2, 3.1.3, 3.1.4, and 3.1.5. Okay, discussion to that. Jenny, please.
I just wondered, would that include the compelling questions as well that go along with that?
I think right now we've just got what's on the board.
Okay.
If there's more, we'll have to get that up in front of us to look at.
Okay, that was my only, I guess we can do that after, so.
I think the answer is no right now. Okay, other questions about this one? Brent, you've still got your hand up. Do you want to discuss this? I have a question on 3.1.1. So the basic differences between different forms of government. So we're going to have the kids talking about these 4 forms of government and have like a table that shows the difference between all of those in 3rd grade. Yeah, go ahead, Joanna.
One of the comments from the writing committee was that having 4 types of government to discuss here may be a bit much for 3rd grade. So possibly narrow it down to 2 or 3 here, and then the others come in later. There would be, these are found in later grade levels as well. So the ones that are covered in 3rd could be reviewed and then added onto later on. Just if the motion is to adopt the suggestions from the writing committee, then we would have to remove 1 or 2 of those types of government.
So these are all, these are all additions, or are these changes to what was already adopted?
This is a brand new strand for
They're all
3rd grade.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay. So the first one is the difference between forms of government. We have those 4 to discuss. The second one is talking about we the people. Is that okay? The third one, talk about hierarchy of laws. The 4th one is the First Amendment. And the 5th one, the branches of government then. And then, yeah, too young to understand federalism and compare state versus federal power. State government's not taught till 4th grade. Okay, so when Brent makes that motion to bring this in, I mean, that's not part of the standard. Let's look at what we've got again. I'm trying to understand that. So that Brent, when you said adopt that with suggestions made from the writing committee, that's not what's on the board right now. The writing committee suggested that that be changed significantly, and some of these maybe not included.
The only one that changed would be maybe reducing the governments. And if Brent has a recommendation on the 3.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's right. No, Jenny, the 3.1.5, I read the writing committee's comment, if we can go back to that, to say that they think that's too complex.
No, the federalism component, and they struck that. So they struck that part, and that's what they were addressing. The other part was in yellow.
Okay, too young to understand.
And I would say that from my perspective,
Brent, this is really frustrating. Tough day for the committee.
I believe it does hit.
Brent, we couldn't hear anything you just said.
Okay.
I don't know if you can start again or.
Chair Hansen, while we're waiting for him to come on, I made this change and I just wanted to not be like wordsmithing in the background and having it come to question. So instead it says to adopt the following standards, because we're not amending, we're not taking as a whole. So it's really saying to adopt, and then this is what would be written. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's what we're trying to do here. So go ahead, Brent, on 3.1.1.
So the most important principle on 3.1.1 is that students understand what a compound constitutional republic is. And you don't have to use compound, just constitutional republic. If I had to choose 3, I think I would, at this grade level, look at it a little bit differently. You have the rule of 1, which would be like a monarchy. You'd have the rule of a few, that would be an oligarchy. And then you'd have the rule of law by all, which would be a constitutional republic. a little bit different.
Yeah. Where do we teach constitutional republic if it's not done here? Because that's pretty complicated compared to just teaching the basic principles of democracy.
Okay, so a constitutional republic, this could be taught very simply. And I actually asked a teacher about one that taught fifth grade. There was third grade. No, but who I talked to was a fifth grade. I said, how would you teach a constitutional republic? How would you teach that concept to a student in your grade level? And they simply said, well, we just talk about, we elect people, and in a constitutional republic, they then represent us, and we vote them in or out, and that's a constitutional republic. In other words, we elect people to represent us. We don't have one person rules it. You know what? I'm doing a horrible job. I'm not very good at teaching elementary, but anyway, I think it could be done.
Chair Hansen,
Arthur,
Chair Hansen, it does look like it is taught starting in fifth grade. It's referenced 5 different times.
Yeah, it looks like the details of all of it are in fifth grade right now. So third grade would just be to introduce it. What are we asking them to do? We're asking them to discuss the basic differences. Okay.
So just, Chair Hansen, keep in mind later, we ask them in third grade to, when they're looking at their country or community reports or whatever, to discuss the government system. So just a basic understanding of differences would be completely appropriate here. Just, you know, just an FYI, it does correlate to that particular grade level.
Okay. Okay, and I'm just more questions, I guess, looking at it. 3.1.2. So is it up to the teacher what the answer to that is, why that's vital? Or do we think that's commonly understood too?
that's simple.
Okay, we're okay.
Yeah, we're the people.
Okay. I just wonder where some things have taken on some political significance, maybe outside of common meanings, but if we're okay with that, okay. All right, any other questions or discussion to this motion? So the motion before the committee is that we adopt the following standards. 3.1.1, discuss the basic differences between different forms of government, including constitutional republic, pure democracy, and oligarchy, and a monarchy. 3.1.2, explain why the first 3 words of the U.S. Constitution are vital to the workings of representative government. 3.1.3, summarize how the Constitution of the United States is the supreme law of the land. Explain how laws provide order and stability. 3.1.4, identify the rights protected by the First Amendment in the Bill of Rights and analyze how those rights affect them. 3.1.5, explain how the Constitution balances power between the 3 branches of government at both the state and federal level, checks and balances. Okay. Don't see any other hands up for comment or discussion, so let's go ahead and vote.
And that motion passed unanimously, Chair Hansen.
Thank you, Norley. Okay, let's move to the next one. Please help us, Joanna.
So I think we would need to discuss the Strand introduction and the compelling questions, or at least the compelling questions.
Okay. So that takes us to, and this isn't reflected in our previous document, or is it? Were these part of the questions that were suggested as a new strand? No?
Yes, they are brand new.
Okay, let's get those then. Okay, Jenny, please.
Sure, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we add the following Strand and compelling questions. Third grade, Strand 1, types of government and the Utah and United States constitutions. Students will learn about and compare different types of government. They will identify significant ideas in the United States and Utah constitutions. Sorry, it's moving on me. As well as comparing similarities and differences between the documents. And then compelling questions are: how are the founding documents of the United States unique? What restraints are placed on the government that help protect constitutional rights? Or how does the government,
I think we missed that during our meeting.
okay. So we may need, I'm sorry.
Which one do you want to propose?
Yeah, let me look.
Mhm.
I think how does the government protect individual rights? But that's the one I would go with. And how does the preamble reflect the founding fathers' expectations for the role of government they were establishing? I think it just needs to be for the role of government. And then how does the federal government differ from our state government?
Okay.
I would
So-
eliminate establishing, yeah.
You got to revise that one.
So remove they were establishing. So
Okay.
that would be the motion.
All right. We have a motion before the
Can
committee.
I say something very quickly? I'm so sorry. The last question
Mhm.
that pertained to part of a standard that was removed.
Okay. So Jenny, do you want to pull that?
Yeah, is there something that would correlate with that, a question that would correlate with that one then, Joanna?
Yeah, so the writing committee said that the federal and state balance of powers that was too much, and we decided to take that out.
I understand that. I was just wondering if there was a question we could replace with it.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I think we would come back to that particular question in fourth grade, but I don't know about replacing it.
I was just looking for one that correlated. Something
So we
like,
did talk about checks and balances. That part was not removed. Checks and balances are the same, whether both at the state and the federal law. In fact, one of the requirements of both state constitutions is that they have a Republican form of government, and that there are checks and balances that are implied from that.
Okay, so
so it could be how are checks and balances applied in government.
Okay.
So let's do that. How are checks and balances applied in government? Does that, Joanna, does that fit okay. Thanks, Brent, for that help there.
Okay, does that look like your motion then, Member Earl?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion. I'll ask for any further discussion, so I only have to read this once. Any further discussion, questions about this one? Don't see any hands. Then the motion before the committee is that we add the following Strand and compelling questions. Third grade, Strand 1, types of government in the Utah and United States constitutions. Students will learn about and compare different types of government. They will identify significant ideas in the United States and Utah constitutions, as well as compare similarities and differences between the documents. Compelling questions: how are the founding documents of the United States unique? How does the government protect individual rights? How does the preamble reflect the founding fathers' expectations for the role of government? And how are checks and balances applied in government? I'm just looking at that and trying to make sure we've covered all the. Let me ask a question before we vote. Does that explanation of third grade Strand 1 Have we touched on all of those things? If we look at the different substrands and the questions. Yes, we're talking about the US Constitution. Oh, so Constitution would be both the state and federal constitutions in 3.1.5. Is that right? Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
And that motion passes unanimously. Chair Hansen.
Thank you, Norley. Okay, next.
Last one, I think, third grade, Strand 3, adding a compelling question. How does public virtue relate to citizens and elected officials? Third grade, Strand 3.
Okay. And I guess if I can ask the committee, maybe Brent, you've got your hand up for that. I guess the people who met to discuss that. What's the answer to that? Brent, go ahead. Oh, Brent?
Okay, I froze for a second again. I guess the only question, we talked about this, but public virtue, does civic virtue sound better instead of public virtue? Like, I understand what it means, either one. I don't know.
So tell me what the answer is that we're looking for, and then I can comment back on the words maybe.
Sorry, it froze up again. So how does public virtue, would civic virtue sound better? I think they both mean the same thing.
What's the answer to the question?
Well, I think civic virtue sounds better.
No, the answer to the big question, how does public virtue relate to citizens and elected officials?
Oh,
What's the
I
answer
missed
to
that.
that question?
Well, the answer to if you're asking, the answer to the question is if you have a public citizenry that is just that they're obedient to laws, they're, you know what I mean, they're engaged in their processes, the more likely are they're going to be directly affecting who's elected to office. So it's a direct representation, especially when you talk about elected officials, they also hold those officials accountable either through elections or for other reasons. So it's a direct correlate.
Okay, is that well understood by everyone? If I'm a teacher, am I going to get that from that compelling question? I mean, if I look at the other questions, how are checks and balances applied in government? I mean, boom, that one pretty well understood and need that. I just don't know that this one is. It's not for me. Is it for everyone else?
So remember, this is under another section. I'm just going to read some of the standards because it's not the same section we're looking at, right? This is a different. So you've got discussed how the choices of individuals and leaders affect their community and its future. Describe why governments, anyways, so it would be that one, and then also address the needs in their community through service. So there is an element of public virtue that plays out in the citizens that would be reflective. So is there a way you would like to reword that?
No, I'm just wondering if we need it, because I see above, how has your community improved? What can you do to help your community improve? How are your local leaders chosen? How does your community assure that its leaders do what your community wants and needs? That all seems to go to this. I I don't know what the answer, if I was a teacher and trying to ask that question and have it explained in my classroom, I'm not sure that, I think 10 teachers, we might get 10 different things from them. I'm not sure it's well understood. Anyway, that's my piece for it. Go ahead, Janet. We haven't heard from you.
Yeah. Oh, I'm thinking along the same lines you are. The other question seems straightforward and answerable, and I believe this one is more of a value judgment or calls for a value judgment, which I'm a little bit uncomfortable with that. I think the others do a better job of where you're trying to get with this.
Okay. Well, we have a motion now before us. Brent, are you speaking to the motion? No. Jenny?
I've already spoke, but I do feel like this is an important element, that public virtue, and when there is a value judgment to it. There absolutely is, right? That we're saying that as you are reflective of, your what you're doing within your community, it reflects on all other components. So I don't know. I think it's clear to me, but so
Yeah, I'm just, and I mean, we can always, differ, I guess, on these things, and that's why we vote and move things forward that way. I just think, for third grade, the other questions do a much better job of expressing the idea of what I think public virtue is, basically sacrificing your own will for the good of the people. But I'm not sure. That looks like it could be a really complicated discussion if we're third graders with the way it's phrased for me. So, I'll be voting no, but we've had the discussion. We can do that. I think we're informed. Go ahead, Brent. You get the last word before we vote. Okay, looks like the last word is silence. Okay. Go ahead, committee members. The motion before the board is that we add another compelling question to Strand, third grade Strand 1. How does public virtue relate to citizens and affect elected officials?
Chair Hansen, that motion fails 1-4 with board member Earl in favor and all other board members opposed.
Okay, thank you, Norley. Let's move to the next one.
That was the last one as far as the expedited process goes.
All right, so we've reached a milestone. We're back to where we started. But we've added a lot of really good content and appreciate the work of those who, worked on this offline to get that. I think, integrating that was really an excellent thing in a lot of ways, where that could, push this forward quickly and get it out without having to deal with the logistics of, developing a brand new Strand. So thanks for that good work. That takes us then back, and I don't know if that lets you off the hook, Joanna, or are you going to put us on? Are we switching over to, or are you going to keep us going?
Joanna's never off the hook on this whole thing. I just want to say that I know Chair Hansen, I'm not supposed to cut in like that, but no. So I just switched over to the other document that you had referenced earlier. This was the pass-fail table that we had. And so I'm going to go to fourth grade on this. And that's where we were at. So it said return. So we've done all those returns. And now we are on fourth grade, which is, oh, hold on.
We stopped at 4.2.5.
Okay, and this is our formerly 63-page document that now is probably
yes,
163.
Hey, I say we are doing a great job. I'm going to be the cheerleader for this committee. We are on fourth grade. Well done. Here we are. So let's go ahead to start here. And we had, and I'm going to toggle back and forth between this page and this page right here, just for reference.
Okay, so 4.2.5. And we've got an additional standard. Jenny, I think that was yours. Do you want to make that motion?
I think Joanna has possibly a substitute for that standard. We ended there with saying maybe there's a better way to word this or work this. If she's got that available, we can put that up and look at the possibilities with that wording.
You all assigned me homework at the end of the last meeting, so to wordsmith this. And I worked with Erin that's on this meeting. She's our resident 4th grade specialist. So I don't think Patty, I shared this with you. What we came up with was investigate the lasting contributions of Utah's early westward frontiersmen, and then in parentheses, for example, Dominguez Escalante expedition, and then colon, to give examples of that expedition, rendezvous and trading posts, government routes, Hastings cutoff. And then when board members Earl, Straight, and I met, we talked about adding another example. So a semicolon, and then John C. Fremont, colon, maps and reports about his exploration of the West, comma, discovery and naming of the Great Basin, comma, establishing correct elevation of the Great Salt Lake, end parentheses, and determine how the contributions are relevant to Utahns today. Patty, I'm going to share that with you right now.
You got
That was
that?
a mouthful.
Thank you. I didn't even try to type it, just so you
No,
know.
I'm so sorry. I should have shared it with you. So that should be coming. It's wordy because of the examples.
So have we not seen it yet?
Is it right here under more Earl's motions under the screen here? Sorry.
No, I'm still waiting for the invitation to come across my email to pull it over. I can stop screen sharing. Is that helpful? Or Joanna, if you
Oh
can.
yeah, I could share it. Yeah.
Joanna, can you actually just pull that language over into the motions table right here?
Can I, and this is for discussion purposes, what is the point of putting explorers and I'm just asking this, just trying to get this broad fill, because we've got to clear up our Strand 2 language. In my view, what is the point of putting explorers and mountain men in? Just to summarize, what do people think? Why are we putting those in there? I mean, I know why, but I'm just asking you, why are we doing this?
Big part of Utah history, I guess, but that was your proposal, right? To add this.
No, I'm not questioning that. I'm saying our language needs to be cleaned up in the front. So whatever the reason is we're adding this, we should make sure it's clear in our narrative. Because right now we have, we have students will understand that more adaptations occurred due to contact with trade while Utah was part of the Spanish Empire and later Mexico. That's really the only thing we have referencing explorers, mountain men, and it's in relation to adaptations for Native Americans. So I'm trying to say we don't have a good narrative there.
So you're going back to the 4th grade Strand 2.
Well, this fits under 4th grade Strand 2, and it would be the reason why we are including it, right? And I'll make that motion, but I'm saying we need to be considering what the language is up above, because it really does not, it's an important part of Utah history, but it doesn't sound like that in reading that to me. So I'll make this motion. Investigate the lasting contributions of Utah's early westward frontiersmen, for example, Dominguez Escalante expedition, rendezvous and trading post, government routes, Hastings cutoff, John C. Fremont maps and reports about his exploration of the West, discovery and the naming of the Great Basin, establishing correct elevation of the Great Salt Lake, and determine how the contributions are relevant to Utah today. That'd be my motion, and then I just think we need to think on the other item.
Okay, so we have a motion before the committee, and I'm not going to read it yet until we have some discussion. Looks like Brent has his hand up. And maybe as you're speaking to us, Brent, I'm interested in how we selected these particular people and events from the whole realm of things. Like, I'm up here in the Ogden area and I don't see Peter Skeen Ogden anywhere. You know, I think all of us probably have some that we would say, why not include them? But help me with that as well. But go ahead, Brent. Brent, member straight. Okay, maybe those who are involved with selecting these can help me with that question.
Well, once again, it wasn't meant to be all inclusive. It was meant to be, these are the highlights that they had. In other words, as you're looking at other explorers and mountain men or frontiersmen, however you want to term it, what were the, it just gives some ideas of what they did. It's not meant to be, all inclusive or to be exclusionary. If we need to spell that out a little clearer, that's why the 4 examples there, just to, if we want to add someone from the Ogden area, certainly.
Okay, well, no, everybody will want somebody from their area.
Yeah.
To be huge. Some of these seem a little, they seemed odd to me when I read, establishing the correct elevation of the Great Salt Lake. Cool thing, but why that one out of all the others? I read a great biography of John Wesley Powell, and coming through the Colorado and all that, and he's not on there. I just wondered what the process was.
I guess it was meant to be representative of a person and then many accomplishment, or right, and then the same thing here, a person and then many. So there was 2 examples given, but only as an illustration. But it certainly, Chair Hanson, however you would like to proceed with that, I think we could agree.
Yeah,
so.
Maybe clear. It just says, for example, so maybe they are just examples, and others could be on there. Anyway, Brent, is he back with us? He's still got his hand there, but
Yeah, I'm here.
all right. Did you have something to contribute on this one?
Well, so John C. Fremont, my idea there was, well, significant when it came to actually colonizing and the establishment of Utah, because when the Mormons were coming west, they actually predetermined based on Fremont's reports. The problem I have with what I just said is that it creates a very clunky addition here, for example. So I guess I'm kind of the opinion on this is that we just do that first line to frontiersmen, the end of that. And then when this goes out for development of curriculum, that we include some of these examples and maybe even make it more prescriptive of some examples. Peter Skeen Ogden should be on this list if we're making a list. And I hate to get into
Man, this is rough. Brent, we've lost you again, if you can
So
hear
is
us.
that an amendment, Chair?
Yeah, I think he's trying to make an amendment, and maybe I'll try to do that for him if I can follow along what I think he's saying. So the amendment is to revise the motion to state or to delete the examples. So delete everything in parentheses. Brent, is that what you're trying to do?
Chair, if he isn't, I will. How's
Okay,
that?
Laura, we'll take it from you because you're live
Okay.
and with us, at least for a minute.
At least for a minute. Yeah.
I just barely got back. I'm
All
good with that.
Are you okay if Laura goes ahead with that? Okay, that's what we're gonna do.
I would absolutely love that.
So
All
I'd like to amend the motion to state, investigate the lasting contributions of Utah's early westward frontiersmen and determine how the contributions are relevant to Utahns today.
Okay. That's the amended motion that we have before the committee. Jenny, you want to speak to that?
No, we can vote on that one. Then I do
Okay.
have an amendment.
So the amended motion is that we revise 4.2.5 to state, investigate the lasting contributions of Utah's early westward frontiersmen and determine how the contributions are relevant to Utahns today. This is just an amended motion. So I believe we still have to come back and vote whether we amend or don't amend this. But please go ahead and vote on that amendment.
And that motion passes unanimously. Chair Hansen.
Thank you. And then help me with the parliamentary procedure. I believe that we still have to vote on this now that we've amended it. Have discussion to that. Is that correct? I think we just voted to revise the motion. I don't know that we've adopted yet. So I guess quickly, just to clean that up. Jenny, are you speaking to this?
Yeah, and this goes back to my original question. It's why are they important? And we're addressing contributions, but what was it why did they even come here? We don't even have that articulated here at all. And then this is another question, are explorers different than frontiersmen or mountain men? Are we combining explorers into that? So those early Spanish explorers, is that different than those that came to trap and explore the area in other ways? I'm just trying to understand that. If so, we're losing a little bit of history if we don't separate those out and actually talk about why they came in addition to the contributions. So I don't know if Joanne, I don't know if there's someone wants to maybe address that.
Okay, yeah, I'd be interested in hearing the answer to that, frontiersmen versus explorers, because I do think of different things. When I think of explorers versus, frontiersmen generally here for other reasons, maybe. I think of mountain men and trappers and that sort of thing, where explorers, maybe I think of Escalante and Dominguez. But go ahead, help us with that. If Joanna, are you the one to comment, or do
Well,
we
can I defer to Erin's expertise and experience in teaching fourth grade?
That would be great. We love to hear from our teachers.
Oh, absolutely. So they are relatively different. However, we do tend to talk about them when we refer to it within the curriculum at the same time, because they are equally providing just more knowledge of the land that became Utah.
So, Erin, while we have you, if we were to add frontiersmen and explorers, would that help us, I guess, at all as a teacher, a fourth grade teacher looking at the standard?
I do think that would help to clarify things. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'll make that motion. Yeah. But I would, it's equally important to know why they came, because they all came for different reasons as much as they contributed. So this is the wording I would add: investigate the reasons why. This is my amendment. Investigates the reasons why explorers and frontiersmen came to the Utah area. Utah area, is that the right term I want to use there? Okay, the West, okay. Utah area, I suppose, unless someone wants to argue something different. And the lasting contributions. Oh, I don't know how to finish that. Of these people? Is that? I guess it could be pioneers. I don't know if we usually refer to them as that.
You could do, and how their lasting contributions of these people are relevant today.
Okay, that would add on the end of that then.
Pull that from, we had
Yeah.
that sentence, I think, above, or that.
Yeah, that would work.
Okay. Okay, and early is understood. So this is
Well, and that goes to, so,
pre-Mormon pioneers coming into the area.
well, that's under our Strand, should spell that out, right? Pre-expansion before 1847 is what it says.
Mhm.
So, I think that would, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but that would seem that, so,
That puts it in context.
yep.
I snuck that in there, but I'm being honest. But so did you want before 1847 in there, or do you want it out?
You know what? It's already in the Strand.
Okay,
The reason
okay.
why yeah, I was just saying, I think it's
I'm
already.
trying to,
You're
I'm
good.
trying to
You're
catch
good.
everything.
No, you're good. I just wanted to say, I think we covered it in the Strand heading, so.
This is pre-statehood. Do we want to still say Utah area?
So that's what I was wondering. I'm not sure what that term should be there.
Well, above, we're talking about Utah's early westward frontiersmen. I don't know what the other questions are. I mean, yeah, we kind of drew the map on top of this area after they came through. But
Territory?
Utah Territory, the West.
Or westward, yeah, land. I don't.
Oh, I mean, are we going to go clear down to Texas, Arizona?
Okay, now called Utah. That works.
Here we go.
I just was not sure what the right term was there.
I
Yeah.
just got clarification from Robert Austin that that's what they use in secondary. So
Okay, well,
Okay.
we'll give that to our fourth graders then. Let them get a preview of what that is. Okay. Okay, is that our motion then? Is that our amendment to the amended motion? Well, it's our amendment to the current motion, I guess.
And the lasting contributions of these people are relevant today.
How?
it's not grammatically correct.
Yeah, something's
Yeah.
rough off there.
So take it from the one above. It says determine how the contributions are relevant to Utahns today. So we just land now Utah and determine how the contributions are relevant.
Okay, do we need to investigate investigate contributions or just stating it that way? Oh, no, I guess we have to investigate the reasons. Wait, no, okay.
Of their contributions. Is it their contributions? Or is that back to the student issue where they're refused to the students? Of the contributions. No, we don't have the contributions to refer to. We've just got reasons
I
now.
think you need there.
It's got to be there and we'll just understand that's not the student's contribution. All right, Janet, you started us down that path on the there thing.
I was just thinking, I don't know what to put there. Their, excuse me, their contribution sounds good to me.
All right, we're good. Jenny, you good with that? All right, we're ready to vote. So the amendment to the motion that's before the committee is to change 4.2.5 to read, investigate the reasons why the early explorers and frontiersmen came to the land now called Utah and determine how their contributions are relevant to Utahns today. Please go ahead and vote.
And that motion passes unanimously. Chair Hansen?
Right. Thank you, Nora Lee. We're ready to move to the next one.
Chair Hansen, now the Strand needs to be reflective of this.
So we need to go back to the original, add a new right here.
And
Okay, well,
no,
wait just a second. Do we need to vote again on this one? Now
we
we've
do.
amended. We need to vote to adopt this as amended, right? That last motion was just to amend it.
Correct.
All right, so here we are. So the motion now before the committee is to adopt, or are we revising? Yeah. So to adopt Strand 4.2.5 to read, investigate the reasons why the early explorers and frontiersmen came to the land now called Utah and determine how their contributions are relevant to Utahns today. I think that's a good motion. These amendments on top of amendments start to confuse me, but I think that we're there. So please go ahead and vote on that motion. So this is the final motion on this 4.2.5.
That motion passed unanimously, Chair Hansen.
Okay, thank you, Norley. All right, Jenny, now back to the top of that strand.
Yes, this is just, yeah, and it's the question around we've got the Native Americans weaved through there, but we really don't acknowledge that there's the explorers and the frontiersmen, what they're
Can you get
what they
us
were
to
there for, that kind of thing. Yes, this is it. So
Okay.
the only sentence that would articulate that still is relevant to the Native Americans, which if you want to leave that in, that's fine. But the point is we don't say explorers came for various reasons, you know what I'm saying? Or, you know, whether it was religious, which some came for that, or it was economic, you know, or just out of curiosity. So I'm not sure how we want to do that, but that's where that would articulate.
We
So
talk about the Indigenous Native Americans. I mean, that's laid out in some detail. Do we just need to add a sentence that
yeah,
says
I think so.
something about the explorers and what did we call them? The
So I just,
frontiersmen and explorers.
so it might be, instead of the line that says students will understand that more adaptations occurred due to contact with trade while Utah was part of the Spanish Empire and later Mexico, it might say students will understand that many explorers and frontiersmen, whatever we want them to understand, right? What is it that's why I asked that question earlier. What is the meat of why we want to study them? They had direct, right, whatever. So
Instead of cutting something out, do we just want to add a sentence on?
we can do that. It just isn't in there anywhere.
Okay. So Native Americans still strive, and then students will also understand the contributions of early explorers and frontiersmen. Something like that.
Yeah, something like that. And the last sentence there actually probably needs to be moved to the end of our whole thing, but we can.
So
anyways,
go ahead and make the motion. I would add something like students will also understand the contributions of early explorers and frontiersmen.
but yeah, we still have to put why they came. There's just an element of history you lose in not knowing why they were here in the first place. So.
Or the effects, contributions, I don't. So you want to say also the motive?
I would, I'm just wondering, I'm wondering if we can ask the writing committee. As I read that, I would think that in order to understand the contributions that, and maybe not, nope. As I said it, As I said it, I thought we would naturally get to the other place, but it isn't a natural connection. Yeah.
So do we want the motives and contributions of early explorers?
Well, or you could even put travels and, you know, I mean, there's motives to it too, but the travels and I don't know, I'm not good on the spot. Explorations as well as contributions of early.
The explorations and contributions. I mean,
yeah, I don't know. This is on the fly.
Now, I mean, what did they do? They, in many ways, mapped this whole area and found routes, you know, that led through Utah or to Utah.
Well, there was conversions. There was a lot of things that took place, as well as looking for, you know,
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
there's,
Get this the way you want it, Jenny, and we'll.
I know,
What
sorry.
about recognize the contributions?
Understand the reasons and recognize the contributions. Oh, I like recognize.
I like that better. Students will all also understand the reasons for the early travel.
You said exploration, but then
I
there's
did.
explorers in there as well.
I know.
Yeah, so I was like trying to find a different word. Yeah.
I think you could repeat it though. Students will also understand the reasons for the exploration of, because you have early later on too.
And it wasn't always exploration. And
No, it
one
wasn't.
of the things. So that's why I put the early. Yeah, that's why I used the other word, travel, because some are trapping or whatnot. It was business. Yeah.
Could it just say for the travel, understand the reasons for the travel of and recognize the contributions of early explorers and frontiersmen. Having early in there twice is throwing me off.
I'll go back to motivation. Motivation, not the reasons for, just the motivations and contributions of early explorers and frontiersmen. That doesn't sound like it's getting any rounds of applause, though. So.
I know, you're good. I'm just trying to see if I can find something maybe off of a US history site that's.
Chair, may I propose an idea?
Yeah, Robert, please.
Push-pull factors are a significant geographic concept. So even something, students will identify the push-pull factors that encouraged early trade and exploration, or that encouraged early exploration and trade. Then you don't have to worry about naming, is it going to be frontiersmen, or is it going to be, it would just be that concept. And then in the standard below, you'll see that.
Mm-hmm. So I like that approach. Do we need to even put push-pull in there? Can we just say students will identify the factors that encourage?
I like, yeah, without push and pull, I like that better. It just leaves that open to
encourage early
broad
trade,
range.
So early trade and exploration.
I still think we need something about explorers and among, so it'd be maybe exploration among frontiersmen
So do we need the word early in there? Encouraged early trade and exploration? I'm okay with a period right after exploration, but it sounds like you want to add to that, Jenny.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you want to add?
I could even be varied groups of frontiersmen explorers that came to the Utah area, or various, or something like varied explorers and frontiersmen.
Okay.
Yep. I thank you, everyone. Sorry, humor me, but we just didn't have anything in there that worked. It wasn't.
I want to go back just quickly to Robert. He started us down this path. Have we diverged too far from what you were proposing, Robert?
No, that looks great. I think it gets at the concept. Thanks.
Is it various explorers or varied? Maybe it's varied. Varied. Maybe it is varied. I'm trying to, sorry. Okay, I'm good.
Brent's got his hand up on that. Brent, any more editorializing on this? Brent, member straight. No. Okay. Any of our grammarians on varied versus various?
But I don't know if we have time to, maybe it's fine how it is, but it still seems, I don't know. In some ways, I think what we had in our old standard
Okay,
is actually a little bit better in the current one. It starts, the history of Utah has been shaped by many diverse people, events, challenges, and ideas. And then it goes through those groups, and for the most part, it lists them generically, but in some areas it lists them specifically. For example, the Native Americans, Dominguez Escalante exploration, but then it goes explorers, trappers, Latinos, Mormon pioneers, Polynesians, and it keeps going. And it's actually larger and a little bit more diverse in its presentation, but I don't know if we want to take the time to do that. So here's my suggestion. My suggestion is let's vote on this, and then it will give us an opportunity to look at this further over the next couple of weeks.
okay. So you're wanting to get on with the vote then here. I think one thing, Brent, just as you read that, it sounds like we've separated maybe the history into different periods as we're doing this, because you had Mormon pioneers and others, which would be after 1847, which we probably shouldn't include here because we've drawn a different line maybe.
Yeah, that's correct. That is correct.
Okay, Janet, please.
Just a quick question. You list all these Indian tribes. Anywhere do you cover the Anasazi, who were the precursors to everybody? When you talked about Utah's been inhabited for thousands of years.
Mm-hmm.
Before these, I thought, well, those were the Anasazi.
We back to Robert for that one. Joanna, Robert?
Well, they are now known as the ancestral Puebloans. And Aaron, do we have that?
We should. It should be. I think it was originally in Strand 1, but I'm kind of just following along on the screen. So
No, I remember it being somewhere, but everything is such a blur to me anymore.
Joanna, I'm doing a control F on the document. I'm not finding ancestral on there at all.
Okay.
Let me see if I can just find
Pueblo.
Pueblo.
What about Anasazi?
And Anasazi is not in there either. I checked that one as well.
Okay.
So the point being, Janet, the precursors or the original or previous inhabitants prior to many of these.
Well, I just thought that sentence, that humans have lived in the land now called Utah for thousands of years.
Mm-hmm.
We know who they were, they have a name.
Unless we do a date specific, like between something and 1847. Is that the purpose, or is it then to go back even further to board member Earl's or Cannon's point?
Well, we already say thousands of years, so we're taking it from thousands of years ago to 1847. So is that, we can't really just add it into here without having some mention of it in the Strand itself. Is that an oversight, or what do we need to do on this? Can maybe the writing committee or Joanna, can you help us understand that? Was there any discussion?
I'm looking back to see if I swear that it was in here originally. So I'm trying to look back at previous versions to see what may have happened.
And under 4.2.1, right, it's just at the end of that, it's in the culture of one or more prehistoric or historic Native American cultures, which leaves that somewhat open. If we needed to spell it out more, that's where you would want to just write it in there. But you'd want it done correctly, however that needs to be worded.
And the Strand descriptions are more like a general overview, a broad overview of what will be covered in the standards. So they don't have to list all of the details that will be in the standards in that strand.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. So I don't mean to foul everybody up. It was just that sentence got me thinking back years before. We could just say students will recognize that for centuries, the historic tribal groups of Utah adapted to their ever-changing environment or something like that without bringing in all of the early centuries.
I love that you brought it up, Board Member Cannon, because I was lucky enough this summer to visit the Ute Mountain Park, and Ernest House spoke to us about how there are dwellings there that were from the ancestral Puebloans he is not descended from. The Ute Mountain Ute are not descended, but they're stewards of those sites now because that's part of the reservation that they have. So I appreciate that you brought that up. It just reminded me of that. I think the way that the standard that Board Member Earl brought up does leave that open and give teachers the opportunity to bring that group in.
Well, I'm glad to know that they're now called ancestral Pueblos. Although in St. George, I've been to the Anasazi Steakhouse, which sounds better to me than the Ancestral Pueblo Steakhouse.
It's a mouthful.
Okay, so do we have a consensus, I guess, from the committee? Are we going to leave this as is with the understanding that we referenced those previous or prior occupants of the land here in Utah generically, but we don't mention ancestral Pueblos or Puebloans or Anasazi anywhere? We're gonna let it stand. In the previous standards, did we have any reference to that? Is something that's been deleted out during this one, or just hasn't been there? Do we know? Is that a quick
I can look real quick.
word find that? Because I think maybe that might be a bigger deal if we're taking it out.
Doing a search. I'm not finding either of those terms specifically in third, fourth, or fifth.
Utah studies that it's a much more in-depth look at Utah history than we're trying to accomplish here. I'll mention.
I wonder if Joanna can just maybe touch base with writing committee or something and to see if there's a need to articulate in that in 4.2.1. Is that right? Just see if there's a need to broaden that language, or maybe not. Maybe leaving it open to prehistoric or historic Native American cultures is enough. And then we don't have to debate it and not be sure.
I am happy to do that.
Okay. And then if we are going to do anything, we'll either, depending on how long this stays in committee, either address it back here, or we could just address it when it's ready for the final review with the board.
And Joanna, how do you spell Puebloans? I apologize. I'm not meaning any offense. I'm just trying to figure it out, and it's ancestral.
Yep. And then I believe OANS.
Puebloans. Okay, thank you.
We're all learning.
Yes. Okay. good things to consider. So we're just directing staff then to look at that. We'll ask staff to take note, and then we can move on to where we are now, I guess, is trying to adjust this one. And right now, I think what we have is that additional sentence on the end. Is that right, Jenny?
Yeah, that's correct.
It's actually the whole strand, right? The whole thing wasn't there.
Yeah, it would have to,
So it is the whole thing that was there because we pulled it over and then added a sentence to it.
yes.
Yeah. So the motion would be to add that final sentence. Students will identify the factors that encourage early trade and exploration among varied explorers and frontiersmen to the introduction paragraph for 4th grade Strand 2. That sound right? Okay, let's go ahead and vote on that if there's no further discussion. Don't see hands, so we'll vote on that motion.
And that motion passes unanimously, Chair Hansen.
Right, thank you. Okay, Jenny.
Yes, I would like to make a motion that 4.2.4 actually be moved to the end of the document. Put somewhere, and the correct order could be decided, but in 4.5, in the Strand 4.5, and I can speak to that.
Okay, so we have a motion to move 4.2.5 to another place near the.
Just at the end, the conclusion of 4th grade, when we're talking about, because this
Okay.
just talks about describing the sovereignty as it relates to the current different Native American tribes that reside partially in Utah, partially in other states, right, to their lands, and knowing that they are a sovereign nation. So it's kind of, to me, it speaks forward, not historical. And so I think it's better situated in the future Strand number 5, which would be what is the name of it? It's a new millennia, 2000 to present. So it talks about their sovereignty today, and then it articulates each of those sovereign nations.
All right.
And then efforts to preserve and maintain their culture.
Okay, so help us on the screen. So your proposal or your motion is that we pull
4.2.4. And this is just a movement.
Yeah. So we pull 4.2.4 and move to
Strand 5.
Okay. Let's see if we can.
4.5.45. Sorry. I probably said that incorrectly.
4 point.
Somewhere there. I don't know wherever that, once again, we can let staff decide where order that, but if it were the last one, it would be 5 or 6 or something. So.
And your point is that this is talking about current conditions, and so it should be the new millennium versus back in the 1847 section.
Yes, that especially so students understand that these are the current sovereign nations, and not have it be in a historical context, as in, you know what I mean? As anyways, I just think it's in my mind, it situates better here. And also it drives the point home that there's sovereign nations that reside within the state of Utah.
Okay. I would like to hear comments from either our content specialists or from the writing committee on that one, just to make sure that's, I certainly see the rationale, but let's just see why it got placed here in the beginning. Joanna?
Yeah, I can't speak for the writing committee members. Aaron and John, feel free to speak up. I actually appreciate this. I have been to a lot of meetings and in-services and things in this past year, learning about the tribal groups and nations of Utah. And anytime a teacher asks representatives of the tribes, what would you want me to take back to my students? What do you want them to know about you or your people? They say that we're still here. We're not just a part of history. We are still here. So I appreciate board member Earl's rationale for this. It does make sense to me.
Okay. And do we have a specific spot to park this, or would you prefer, I guess, that we just say, put it in the appropriate place?
Strand 5 somewhere.
Yeah, Patty, why don't you just put Strand 5? I think you had 4.4.5, and I think it's actually Strand 5, 4.5.
As appropriate or something like that.
Yeah.
All right. So we've got a motion for the committee that we would pull 4.2.4, that entire strand, and move it to, what do we call those, substrand? And move it to Strand 5 as appropriate. Okay, questions, comment to that? Seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. Okay. Looks to me like
We had 4, Chair Hansen.
Board member Street is reconnecting.
Reconnecting, yes.
all right. We'll go ahead with 4 votes in favor then, and member Straight absent for that vote.
I will be, is this regarding 4.2.4?
Yes, relocating it.
I wanted to comment on that, but obviously I missed the vote. So put me down as a no.
Okay.
I know with the US history standards, and I know this is passed, that you have sometimes within the strands, you have overlapping strands, but they stay true to the content of the current strand, even if it does go further in the future. So anyway, I think it would make it more consistent with how we develop our other standards, but let's move on.
Okay. Thanks, Brent. Hopefully you sound a lot better now. Hopefully we got a good connection.
Yeah, it's better. I completely crashed.
Okay. Let's move to the next one then. So this is Joanna, are you going to orient us, or?
I just was going to say, with moving that standard, then the sentence about that in the 4.2 strand description that you just changed would need to be removed.
So we just need to move it forward, right?
The one that says they will also understand.
Yeah, so I can make a motion that we move the second to last sentence forward to the last strand so that it works, right? Okay. To the 5th strand.
Yeah, thank you, Joanna. This is the fun of doing this on the fly. Hopefully we catch everything that we've done. Okay, motion for the committee is that we move the sentence from the Strand 4 introduction to the Strand 5 introduction to add, which reads, they will also understand that while forced to make even further adaptations as they came into contact with European explorers, Native Americans still thrive as 8 sovereign tribal nations in Utah.
I think it was the Strand 2 introduction.
Oh,
that it's coming from.
Okay. And, okay. All right, any comment to that? Jenny, is your hand for this one? All right, members of the committee, please vote.
Chair Hansen, that motion passes 4-1 with Vice Chair Straight opposed. All other board members in favor.
Thank you, Norley. Okay, next one.
I'd like to make a motion on 4.2.3, a wording change that says life of at least 2 strike Utahs and 2 of Utahs, sorry. So it's say at least 2 Native American tribal groups within Utah. So one
Okay,
more.
what to speak to that, Jenny? Well,
Yeah, I'll speak to that. These are not Utah's Native American tribal groups. These are tribal groups. Once again, we're talking the sovereignty nations. These are tribal groups within the state of Utah. So we aren't possessive of these particular groups. They're independent. So it would strike of Utah's and 2 Native American groups within, I don't know if I get the wording right, groups within the state of Utah or within Utah boundaries, Utah's boundaries, something like that.
okay. And then are you going to continue, Jenny, with 4.2.4 and other, I mean, we reference Utah's Native American sovereign nations.
Oh, yes. Yep. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I didn't even notice that one too. Yep. If we,
Is
maybe
that-
wherever.
Is that one, did we have some indication that that's offensive or not proper, or is that?
I think we just discussed a couple meetings ago that it, as board member Earl said, they're separate. They do not be, it isn't possessive. They don't belong to Utah.
Well, let's do the change in both of those at once then. Same change, right?
Yeah,
So
and
4.2.2.
can be read, you know, as Utah, the state is possessive of those, but
Yeah.
I can also read it a little bit more loosely where it's, you know, within the state of Utah, existing within the state of Utah. So I guess cleaner if we make the change. So the proposal is then to change the phrase Utah's Native American Indian or Native American tribal groups. Oh no, it's different on both of these. So I guess.
So it would, so 4.2.2 would probably read the, analyze the economic activity of Native American tribal groups within Utah.
And then I guess we can get them all up at once. We're making the same change.
Yep.
It's just phrased differently in each of them because we've got the tribal groups in
4.2.4 too also, right?
2 and 2.3, and then 2.4 says the Native American sovereign nations.
Within Utah. Yep, it needs, so those 3 changes there.
Okay, we'll let staff catch up with the change on the board for us. Okay.
Is it just those 3 or did I miss one?
No, I think it's just those 3.
2. And I changed it to existing within Utah on all 3 so that they say the same thing.
Well, 4 doesn't say that though. 4 says Native American sovereign nations, Ute Mountain Ute tribe. Is that right? Ute Mountain Ute tribe? Okay, the Ute tribe existing at Ute Mountain, is that is? Okay. And then the Ute Indian tribe of the Uinta and Ure Reservation, the Paiute Indian tribe of Utah, the San Juan Southern Paiute tribe, the Navajo Nation, the Northwestern Baptist Nation. Okay, and then existing within Utah down there. Okay. Okay. So we have a motion before the committee to amend 4.2, 4.3, and 4.4. I'm just going to say as shown. to as shown. Okay, any further comment to this? Not seeing any, we'll go ahead and vote.
That motion passes unanimously, Chair Hansen.
Okay, thank you, Norley. We'll move on to the next one. We're going to graduate from 4th grade before we go to dinner. That sound okay? Okay, Jenny, you're up.
Yeah. Let me see where we're at here. My notes. Okay. This is what I would like to do. So 4.3.2 and let me look down here, 4.3.5 and 4.3.6. I'd like those to be combined together and simplified. So 4.3.2, these, and I'm just going to tell you what they deal with. They all deal with geography, human activities, agriculture, transportation, and how people change the physical environment. So this is what I'd like to do. So take 4.3.2 and add where it says transportation. Right there. So transcontinental railroad. So we're speaking about transportation. We have communication networks already. Sorry, I'm looking across the notes here. Sorry, I'm looking back and forth. But it's communication networks. I don't know if we need to spell those out, even though this was, once again, the crossroads for communication networks. I just think combining those into one is what I think would be good to do. Okay, hold on. I do want to add where's the networks? Yes.
Jenny, did you mention, did you say 4.3.2, 4.3.5 and 4.3.6?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And I'd like to add on that line in place of meet their needs, physical environment that led to greater economic growth and self-sufficiency. And this speaks to Board Member Norton's concern that as we break more and more of these out, is there a way to simplify these other two at the bottom, deal with irrigation reservoirs, which we could add that in if we needed to. Transcontinental Railroad again, then the bottom one, Transcontinental Railroad, communication networks, and how that changed the economy. And just this is an attempt to simplify those into one and hopefully not still lose any of the context. But as Board Member Norton had, one of her concerns was there's so much. So that would be my motion.
Thank you. We have a motion before the committee to combine, as is shown on your screen, 4.3.2, 4.3.5, and 4.3.6. I don't see any hands for discussion. I'm not going to read that until we're done with that, but I'd really like to hear from the committee or from Joanna representing what happened with the committee as to why these were separated out and whether that will be more of a challenge for teachers to try to cover all that in one strand, or whether it's better to keep it separate and have them be able to check off the boxes on 3 separate ones. Joanna, are you the right one to address that, or we got?
I can start and then we'll see if John and Aaron. The one thing that I can speak to is that in public comment, there was a concern about the Transcontinental Railroad having its own standard. It was important enough that people felt it should have its own focus. John and Aaron, do you have anything you want to add?
I believe that these standards came through at different times, which is why they were represented as separate standards. It is kind of a large chunk in fourth grade to teach when you're looking at, for example, just agricultural mining settlement versus changing things for bringing irrigation in and movement of people. So more of a consumer portion versus a transportation mode.
Okay, so Aaron, in saying that, speaking maybe in favor, I mean, I'm not sure that it's simpler for teachers to have it broken apart or better to have it combined. And
it is a lot of topics, and I think that the intent was just to kind of group them to make it feel less overwhelming, so that things weren't left out.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Brand, I think I saw your hand up. No?
If the writing committee wants to go first, I defer to them. Otherwise, I'll speak.
Okay, yeah, we just heard from Aaron. And
Oh,
I
okay.
see hands up, so go ahead.
Absolutely. So as I look at this, if I believe that it actually accomplished making this simpler for fourth grade teachers, then I would go along with it. As I read through this, I believe that's not the case. I also like the verbiage that has been created already, so I want to maintain what the writing committee has here, and I don't want to combine, so I'll be voting no.
Okay, thank you. Any other? So Jenny, one more?
Yeah, let me, clarification, Aaron. Do you feel like it's taking away to simplify that so that those key things can be covered? I just trying to understand what you said, or do you feel like it adequately will address those without, you know what I mean, putting extra work into it? Just if you don't mind clarifying.
Absolutely. I think that it is kind of an overwhelming list because we're looking at ways in which many different groups have changed the physical geography over time. And so our attempt was just to kind of group them for teachers, assuming that many of these teachers don't quite make it through sometimes all of the standards. And so by grouping them sort of by category, perhaps it will be less overwhelming and they will at least hit both categories.
So then may I ask another question?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of duplication in all three of those. So I'm trying to understand how that, do you understand what I'm saying? That was the intent. So I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me switch screens real fast so it's a little easier to look at. And we were doing 0.2,
Point 3.2, 4.2.3, 4.2.5, and 4.2 or 3.6. Sorry.
I have them on the board here. It's 4.2. Yeah, they're right here.
Sorry, the screen switching back and forth. I thought I'll just switch to my own copy so it's a little easier for me to see.
2, 5, and 6.
Because we have transportation networks, Transcontinental Railroad, communication networks, communication. Yeah.
You know, I can see where you would want to simplify things. I absolutely can. Condensing it makes sense. I think some of this may have come in over the course of just trying to make sure we had everything, and at the same time, make sure we were limiting our standards in ways that teachers would actually hit all of them. There are some overlaps, absolutely.
Okay. I think we've probably explored this to where we need to be, and unless there's further comment, anything from staff on this one? Okay. We will go ahead.
I want to divide the question.
Okay.
So
How do you want to divide it, Brent?
I would like to divide it by first deciding whether we want to combine, and then secondly, whether we want to change the verbiage from meet their needs to support families and communities. I think those are two separate issues.
Okay. So
But I worry about, anyway, go ahead. I'm
well,
good
just
with
help us decide how you're going to divide it so we can vote on that. Well,
that's how I said.
all right, let's get that on the board.
Just to be a little bit more accurate, the wording that I have there is that led to greater economic growth and self-sufficiency. So I think if you want to be accurate, it's proud of God.
Oh,
That way.
so you changed that. I was looking off the papers.
No, I just didn't add that wording in. I was trying to combine it once again, so it matched 4.3.6. So it was a correlate.
Oh, I just hate doing this on the run like this. Okay, I just have to be convinced that it's an improvement over what we have. Anyway.
Okay, so Brent, do you want to still divide it?
I don't know. See, how do I sit and evaluate this greater economic growth and self-sufficiency?
So
we are anyway. Let's go ahead and move on then.
okay, I just had a question, Jenny. I'm reading these and trying to compare, and again, trying to do it on the fly is difficult, but I see climate mentioned down in 4.3.5, and then I don't see that in the revised part. Is that an intentional removal, or is that one that?
Well, no, not necessarily. Would you mind going down to the, I don't have irrigation in there either, but we have agriculture. So I mean, if you want climate to be inclusive of that, we can certainly add that in. It wasn't intended to be, it was intended just to hit the key things once again, so we can simplify. So there's maybe some other standards that there's room for, other areas. So.
Okay. Anything further on this one? I mean, I'm just gonna, my opinion, I guess, I'm not comfortable making this particular change on the fly like this, and I'm just gonna go with what came to us from the writing committee on this one. So let's go ahead. If there's any other comments. Okay, the motion before the committee. So the divide the question is, Brent withdrew that. So the motion is to combine 4.3.2, 4.3.5, and 4.3.6 and revise them to read, explain how Utah's physical geography provided opportunities and imposed constraints for human activities between 1847 and 1896. For example, agriculture, mining, settlement, communication, transportation networks, transcontinental railroad, and how people changed the physical environment that led to greater economic growth and self-sufficiency. Well, committee members, please go ahead and vote.
Chair Hansen, that motion failed 1-4 with board member Earl in favor and all other board members opposed.
Thanks, Norley. That will move us to the next one, I guess. Where are we, Joanna? Or are you ready, Jenny? Do you have the next one queued up?
Yes, I have one from Board Member Moss. Describe the establishment, so this is 3.4.1, what he had anyways. Describe the establishment of communities and the economic development of the Great Basin area under the direction of Brigham Young as the first territorial governor of Utah.
And that's to replace then.
I don't know that it
Which board member Earl, which one were you
go
on?
up one more. You're almost there, a little bit more, right there. 4.3.
Okay, thank you.
4.4.1.
Well, he put it as 4.3.1, but I don't know that it's listed. It doesn't really need a
Oh,
right.
this is a new one.
No, this is a new one.
Okay. So I guess in our current numbering, this would be 4.3.7.
Sure. Except it probably wouldn't fit there, but yeah.
I'm trying to. So was this in our original document, Jenny? Or is this a new one?
This should be, it's in red. It was in the large one that was sent last
Yeah.
time.
I'm just trying to locate it there.
Well, if you look under the four,
Mhm.
four, it's in the third column on Strand 3. Sorry, Strand 3.
4.3.1 in red.
All right, got it.
And board member Earl, is it okay that I changed it to say to add a standard at the appropriate place in 4.3?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion to add a standard in the appropriate place in 4.3 to state, describe the establishment of communities and economic development of the Great Basin area under the direction of Brigham Young as the first territorial governor of Utah. Okay, Brent, you've got your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is a pretty complex I mean, there's books written about this. It is an important topic. I believe it's covered quite well in 7th grade, and based on, how we build upon curriculum as we expand and go up the grade levels. I'm not against this, but I don't think it fits in 4th grade. I think an element of it might fit in 4th grade, and I'm sure it's already there. But this is man, I could talk on this for a long time. It's not bad. It's just, I think, in the wrong spot.
Okay, thanks, Brent. I'd like to hear from the writing committee. So we have references to political challenges that delayed Utah statehood and explain how those challenges were overcome. We have, let's see, compare the experiences of 3 groups of migration to Utah, including members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and people from Greece, Italy, and China. So we have some things that play around this, but we don't hit. This is dealing directly with, I guess, Brigham Young as the first governor and his plans. Can we hear from the committee on whether this was considered, or it sounds like Brent says it's in 7th grade?
I can speak to that. We did look at that as more of a middle school junior high appropriate topic. We do talk about the territorial government that was set up typically, and make some of those comparisons, but in an effort to try and keep our standards as concise and brief as possible so that they're not overwhelming to teachers. That was one of the ones that we left to 7th grade.
Okay, so that wouldn't show up in the standards that we're reviewing now. That's post 6th grade, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Other comments or questions on this one? Okay.
So
Nope.
Help
Jenny?
me find where it's at, like, we're actually recognizing Brigham Young somewhere in there. Is that, just help me. Sorry, I missed it somewhere.
So sorry, the question is, where do we recognize Brigham Young's contribution? Is that?
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about the first governor, the establishment of the communities, the leader here. Help me find it. I'm just not seeing it. So, but maybe I'm missing something.
So, and have you got 7th grade up, Jenny? You're looking at
I'm
that?
not looking at 7th grade. Should I be looking at it instead of 4th grade when we talk about Utah history?
That's what I'm hearing, is that
I could pull up 7th grade.
but I don't have that up.
Well,
Maybe.
I'm just saying, we have lots of issues regarding our government and the Constitution and things like that, but we deal with it differently than we do in 12th grade when you have an entire course which spends an entire quarter just on the Constitution, and it goes into it in depth. I am absolutely for this standard. I'm just saying it's not in the right place, and just because we don't say Brigham Young's name in a certain spot, as far as the settlement of Utah, it's naturally occurring that Brigham Young's going to take a central role. It's just like we actually removed, for example, John C. Fremont. Now, is John C. Fremont an important figure in the colonization of Utah? Absolutely. Is Brigham Young? Absolutely. And so, yeah, in fact, I just bought a book by Milton R. Hunter called Brigham Young, the Colonizer, and I've been reading them. It's a fascinating book. And I'm all for this standard in 7th grade.
Okay. Anything?
So if I'm understanding, I'm looking in 7th grade, and what it says, and if I'm understanding this right, students will use geographic inquiry to explain patterns in the settlement of Utah and the subsequent trends of urbanization, referring to range of communities of scale studies, case studies. That's the only one I can find that would even get close to that. Is that what it's referring to?
That would definitely be a major part of it. Yep. I mean, because you have colonization which stretches from Carson, Alberta, Canada, all the way to Mexico to the colonies there, and you had over 500 communities settled in what was then referred to as the state of Deseret, which stretched all the way to San Diego as a port for the state of Deseret. So anyway, without going further in history.
Okay. Anything further on this? Anything? And so as I look at this, it really is talking specifically about the directed colonization and economic development under Brigham Young. And then we've got in this new standard, we talk about the geography and how that contributes to it, to the communities and agriculture and all that. We talk about the migration of the Mormon pioneers, as well as people from Greece, Italy, and China. But this is adding specifically that planned colonization through the state. That's right, Jenny? Just to zero in on it.
Yeah, and it would speak to even that basic government structures, just the society structure that, you know, made the successes around the different areas that settlers were sent to. So I don't
Okay.
see it as complex. It could be very complex, right? But I think a basic understanding of that as they came in and established that seems to be key, but maybe we can just hit that in 7th grade somewhere. I would think that this would still be an important part, but that's all right. You can, let's vote. I think we've discussed it.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, Patty, go ahead.
Just just to make sure that I'm clear, this 4.3.1, we are saying that it's an additional standard. So it's not replacing this 3.1.
That would be accurate.
I just wanted to make sure.
I think Board Member Moss put it in just at the first of this is what his intent was. It wasn't to replace something.
Okay. And just one more question for me. So time period wise, this fits in the time period that we're talking about here, right? This is 1847 to 1898. Is that where we are? Or 1896, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, it's that coming into the valley to statehood. All the prep that goes into that.
If this were adopted, would we need more compelling questions, or are we covered with that?
I think it would, in my view, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, it would be factors that led people from all over the world settle Utah and position Utah become crossroads of the West. It would be part of that.
But just covered there, so we're not talking about any more changes. Okay. Let's go ahead then and vote. Committee members, are the motion before the committee is to add a standard in the appropriate place in 4.3 that states, describe the establishment of communities and economic development of the Great Basin area under the direction of Brigham Young as the first territorial governor of Utah.
Chair Hansen, that motion passes 4-1 with Vice Chair Straight opposed. All other board members in favor.
Okay, thank you, Nora Lee. And I think we're up to our dinner time break. I think someone inquired and I promised we'd take a break at 5 o'clock. So
Yes, and it is a good time because now we will be going to the next section. So hooray, I think we're on a good path. Everybody had protein and vegetables. So yes.
I do have one more question in this section. Can I ask it real quick before we go?
Your microwaves going off and all kinds of kitchen
of our
stuff.
member, our writing committee member, and this has to do with 4.3.1. My question is, we're listing here at least 3 groups. I'm not sure, there's only 4 groups listed there. And my point is, and I know there may be others, is it necessary to actually identify only list 3 groups, or can it just be experiences of groups that migrated to Utah? Do we have to numberize that? Does that make sense? In other words, I'm concerned that we may be saying that only make sure you're done with 3 and then you're good, when in reality, they probably naturally just the flow of the lessons cover those. I don't know if that could be answered quickly.
To be truthful, there are many Utah classrooms with a predominant religion that will only focus on one. And so our intent by saying at least 3 was to let's look at just more than one religious group. Let's look at a few different groups that came to Utah for a variety of reasons. And we just listed a few examples to kind of get brains started.
So you were thinking of expanding, not excluding. Is that what I'm understanding?
Correct.
Okay. That's what that's why I was trying to seek clarification on that, because in my mind, it looked like it was excluding. So thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. With that, we'll wish everybody a happy dinner, and we'll be back at, we do 5:30, we do 24-minute dinner time. Okay, 5:30 then. Thanks, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We can go ahead and have committee members turn on their cameras when they're here. So are we seeing Janet or Laura? Not yet. We'll give them just a couple of minutes. It looks like Laura is back with us. Janet, do we have you here? Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. If you can reorient us, Patty and Joanna, and get us onto the right spot, we'll go ahead and get moving.
We are ready. And so if we are now just starting with 4.4. And so fourth grade Strand 4. And then if anyone wants to bring any motions forward, I'm ready for motions.
Okay. Jenny, please go ahead.
Yeah, I had a motion at the end of 4.3, and whether it goes there or we want it at the end or somewhere else. It's use primary and secondary sources. Students using primary and secondary sources. Students will research a community in Utah, and I'd like to strike addressing and just leave that open. In other words, the listing of things there could be incorporated in. So it could say may use, or hold on, let me see if I had different language there. May include is what I had there in Utah, and may include, and then a colon, and then the listing that's there. And part of the reason for this, we have this in other grades where we're kind of a final assessment or a way of students themselves digging deeper into their actual community or surrounding areas. So it allows them to do a little deeper dive. What used to be maybe county reports, so to speak, would be something similar to that. So.
Okay. So we have a motion to add a standard to Strand 4. And I won't read it all right now. It's on your boards. If we can blow that up a little bit. Difficult to read in that font size right now. But basically to research a community in Utah and various aspects of it, Do we have discussion to that motion, please, Brent?
Yeah, so my question is, because I do know traditionally, fourth grade has been county reports, fifth grade has been state reports, and sixth grade has been country reports. My question is as the standards currently stand, could a teacher, if they wished, still build those traditional curricular assignments within their content? Or do we need this to do that? Because I want to be sensitive. We talked a while back in fourth grade that we were trying to combine things and simplify and that. And now for the last two amendments, we've been adding back in. But I would be willing to accept that if on this one it actually gave support for county reports if the teacher so desired, or the LEA. I don't know.
Was that a question then for
That's a
staff?
question for,
Looks like
well,
Joanna,
staff, yeah.
Joanna's got her hand up.
Yeah, it just those projects, the county reports, country reports, World's Fair in the, in the gym, have always been or were always more of a end of unit project, curriculum, assignment, assessment type thing, not ever actually part of the standards, just a way for teachers to possibly assess the standards. So some teachers did them, some didn't, some still do, some don't, and have opted on to other things. So I think we have to be careful telling teachers how to assess their students' understanding of the standards, because every student will, I don't want I don't want to cross lines here, but I think we should trust our teachers to assess in the best way for their students, and they probably know their students better than we do.
Thank you, Joanna. Jenny, do you have further comment to this? Is your hand still?
Yeah, we did it in third grade with communities, did the exact same thing. We even did it really technically in second grade when we asked them to find we're telling them how to do it when we have them do primary and secondary sources from their lives and to create a timeline kind of a thing. So we've kind of established a pattern of it already, but I do think I don't know. I think it's valuable to at the completion of studying these explorers and this information with this area to say, now, here's some areas to highlight and pick a community to do that with. And maybe if removing the list is appropriate, I don't know. I just, anyways.
Okay, thanks, Jenny. Brent, we'll go back to you and then we'll see if we have any comments from other committee members.
So this feels a lot like the last one to me. I'm not against it. In fact, I could think of many other things that I would add into these standards from my perspective. But I just want to go back to the writing committee and what they produced. And it seems like almost everything we touch doesn't turn to gold. We're trying to do that. And I look at this and it looks great, but at what point do we stop adding and because this has went through public comment, it's went through the writing committee. It's been back and forth. We're step 11, 10. I saw it written somewhere, and I just don't know that me as a member of this committee, if I can keep making improvements that I'm not certain are improvements, and yet I do like it. I like the last one as well. Anyway, that's my thoughts.
Thanks, Brent. I wonder if we could just hear from the committee or staff on the workload, I guess. This looks like a research project for each student. Understand, that we have done that in other places, but have we tried to balance the workload for the different grades? And what were the reasons this was not included? And I haven't looked back, but as board member Earl said, it looks like we've done similar projects in previous grades. Was that a consideration?
I know when we were looking at second grade, I believe it was with the timeline, the writing committee was discussing how that was creating a piece of history to chronologize that student's life. I feel like personally that a lot of teachers already do projects very similar to this to support the standards that we have. And that this really feels more curriculum to me than it does standards, but that is a personal belief.
Thank you, Erin. Appreciate that. Any further comment or questions on this one? Oh, John, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would just add, it feels to me, just looking at the standard, that this would be more appropriate in Strand 5, if we're looking to do any sort of research on communities that are currently in Utah that kids are a part of. Strand 4 only goes up through 1999. And so I would just recommend moving it if this does move forward.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the comment. Joanna.
Yeah, when John started his comment, I thought he was going to say this almost seems like an English language arts standard with the research and the writing. And I wonder, is there possibly a way to add a social studies discipline to it? Some type of skill that's more targeted toward disciplinary literacy for social studies.
Okay. Let's, Brent, back to you. I'm going to cut this off so we can get moving, but go ahead, please.
Well, what I'm hearing is that this is something that a teacher may want to do. It's something that might be effective, especially integrating with the ELA, English Language Arts. There's many elements to that. Already, a lot of our reading books that we have for the grade level are based on social studies content. I think that's highly effective. Perhaps this isn't a standard. Perhaps this is something that we shift down to, like we did earlier, into a possible assignment in the curriculum, where that could be, it could be a culminating activity within the curriculum if we develop that, which it looks like we may. So I support it. I support it as a good guideline for teachers as part of curriculum. Maybe they could even improve it when we get to that stage, but I don't believe it belongs in the standards at this point.
Thank you. Jenny, your hand was up from before. Did you have something to add?
Yeah, this is a messy process, and it has to do with the way we have it structured. And so I just, unfortunately, this is the end when we get to weigh in. And so I just trying to remind everybody of that, and grateful for all those that have provided comment as we're going along through this, for that very reason. I think it's a value. I do agree it could be better situated probably at the end as, a completion, but I do think there is great value in it for a variety of reasons. Some of those being the importance of, when we're talking about looking at various entities or looking back into history, this is one of those that almost, I don't know if I'd call it ethnic studies, but I would definitely say there's elements of that play out into this in every community. And I just looked at it as a highly enriching, and perhaps it is just something that we hope might happen, right? Kind of a thing. And that's why it was included in there. So anyways, we can go ahead and vote.
Okay, and we will do that. The motion then is to add a standard to Strand 4 to state, using primary and secondary sources, students will research a community in Utah, including, I guess, important settlers, explorers, and immigrants and Native American Indian tribes, impact of geographic features and natural resources on everyday life and livelihood, culture within the community, including transportation, housing, religious worship, art, music, food, dance, architecture, identify historic buildings, monuments, or sites in the community and explain their purpose and significance, governance within the community, and observing the different ways the community resolved conflicts and created unity.
Chair, one change there, you added including, I would put something like may include and may include.
Oh, okay.
So it doesn't have to be all inclusive, but thanks.
Okay. Well, research a community in Utah and may include, okay. Okay, with that amendment then, please go ahead and vote.
Chair Hansen, that motion failed 2-3 with board members Belknap and Earl in favor and all other members opposed.
Okay, thanks again, Nora Lee. Brent, you've got your hand
Yes,
up.
I'd like to make a motion that that we include this in the materials that are forwarded to any RFP in the future. And perhaps we need to think about that, not today, but in the future, how we're going to influence the development of the curriculum, because we do need strong curriculum. And so I think these types of ideas would be excellent for that.
Okay, at this point, I think that we be appropriate just to direct staff to include that in consideration, because we'll have the RFP before us, I think, at least the scope of work. So we'll direct staff to include that when we're looking at the request for a proposal. Or wherever we are in that stage. I know we've completed some of that work already. Okay, where are we now then? Jenny, are you up next?
I am.
Go ahead.
I have maybe some questions on this section for the writing committee, maybe in general.
Okay.
And this is my reasoning for this. We talked about statehood. We talked about, well, many things like transportation several times and other things several times. At the first of this, it says students will learn about Utah's Constitution, but it's very weak on the actual Constitution and the structures in it. We have analyzed Article 1 of Utah Constitution. It doesn't talk about the length of time it took to put it together and how it resembles our Constitution, which is, and I'm only speaking to this because we've wanted to add standards in with American history, which would, in this case, would be kind of that government civic standards. We went to 4.4.1 and we're immediately, kids are supposed to, when I can see them easily analyzing a community in the state of Utah, but this one for fourth grade, to me, I'm really having a hard time understanding this. Use case studies to explain how national or global events from 1996 all the way up to 1999 had an impact in their local communities and state. This is, to me, this is like, wow, right? We just, all of history here, all of a sudden, all these big things. And so I'm trying to understand the difference between what, I just, from what was recommended on my previous one to this one, help me understand. I feel like we're missing some really key Utah stuff, and we're asking him to make some great analysis and have some deep understandings about very complex things. So just, I'm trying to understand what happened there. If there's someone that can articulate that.
Okay, so we have a question directed to members of the writing committee, if someone would like to answer, or we'll go to staff if not, about really the scope of 4.4.1. I guess, is that it, Jenny? That seems.
Yeah, pretty much. I feel like we're missing quite a bit of actual historical depth, but we're asking them to make some pretty broad analysis on very complex things that kids have not really, I just don't know. Help me understand. I feel like I just want a little more depth there.
Okay, Joanna, please.
Yeah, can I address this kind of in a roundabout way? In looking ahead with adding in the US and Utah history standards, we didn't really go into 4th grade, but I looked ahead at them, because I knew we'd be discussing 4th grade today. And so board member Earl, see what you think about this. I was thinking about changing the order of the standards in this section and have the first one be the one that says analyze Article 1 of the Utah Constitution to explain how the enumerated rights reflect shared values. But then there was a suggestion from the list of added proposed additional standards about identifying the function and location of state government. So, and maybe this, I just need to take this when we meet again as the expedited process committee, but if we could get it done now.
We can do it right now, let's do it, right?
So I was thinking the new 4.4.1 might say something like identify the function and location of state government, analyze Article 1 of the Utah Constitution, and explain how the enumerated rights reflect shared values. Then I would put as the second one, the proposed standard about comparing the Utah Constitution with the United States Constitution. Then identify Utah symbols, then the primary and secondary sources with Utah's economy, then analyze the roles of the different types of government, and then finally use case studies as the last standard.
Okay.
As I was looking at—
Did you write that all down?
Yes.
Okay, because I could go with that. I just felt like there was such a jump that I couldn't get there.
Yeah, as I was looking at the proposals for the additional standards, it just seemed to make sense to change the order. So there was some foundation at the beginning of this strand that then was built on with the draft standards that were already written.
And order at this stage is relevant. Is that right, Joanna? Before we said that teachers were pretty much looking at this and teaching it in whatever order they wanted. But in 4th grade, that's when it becomes more of a sequence. Is that?
Yes, more chronological. And then just laying foundations for what comes later, even within this one strand.
Okay, have you got that organized so we can?
If you can repeat that, yeah, I'll just second it or whatever.
I don't think you can second it, Jenny.
No, I will.
I just got promoted.
Can I make
We can let Joanna make motions. So
I'm going to do a point of order. So I can type pretty fast, but not that fast. So
yes.
Perhaps Joanna can put it into this combined doc that you have access to for the motions so that it can be stated. And I think that copy paste might be more efficient than me trying to type really quick.
Yep, let me just take a minute to do that. Okay, I think it should be in there now.
And then I do have just one more question when it comes to the analyze the roles local, state, tribal, and federal government played in a response to an issue. I'm asking once again, is this so complex that these are really complex issues? Is that one that we need in there? Does that make sense? Do we have enough with the others? In other words, is what I'm saying. You're adding one more dimension, the tribal element, which then kids have got to understand how the other two engage, and then also a third entity that we've not even talked about their governance yet. Does that make sense? And do educators have the capacity to understand the weaving of all that together too? It's more than just, anyways.
Okay. we're getting into several compound questions.
I know. I'm sorry. I think that
That's
way.
okay.
So
No, I get it.
apologize.
But let's back up and just talk about the reason that was put in place by the writing committee. And there is an addition of tribal governments. When I read that, I thought, okay, COVID hit, and how did we respond, through the different entities in the governments and the tribal governments, and how is that different, and how do they interact, and all that. But I don't, maybe obviously the writing committee felt like that wasn't too complex, but let's hear about why. And that was put in place, if we can get some context. Is there someone from the committee here that would like to comment on that?
Yeah, I can speak to that.
Okay.
To endeavor to try and include our Indigenous nations, and to explore the idea that there are multiple layers going on. It's a really tricky topic for fourth graders to understand, that we have nations within nations. And I think that this was our attempt to try and do that in a way that provided some openness to teachers dependent on where they are in the state. And also what's currently going on, looking forward, so that these standards have some longevity to them.
So I'm wondering if it could be more relational instead of trying to address do you know what I mean? A more basic, how they relate to one another, because I do agree there needs to be that dialogue there, but we're asking them to pick up a complex, and sometimes not just even complex, politically, do you know what I mean? Wherever they're residing, there's some areas that some of these topics, if they're brought in, they're going to end up, I'm thinking of our educators, right? Instead of just really addressing the relationship between these three entities and how they coexist. I'm wondering if there's a way to simplify that and still get the effect we're wanting, that sovereign nation.
Yeah, somehow we've got to get this into a manageable motion kind of thing. Do we want to deal with what we have here right now and then raise this as a separate motion, or what's going to be the best?
Yes, I was trying to consume time so that we weren't, that was my next question. So sorry, I'm trying to be thoughtful on this.
That's all okay. I just don't know if we can vote on everything in one chunk and get anywhere.
I'm wondering, I'm wondering if we can vote on this and then to separate it out, to go back and vote on what was just revised. Is that possible or acceptable within this meeting?
Let's do this. Let's vote on this motion with the understanding that we'll be able to come back and address particularly 4.4.5. Okay. Well, the motion right now is to revise Strand 4's order and narrative state, okay, with the understanding that further revisions will be addressed. And then it's as stated on the screen, 4.4.1 through 4.4.5. Oh, sorry, 4.4.6. Okay, so we're just voting now on revising the order, and then there is some revision in the red up above that would be included.
Okay, that would be included in the motion.
Yeah, so that's all included in the motion right now, and then the understanding is that we're just putting this structure in place, and we're going to come back. So I won't cut everyone off and move forward until we're done making other tweaks. So let's vote on this right now, and I won't restate all that, but go ahead, committee members.
Member Cannon, we're just missing your vote. Oh. Chair Hansen, this motion passed unanimously.
Okay, very good. So now we've got a structure to work with. What further motions do we have here?
I would just make a motion on 4.4.5. I think in my view, it needs to be simplified so we understand the relationships. I'm not sure what that needs to be, though. I don't know if someone has some thoughts on that, but.
I think we're just gonna have to put down what your idea is, Jenny, and get it.
I
into
know. Thank you.
Yeah, and we'll
Trying to
move it
work too.
forward. I know. It's been, understand, we're all at 6 o'clock and we, it's harder to put thoughts together.
I think we're doing great.
How about just analyze the roles local, state, tribal, and federal governments, or analyze the way local, state, and tribal governments interact with one another, and then remove and then delete the rest of it. And it could incorporate these things, but it doesn't have to get, it could be very, very simple, just right? I mean, it would open that possibility up, but it also allows just for that basic dialogue to take place that is very, very complex, or could be, right? That would be my motion, just simplify it for our
Okay.
teachers more than anything.
So we have a motion before the committee to revise Strand 4.4.5 to state, analyze the way local, state, tribal, and federal governments interact with one another. Committee members, I don't see any further comment, so go ahead and please. Oh, wait, got one from Member Straight.
So to be consistent with how things have, or I've interpreted things previously, I think that's a good idea. But once again, I think those examples could be very useful to helping to develop the curriculum. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thanks, Brent. Okay, we're back to a vote then on this one. Committee members, please go ahead.
Chair Hansen, this motion passes 3-2, with Chair Hansen and Member Cannon opposed.
Okay, thanks, Norley. We can move to the next area. Does that take care of everything up to 4.4.6? Looks like it, so we can move beyond that. And that then takes us to 5th grade. Is that right?
No, we've got one more strand.
Sorry, oh, 4.5.
Good try.
Sorry, I'm jumping. I thought that,
No, it's wishful thinking. I know.
I was an early celebrator, but we're okay. Here we
sorry,
go.
I was looking just at the additional standards on 4.5, and I thought that we had addressed those with the other meeting, but anyway, go ahead. So we're at 4.5.
I'd like to strike through a 21st century lens. It's not necessary. It's just,
Okay, that's from the introductory paragraph.
yep. Students will examine the enduring central themes of diffusion of cultures and global interconnectedness.
Okay. Could we hear anything to help us put that in context? Was it important to the writing committee that through a 21st century lens be included? Anyone remember any discussion when that was put together? Joanna, John, Aaron?
I'm not sure that I was around yet when that was written, but to me, it seems like it's just helping with the progression of time, the chronology, making sure that teachers and parents, as they're reading these standards, recognize what time period is being referenced.
So how do you know if you're looking through a 21st century lens? Do I look through do you see what I'm saying? I don't know what a 21st century lens is. I guess we put the time frame there. So I feel like, anyways, I just don't know what a 21st century lens is. It could be a lot of things, right?
Yeah, I just read that to kind of signify that we had been in the past in before that, and now we're up to current times and looking at it, looking back, I guess, on all of the history that's happened. So okay. I guess I don't personally have any feelings one way or the other, except that this was important enough that the committee included it. And it came through public comment and all that, I guess. So let's go ahead. If there are no other discussion on this, the motion before the committee is to remove through a 21st century lens from the introductory paragraph of the fourth grade Strand 5. Please go ahead and vote.
Chair Hansen, that motion fails 1-4 with member Earl in favor and all other members opposed.
Thanks, Norley. Let's move on to the next one. It looks like we had some discussion maybe on 4.5.1. Is that right? Anyone have a motion there? Seeing none, we'll go to.
Yeah, I got a motion there.
Oh, okay, sorry. There's your- Go ahead.
So just honoring kind of a little bit what Board Member Norton, but just a couple of things. What does she have stricken here? So making a case for lasting historical significance of event in recent Utah history and create an argument for including it in historical text. I think I've tried to get a hold of her to get if there was a specific reason, maybe she referenced it to someone here, I don't know. But I would just make the motion that that's stricken.
Okay. We have a motion before the committee to strike 4.5.1. Any further comment or discussion to that? Okay, and if Board Member Norton happens to be on, it doesn't look like, I mean, I don't see her here. She'd be welcome to comment. I don't see any discussion, so please go ahead and vote on that.
That motion fails 2-3 with members Earl and Belknap in favor and all others opposed.
Thank you. That takes us to 4.5.2, and it looks like, Jenny, you had some revisions there.
Yes, on 4.5.2, sorry, I have pen marked through some of this, so it's hard to read. I would like to add to sustain families and communities after Utah's resources. So it would read Utah's using data and trends, make recommendations for the best sustainable development of Utah's resources to sustain families and communities. For example, forests, anyways, you can read the rest of it there, but.
Okay. So we have a motion to add the words to sustain families and communities as shown on the screen to 4.5.2. Jenny, do you want to say anything further to your motion?
No, I just think this is the reason why we do these things. This is the reason why we have sustainable development. It's for our families and our communities. And I think it's important we articulate that in the standards.
So not for corporations or tourists or anything like that. I missed indirectly.
Well, that is part of that. That is part of sustaining families and communities, but the primary foundational is this, and families, including those who work in our families, may work for corporations, but it is. So.
Okay. Janet, please.
Yes, I wonder if, as I read through this, and it says, for example, forest, state lands, et cetera, anywhere in these standards, do they mention school trust lands that were given statehood to support public education of every school child in this state?
That's a good question for someone who's familiar with all the standards. Do we ever call out school trust lands? I know we talk about, those, a lot of those would be school trust lands, right?
Well, state lands, except these lands the school trust lands belong to the children. They don't belong to the state.
Okay. We're getting a lot of no's as far as head shaking.
No.
That's not in the standards. So
What if
do
we
we want
added it to the examples?
okay. Do you want to make an amendment then here, Janet?
I'd like to make an amendment that we add state lands and comma school trust lands.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion to amend to include state school trust lands in the, for example.
No, they don't belong to the state. No, no, no. They belong to the school children.
Okay. And Janet, do you want to speak to that?
Well, just that I know, I think it's important that school trust lands are meant to continue on into perpetuity, to continue supporting public education and fund public education in the states that have these trust lands. And there's always a push and pull for somebody to take them over, or for somebody to say, like the state, you know, we'd like to take them over, when they really have the ownership that belongs to every school children. And I, for one, just think it's really important that every school child knows part of their education is funded through school trust lands, and that these are held in trust for them and for their children to come after them.
Okay. Thank you. So the motion is to amend 4.5.2 to state, excuse me. So it's to amend Member Earl's motion to add the words "and school trust lands" to the "for example" portion. So this is a two-part deal. So we'll vote on adding that now, and then we'll vote on whether to include the other amendments. Is that right, Janet? Is that what we have?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
That motion passes, Chair, 4-1, with Chair Hansen opposed and all other members in favor.
All right, thank you. So now we're back to the main motion as amended. And that would be using data and trends, make recommendations for the best sustainable development of Utah's resources to sustain families and communities. For example, forests, state lands, geology, coal, minerals, oil and gas, state parks, water, wildlife, and school trust lands. Okay, do we have any comment to that motion? So now we've added school trust lands, and we're adding in this stage, sustain families and communities. Okay, see no hands up. Let's go ahead and vote on that one.
Chair Hansen, that passes 3-2, with Chair Hansen and Member Belknap opposed and all others in favor.
Okay, thank you.
You know what? I hadn't voted yet. And when I went in, it had already been. I know I left it up. I'm on my phone. So.
Everybody leave your votes on the, before we move on to the next one, leave your votes up. Okay.
Okay, so now that motion fails 3-2. Oh, no, excuse me. Yeah, 2-3, with members Cannon and Earl in favor and all others opposed.
Okay. Okay, so that leaves us with the existing language on 4.5.2. Okay, let's move forward to the next area. And that's, so these are ones that need to be addressed, Jenny, or that weren't addressed in the meeting that you guys had, right?
No, we did not talk about any of these in that.
Okay, let's
So-
move into these. So I didn't
Okay.
see the hand came up first. I've got you and then Brent. So we'll go ahead, Jenny, and then Brent, you're up next.
Okay, so 4.5.5, I'd recommend we add, choose one of Utah's cultural institutions. I give several examples and explain its historical significance as well as the cultural benefits to Utah families and our nation.
Okay. I won't restate that, but do you want to go ahead and speak to it?
Yeah, so often in our standards, we look for maybe problems or conflicts or things. I think we need to have some celebrations in there, and these have rich histories in our state, and many have national connections. And I just think it's a good idea to find some of that positive elements to include the richness that's part of Utah's culture. It may get included in some of these others. It may not. We've left them broad, but I do think just some of these cultural institutions, to draw attention to them is well worth our time.
Okay, thank you, Jenny. Does anyone else on the committee want to speak to this? I just have a question, and it's, I keep coming back kind of to the same thought, because I look at this, I think this is awesome. I think it'd be great for our kids to talk about it. And then I wonder about the scope and about, expanding this, and just wanted to ask the committee and staff about any discussions that might have been there. It's kind of, for me, all these good things, and where do we cut off? And, what do we cut off? I keep hearing about teachers struggling to implement the standards, as they were. And I understand we can challenge them to move forward, but can I get any comment from the committee or staff? Patty, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, one of the things that I have been thinking about is when I was curriculum director in Davis, we had a recommended time for each of our curricular areas. And, it was like English language arts, half a day, mathematics, a fourth a day. And, then it kind of got divided up as we went along. So I'm just wondering what type of time commitment we've set aside for our social studies standards, if there was a recommended time allotment. And then as I'm going back in my head, I'm thinking, how long would it take to teach each one of these? And I don't know if that's been talked about. I've been a fourth grade teacher, I've been a third grade teacher, and I've been a sixth grade teacher as well, and mathematics. And so in looking at all this, I just keep thinking in my head, what is and if we were to be asked that question, I don't know that our answer can be whenever it's fit in. I think that, is there any sort of recommendation coming out of this? And that might help this committee be able to decide what needs to be added in, and then some things that are nice, but not necessary. That might help inform.
Okay, thanks, Patty. So that's the general gist of the questions, I think. Do we have some answers from the drafting committee or?
I like this idea. It did not come up when we were writing. We were trying very hard to keep things as brief and concise as we possibly could. I think this is an excellent thing that any teacher could do, given that they had time within their curriculum to do it.
Can you address that for us, Aaron? Given they had time within their curriculum, to do the part that you had on the end. My question is really,
yeah,
we got a list of a lot of good things, and where do we cut off? And
I can be frank about it. Even within the writing committee, throughout this long process, there were members, I know in each of the sections, who are in districts who have, and in buildings who have basically said, we don't have time to do social studies, we have greater needs. And their expectation is not to see a social studies lesson when they walk in, which was part of the reason why we were trying to kind of keep things as brief as we could, and at the same time find ways to be able to connect with other curriculum areas, because we do have schools in our state that have prioritized their time elsewhere.
Okay, thank you. That helps us a little bit. One more follow on. So we have like Beverly Taylor Sorensen, and other arts programs. How does this mesh with those?
I don't know if you're asking me or not,
I'm
but
asking-
I'm just gonna, yeah, I would say that every one of our curricular areas is important, and some of it needs more concentration at different points in time. For example, what I just stated with about half of the instructional day, that's one of like a K2, K3 example, that half the instructional day is English language arts. It's one of the most important and key things for a student to be able to read fluently and understand all of those things. And then it kind of moves up where mathematics takes some of that English language arts times. And but I don't know that as a state we've sent out with that. I don't even know if it's most appropriate for us to do, to put time limits on things, or just suggestions or whatnot. But I don't think that we can, besides, reading and making sure our kids can read, because that goes across, and then we integrate all this. It's a very, political question, but they're all important in different ways, adding to the complexity, the nature of, fulfilling what every child needs to know and be able to do, or even looking at the portrait of a graduate. They need to be able to do many of these things. So I just think that this committee, if they were to sit down, one of the things that we did I'll just be blunt, one of the things we did is we would sit down, and I think I've said this before, is as soon as standards come out in one of the districts, the district that I was in, we would then prioritize. We would look at all of the standards and be able to say, what is the most important thing? If we only had this amount of time, we called those the essential standards. So we would take those standards that were most essential, prioritize them at the first of the year to be able to then curriculum map the rest of the year out in case we didn't get to anything. So if there's something that you have that is prioritized, like an absolute, that's in here, then those are some of the things that you might want to make sure are in here for sure, just because there's not enough time in any day. And I know that most of our schools are really good at curriculum mapping, and they do put what they feel is most important in there. So if there's too much, what you feel is most important might not end up on the curriculum map.
Okay. Jenny, did you have a final comment here before we vote?
Yeah,
Well,
I'm for
Final, we've got-
removing one of these others in that section. I think when you're talking 4.5.4 and the time that might be consumed in that one versus one of these others, I think, when you're trying to study examples of individuals or groups, and then you're making recommendations on activities, and then the time investment into that one versus, researching some of the cultural rich items within our state. So if that's, anyways.
Thank you. That's the trade-off that you would make then, is another standard rather than this one.
Well, I would add this one to it, but I'm hearing, that's what I'm hearing. Everybody that said something is the time issue, then which of these is, most time consuming that could be removed?
Okay. Brent, you've got your hand.
I would just be a broken record on this. It's all good. I love the idea. It's something that's important to me and my family. We would make certain our children had this, and I know that not all children have access, but through Beverly Taylor Sorensen and other music programs and things that schools provide, I think we're getting this to one degree or another. So I'm ready to move on. Thank you.
Okay. Any further comment? Okay, the motion before the board is to add a standard 4.5.5, which reads, choose one of Utah's cultural institutions, for example, Utah Symphony, the Tabernacle Choir at Temple Square, Utah Opera Company, Ballet West, Utah Shakespeare Festival, Utah Festival Opera in Logan, and explain its historical significance as well as the cultural benefits to Utah families and our nation. Committee members, please vote.
Chair Hansen, that motion passes 3-2 with board members Straight and Hansen opposed and all others in favor.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Norley. let's move on to the next one then. Jenny, you've got a 4.5.
With the passage of that one, I think I will refrain from the second one, although I do feel it derives in a different direction. Instead of it looking backwards, it looks forward. But perhaps elements of that can be built into some of these others. So,
okay. So that takes us down to, and I'm just looking at our document, compelling questions. Is that where we are?
Could I make one? And this is looking, I mean, because we're kind of looking back now, we're using these here. We already incorporated some of this in, but I'd wondered on this first compelling question, what was the process for writing the Utah Constitution? If that's a compelling question, we want back up where we're working with the Constitution. Maybe we didn't look at those questions. Maybe Joanna can speak to that a little different. Did we add? I don't think we added any in. I guess that's what I'm asking, right?
Yeah, if you can maybe direct us back to where you'd want to.
Well, it would be under 4.4, where we reorganized and then put contents of the, yep, right there.
We have the second compelling question that talks about federal and state power.
Okay, I'm just trying to just correlate and see if we got the content in there. So.
And what is the function of Utah's state constitution?
So we never ended up with talking about actually writing the Constitution, right? And the 40 years it took to do that and that kind of a thing. And all the no history there then, right?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, but maybe someone in staff, I've just got kicked out of Civic Clerk.
You know what? I've been trying to get on Civic Clerk since we came back from dinner, and I can't. I've tried different search engines. I can't get in.
Okay, yeah, this
If that's part of the state's internet, I know I've seen on Twitter a lot of posts from the state of Utah that they've had issues with their internet and systems this week.
That's unfortunate. We'll carry on. We may have to ask for some back and forth on the shared screen, but when I go in, it said some kind of a timeout error, and then it says now service unavailable.
Yeah, mine's not available either.
Mine says service unavailable.
I just got in, which is unusual for me. I'm usually the one who can never get into anything, but so just I'm going to get out of it really quick for good karma.
Okay, so I'm in now. I'm into Civic Clerk and can see the agenda, but when I click on the documents, then it kicks me out. So try to click. I'm trying to click on this elementary standard revision, or excuse me, the copy of draft combined. Yeah, and it's error 503. Not working. It's been a rough night for technology. And
oh my gosh.
While you're trying to get back on there, may I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Okay.
What board member Earl was just talking about and the the process for the Constitution in that last section for 4th grade, those were some of the proposed additional standards for US and Utah history. And so we didn't go through 4th, 5th, and 6th grade for those. We stopped with 3rd grade. So that might be possibly another discussion that board members Earl, Straight, and I have, and then take that back to the writing committee following that expedited process.
Yeah, I understand that we could do that. I hesitate just because of the kind of mess that we make going back again to redo what we've already gone over. So if possible, I'd like to move through it now, and we'll be looking at all this again in our regular board meetings, so we'd have a chance then to take any further suggestions, but I'm right now trying to figure out how we're going to operate because I just can't get into
Yeah.
the.
Chair Hansen,
Yeah.
I just shared this copy, the draft copy of combined. So I just shared that with all of you as board members. So it should be in your email, an invitation that comes to this direct document.
Okay.
If this is the one that you wanted, was this the one that you wanted? Or was it this one?
No, it's just the one that we've been working through that has the board member comments and the writing.
This one
committee.
right here, the board
One.
revision suggestion table.
That's not what it's called in what I've been looking at, but yeah, that looks like.
Is it this one?
The one that we started out with as a. It has
You did-
just all
yeah.
the standards laid out, and then it has the suggestions from the board members, and then it has comments.
Yep, this one right here, the board revision suggestion table.
I think so.
Okay, let me just make sure everyone has this on here. It's 11 people. So we have Straight, Hansen, Earl. So Cannon.
Okay, that one's all broken into the motions that we've already
Right.
had. Okay. I think we can use that. Yeah.
Okay. All right, I think so. This is where this was the one that's broken up into all of this, and then I have the just the one that we've been working on right here, our motions.
Okay, well, let's try to use that board revision suggestion table.
Okay. Or are you looking for this? And this is the old one from last time. So yeah, I have all of those.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is the, I think where we were just at. And board member Earl, you were talking about which one were we on? So I think that we just have here on the motions page.
So it just was looking at those elements, those American history, quote unquote, standards. Most of those, I think, just like Joanna, in kind of working through that motion that we made back a minute ago. The one with the reordering, that one, is that it right there? Yes, I was just looking to see if it incorporated most of that content there. It seemed like it does look like the compelling questions address the structure of government, right? Joanna, I'm seeing that in there. And then I was just looking at what was the process for writing the Utah Constitution, but we don't really have anything that reflects that, right? So that's maybe one question there. And then the standards, we do deal with the structure of the government, right? The Utah government structure there. Okay, let me just look at our wording here. What we approved. This is the amendment. Okay. Okay. It seems to me, unless I'm missing something, that most of that's been worked in. Joanna, would you say that's accurate? Other than the actual writing of the Constitution in Utah is the only thing I think is perhaps missing from it. Other than that, I think most of those are the government form and structures, and that was weaved in. Is that the only thing
I think so.
And I tried to make it larger on one screen and not the other, and in a split screen, it doesn't let me. So I apologize. I was trying to help
You're
you
good.
out.
I was trying to figure out what was going on there, but that's good.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so is there a motion there, Jenny, or are we covered, or where are we?
Just
with
the only thing I feel like we're missing, and I'm trying to see if there's a spot it can go, is just the writing of the Utah Constitution. Maybe it goes back under 4.3.3 perhaps. It seems to fit there, although when it talks about statehood.
Yes, that's a natural place for it to occur. Perhaps your concern needs to be put in with the curriculum side. I mean, I know there are very specific things in regards to writing the Utah Constitution, but it's the same for all states who want to apply for admission. During those, there's a process.
So maybe
But
could we I'm wondering if they're just, because we've addressed a couple of components there, if it could just be listed among those somehow. Utah statehood.
As these, just a question for me while you're looking at that, Jenny.
Yeah.
The writing of the Utah Constitution, I don't know in particular that I have studied that in detail. I'm not sure. Is that included in, a general textbook for the state of Utah?
Well, and
I
that's
understand
why
the Constitutional Convention, it took them several times to get things, together to put that together. But is there something in particular that's notable there, or was my education just lacking, I guess, on that?
Well, I think there's components to that, I mean, the length of time is one thing, which would fit into that 4.3.3 element, right? The different dynamics. It's not just the Constitution itself, but it's the other dynamics around it. So,
but what's the reasoning behind pulling this particular part of Utah's history out and emphasizing it, the writing of the Constitution?
what has to do with the governmental structures, and then the similarities as well as the components that they put into it are left out of it in order to pull that Constitution together. So.
Okay.
Is there, I'm just looking to see if there's a way to quickly reference there, and then we can, let me just read it again. Identify political challenges. I'm just, so could it, the end of there, so it could be identify the political challenges that delayed Utah statehood and explain how these challenges were overcome. Could it be including writing of the Constitution? Thoughts? I'm just looking for thoughts, or maybe it. No, Joanna, I'm trying to read your body language.
You're calling me out. I'm trying to keep up with my scrolling.
Yeah. Annie, we need to move this forward. My thought is that I'm not necessarily in favor of adding anything more to this. We already have something about the challenges of statehood. Teachers can include this. We have the content of the Utah Constitution that we're going to talk about. I just don't see the need for this level of detail in the compelling questions. And maybe that's my ignorance showing, I don't know. But if we can get a motion out, we just need to get to that point
on
where
4.3.3, this isn't I don't necessarily think we have to have necessarily the compelling question. I was just going to put this in there somewhere. Just adding in, people can vote it up or down, identify the political challenges that delayed Utah's statehood and explain how these challenges were overcome, including the writing of the Utah Constitution. And then we've got the rest of it there.
Okay, so on 4.3.3, let me get to what's there. So we're going to go back to this right here. Okay, and copy. So we're not adding the whole thing, we're adding just a part of it.
This is already there.
So we're going to say revise.
Revise, right, sorry.
Okay. And what would you like for it to say?
After overcome, including the writing of Utah Constitution. Of the Utah Constitution. And then there wouldn't need to be the compelling question that's at the end. So I think we covered all the other items that were there in the other standards except for that one, so.
Okay. So what's on the board then? Is that a good motion for you, Jenny?
Yes.
All right, we have a motion before the committee that we revise 4.3.3 to state, identify the political challenges that delayed Utah's statehood and explain how these challenges were overcome. We'll add the words, including the writing of the Utah Constitution, and then describe the involvement of Utah women in the state and national women's suffrage movement. Well, committee members, any further discussion or comment there? So Brent, go ahead.
I'm just not comfortable with throwing this together. We have the Constitution and that Utah Constitution, and then we jump to women's suffrage. I think women's suffrage is an important topic, but we're going to get that in U.S. history.
Brent, that was Brent, just to point out, that's not an addition for this motion. That's already in there. So that's in 3.3. So if we want to vote on this motion and then take another motion, we can do that. But
no, that's not my point.
Okay.
There was stuff added. Anyway, let's move on.
Okay, so your point is that, well, never mind. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Brent. Sorry. Anything further? That's my bad to cut you off. Okay, we'll go ahead then and vote on this addition.
That motion fails, Chair Hansen, 2-3, with members Belknap and Earl in favor and all others opposed.
All right, thank you, Norley. And Brent, we'll go to you.
I have a series of motions. I'll just do one though.
Okay.
I move that we adopt the 4th grade standards as revised to this point.
Okay, so point being that I mean, we have adopted them as revised to this point. Are you?
Well, I mean, okay.
You just
You're
adopt them in whole as revised. You mean,
yes, that's the correct wording. Thank you for helping me out.
So you want to cut off further amendment to it?
Yes.
Okay. Let's get that on the screen then as a whole, as revised. Okay. You want to speak to that, Brent?
No, I think we're ready to move on. We talked about shortening this whole thing, and we keep adding additional things. And I do want the best product, but under most circumstances, I don't think we're helping our cause by continuing.
Okay. Thank you. Jenny, please.
Yeah, just a clarification. I vote for that. There may be amendments brought up in the full board meeting. That's not right. So I think we're at the end of it anyways, but we can vote on this. So
I believe the purpose of this motion is just to move us on to 5th grade standards and say that we've finished with 4th grade. Is that correct, Brent?
Almost, but we can vote on this.
Okay. All right. So the motion is that we will adopt the 4th grade standards as a whole, as revised. And then I'll just add as a footnote, and that would mean that we move on to the 5th grade standards in committee from this point. So please go ahead and vote. Oh, Brent, do you have a comment to that? No, I just see your hand up. Okay, I guess no comments. So we'll go ahead and vote.
Chair Hansen, that passes unanimously.
Okay, thanks, Norlene. And that moves us into the 5th grade standards. And we've got Jenny with her hand up.
I would move that we change the first strand to the language that's listed on here, and I can read it. 5th grade strand 1, the impacts of geography and human interaction in North America, striking pre-contact to early colonization, where students will understand how geography had a major impact on striking the more than 500 tribes and over 50 million, and then just Indigenous people living in North America, as well as, and then striking prior to European exploration, as well as how it affected methods of exploration, and then striking the balance of that. So it's what's in the document we have in front of us.
Okay. Thank you, Jenny. So we have a motion to amend 5th grade strand 1 as revised on our backup document. I don't know if we can just cut and paste that in. And Jenny, maybe while they're doing that, you could speak to your.
Yeah, I think that it just simplifies this. There's a lot of information here that's just not necessary. I just keeping it concise and simplified. So.
Board Member Earl, can you help with that revised piece one more time? So here's your.
Yeah, did you? It is there somewhere.
I just copied and pasted it in.
Thank you.
Okay, if you go down, okay. I was gonna say, there you go.
So it's right at the top of 5th grade strand 1. So it's there. Okay, so to simplify then is the main reason, Jenny.
Yep.
Let me ask.
It's just a lot of extra words. So.
Let me ask back to the writing committee who included those words, I guess, in the first place by deleting. If we delete as is suggested right now, do we have a significant effect on the intent of the writing committee by doing that?
Chair Hansen, I can speak to that.
Please, John.
I'm just kind of processing this still, but one of the purposes of this intro to the first strand is to provide some historical context for what it is that we're talking about. For example, if you eliminate pre-contact to early colonization, it reads the impacts of geography and human interaction in North America. That could be presently in the present day. Also, students will understand how geography had a major impact on Indigenous people living in North America. One of the things that's nice for both teachers and students to understand as they enter this strand is just how many Indigenous people were living in North America. And so while removing it may not seem like it's affecting the meaning, it is eliminating some information that is useful to educators and their students.
Okay. Thank you, John. Any other further comment on this one?
So I just want a clarification on this strand. This strand is intended to what? I mean, I can read the strand, but what was the intention of this? By the end of this one strand, what is it we intend to accomplish? Because strand 2 is the road to self-government. Students will examine British colonial policies that led to colonists to becoming, I'm just trying to understand what is it that we're supposed to be doing prior to that second strand? Does that make sense? I mean, I can read what it says here, but what is it we really want to accomplish before that?
May I reply, Chair?
Yeah, please, John.
Yeah, the goal of this strand is to cover, frankly, a whole lot of history. Everything from, what does it say? I apologize. I'm looking for the exact words. Yeah, so pre-contact to early colonization. So it's just focused on that period. prior to colonization and contact with the early explorers coming to North America. So it gives us that, and then strand 2 picks up from contact and carries us through colonization.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
okay, so just one more clarification here. Sorry, this is important. The colonization doesn't really happen anywhere. And let me just be, unless I'm missing it, we go to 5.2.1 and we're talking about loyalist patriots, and I mean, we're already to that separation. Then the Declaration of Independence, we seem to have missed. I can't find the colonies and the explorers that led to the 13 colonies. So
I'm hoping I'm looking at the right
maybe
draft.
I'm looking at the wrong stuff too, but
As I look at it, 5.1.3, use maps and primary secondary sources to evaluate the push and pull factors that led to the exploration and colonization of North America. And then 5.1.4, describe how conflicts over land, trade, and alliances sometimes arose during colonization in North America. And then strand 2 will take us to, along the road to self-government.
okay, so all of that's incorporated into 5.1.3. The everything about all the colonies, everything about the Mayflower, all of that would be wrapped into 5.1.3 somehow. Is that, I'm just trying to make sure I'm not missing anything.
Yeah, that 5.1.3 is meant to be, again, when we're talking about consolidation, opening the door to evaluating the push and pull factors for all groups and all explorers that led to exploration and colonization in North America. And then the specificity would then come in the curriculum.
Okay. And the only reason why I'm asking this is I want to make sure we're really, we don't need the in-depth, right? If I said, come to my house and clean my house, I feel like that's what we're asking to do here, right? There's lots of things that need to be done in the cleaning of my house, and maybe some things that don't need to be done, but I feel like it's so broad, and that's why I'm asking for this narrative at the first here. Does it cover what we need to cover for those beginning foundations of American history? Or is it missing some elements of that? So it's not questioning the work, it's saying, do we have enough work here to do what we need to do? And I feel like it's a little weak. It's not a little weak, it's pretty weak.
I totally understand what you're saying there.
Yeah.
It's that whole conversation that we've been having, or that you've been having all evening, where how much is the right amount? How many standards is too many? How many is too little? Right here in 5.1, you have 4 standards, 2 of them dedicated to the thousands of years that came before colonization and contact, and then 2 standards for the point from colonization, contact, up to leading to self-government. To fit all of that within 4 standards is a lot to ask, but then to expand it out is a lot to ask of teachers and students.
Yeah. And so, and that's the push and pull factor, right? To get back to our, so, and how much of that it would be, well, anyways, is duplicated in, and it's specific to Utah, but, yeah. Okay.
And that's also why, coming out of 4th grade, we thought that specifying the 500 tribes and over 50 million indigenous people was key, because they were so focused in 4th grade on Utah that as we broaden their vision, we have to give them an actual number to wrap their head around.
Okay, I'm gonna have to, Jenny, move away from you. We'll let Brent have his say, and I'm just got my eye on the clock here and really focused on not disappointing Dr. Norman tonight. So we're trying to move this forward and get this to the full board.
every
So-
minute is worthwhile. So if it, but I'm still like, I have to be hopeful, but every one of these discussions is important.
No, I'm not trying to minimize the importance. We've got to also take things in and prioritize moving through too. So once we've had our say and gotten the idea out, then we're going to have to move forward. So Brent, please go ahead.
Oh, boy. So as I've looked at the 5th grade standards, they are already very, very large. There are 6 strands. I know in US history we had 9 strands, and I had an entire year, an hour and a half every other day. And I look as I go page by page, delete, delete, add, delete, add, delete, delete, add, 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 delete. And it goes on, add, add, add. And all of these, like all the ones before, are really great. In fact, if you look at 5.1.3, delete and then add. So we're going to add in these specific explorers, and we're going to add these specific colonies, how they developed, Roger Williams, William Penn. I can tell all those stories. We covered those in depth in the 8th grade, in depth. That's an add. They're all good things. And maybe they're things that would end up in a lesson plan, in an objective. I look at just Strand 1. We only have 4 standards. They're very short, but they're full of information that can help build many lesson plans that can be successful. Like I said, I can't find a single one of these things that I disagree with. 5.1.4, they want to add a standard, so it must go after that. Okay. And it's a great thing. Explain the causes of the establishment of slavery in North America. And it goes on. That's great. Those things are already can be implemented within the curriculum as we have it. I know that when I've sat down with the standards, you can go down rabbit hole after rabbit hole after rabbit hole, and that's part of the development of a lesson plan, part of the development of objectives that are based on the standards. Anyway, do we have a current motion on the floor?
We do. And we need to move to getting a vote on that, Brent. So the motion is,
then I have a motion after we vote on that.
all right, I'll come back to you for the next motion. So the current motion is to adopt 5th grade Strand 1 as revised below. So it would read, the impacts of geography and human interaction in North America. Students will understand how geography had a major impact on Indigenous people living in North America, as well as how it affected methods of exploration. That's the revised version. And we are going to go ahead and vote on that. I'm sorry, Jenny, I'm going to cut that off and we'll go ahead and just vote.
And that motion fails 1-4 with member Earl in favor and all others opposed.
Thanks, Nora Lee. And then Brent said we'd give you a chance for a motion here, and we'll come back to you, Jenny.
Okay. I have a motion that we, and I can't remember the verbiage again, but anyway, let's adopt the 5th grade standards and move it on to the board.
Without further revision, then, is like your previous motion, is that?
Yes.
Okay, let's get the language the way you want it on the board here.
And I would like to speak to that.
Certainly. Let's get the motion right.
Okay.
So the motion before the committee is to adopt the 5th grade standards as a whole, as revised. And that would mean without further revision. Okay, speak to that.
Yes, I am very sensitive to the work and the thought. I know I've put plenty of time into this, and it's time well spent. 5th grade is especially large. It's especially important. I know we want to get that one exactly right. I know U.S. history was always my favorite to teach. I think these standards from the writing commitment committee are wonderful. I think the suggestions are wonderful. I would like to suggest that all of the suggestions be a part of the discussion of when the curriculum is developed. I think, for example, the one I pointed out already, 5.1.3, I think the list, it doesn't matter who did this, but from board member Moss, I think that's a great list. That'd be a great list to develop an objective off of. I think all those things need to be in the curriculum. But for the standards, we have what we need to be successful and to give guidance and direction to the LEAs to where then the curriculum can be written and individual teachers can write their objectives and make their lesson plans for our students. And so I hope no one takes offense, but that's how I honestly see it. And I really respect the work and time that has went into this, not only public comment, but the writing committee. I'm so appreciative of those. They've spent hours listening to us go back and forth on this, and it's time well spent. It's well appreciated. And so that's what I would like to move towards. Thank you.
Thank you, Brent. Jenny, you've got your hand up, and I would like, this is a big motion. I'd like to hear from other committee members as well if you'd prepare to speak. But go ahead, Jenny.
Well, clearly I'm speaking against this. Spent an extensive amount of time. There's a significant amount of the actual US history that's missing. And I think there needs to be some clarification on that. It's not a derogatory towards our writing committee. This is the way our process is. Unfortunately, it's not until the end we're told, wait, and now you can make some comments, which is unfortunate, because I think some of these things could have been addressed in a different format, and maybe we'll be addressing that in the future. But in the meantime, this is the process. This is the way we work through this. And quite honestly, I would make a motion that if this fails, that anything past the reconstruction is removed, and that we only deal with the first part for that. But we create very basic information, but we're missing basic information. I know you keep saying this, someone's gonna do it, it's gonna get done, and maybe that's true. But the reason why we have US history in 5th grade is to cover basic US history, and we're missing key components, including the anyways, there's key components we're missing in it we don't have there, and we're hoping they'll just get filled in, and they're key things. So I would speak against this. Thank you.
Thanks, Jenny. Janet, or Laura?
My 2 cents worth?
Yeah, I'd like more than 2 cents, a nickel's worth, please.
Okay. Well, I respect both board members' points of view. I appreciate the work that went on before this meeting to try to combine and put a new strand, instead of having a separate strand that addressed our civics and that kind of thing, that they combined them, and I surely appreciated that. I want to make sure that these 5th grade standards do adequately cover those types of things. And but this process has been exceedingly slow, and so I can go either way. I just want to be friendly, and I want to I want to give everybody their chance, and I do want to do the best for the kids.
You'll need to make up your mind here in the next few minutes, Janet.
I'm going to see what other people say, but I think I give a lot of credence to what Brent says, because I respect his knowledge of U.S. history and his experience having taught these things. And I appreciate the tremendous amount of time, effort, and work that Jenny has put into bringing forward these concerns to us. So I'm trying to balance those two things.
Okay, good luck with that balancing act.
Chair Hansen.
Yes, Laura, please.
Yep. I haven't been able to say too much today. But I think it is valuable to see what choices might be advocated for moving forward. I'm just wondering if the committee would be willing to have them brought forward and just do an up or down vote on each piece. If that was the case, I would want to not vote for this motion and do an up or down vote on the suggestions.
Okay, I'm not sure that you can amend to do that. Can we amend the?
No, I'm not amending. We'd have to vote on this first. It's just more of a request, Chair.
We'll come back to you, Laura, depending on the outcome of this vote. And then we'll give you a chance to make the next motion if you'd like to do that. Okay. And I have looked at these proposals that have come up and really see them as being adding specificity to, I think the areas that are there, as I see them, are covered. And maybe Jenny could point out some areas that aren't, but I think they're covered more generally. And we've given teachers some room to work within those. I see our board member Norton advocating for deleting many of the standards. And then I see, additional ones coming in, having a hard time reconciling those. But I also keep thinking about the group of people that sat together and put this together and agonized over how this should all fit and how we should have continuity and alignment vertically and horizontally to make these work, and want to give respect to their work. And for that reason, I think I'm ready to adopt the standards for 5th grade as they stand, and I'll vote that way. But we'll go with the wishes of the committee. So I think everyone's had a chance to speak. We'll go ahead and vote. The motion right now is to adopt 5th grade standard as a whole, as revised. Please go ahead and vote.
Okay, Chair Hansen, that motion fails. 2-3 with Hansen and Straight opposed. Oh, excuse me, in favor. In favor, and all other board members opposed.
All right, very good. Thanks, Nora Lee. And then we'll go back to you, Laura.
Thank you, Chair Hansen. I just want Jenny to nod yes or no if she's willing to do that with her choices before I make the motion. Jenny, would you be willing
I'm going to do the best I can. Yeah.
To have up or down votes? You're okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Chair, I would make a motion that the committee agree to have up or down votes on changes moving forward.
Okay, so my understanding is that the motion will just be put on the board so that we all understand it, and then we'll go ahead and vote that up or down without further discussion. Is that the motion?
That would be fine, Chair.
Okay, so the motion is to proceed for And I guess, are we dealing just with the 5th grade standards? Are we going further than that?
No, I'd like it moving forward to finish up tonight.
Okay. So for the remainder of the standards to simply vote up or down on the motions that are presented. So really to curtail debate on that. And Laura, so debate also would curtail any, excuse me, any questions of staff. Is that right?
I don't know, Chair, but I think if we get it presented, I think yes, then we can make a decision on what we see on the board.
I'm not following that. So
the answer is yes to your question.
it's going to just, whatever we have up there, we'll vote on. Okay. So the motion is to proceed through the rest of the standards in 5th and 6th grade, to curtail debate on the motions and simply vote on the motion itself. Committee members, please go ahead and vote. Okay.
Okay, I show that motion passes 3-2 with Chair Hansen and Vice Chair Straight opposed and all others in favor.
Okay. Well, we've got a streamlined way to go forward then. So we will do that. I think keep that in mind. We're going to take a quick break here. Let everyone have a chance to regroup, and then we'll start again at 7:30. And the goal again being the goal of Dr. Norman to wrap this up. We have the air, I think, until 9 o'clock.
Yes,
Okay.
and Chair Hansen, just
Yeah.
one thing to all board members and anyone on the public viewing. I'm just going to review really quick. Civic Clerk is down for the board view. Public view is still open. So if you go to the Utah State Board of Education, if you click on the left-hand link right here where it says board, and then you click on board meetings on the right-hand side, go to Civic Clerk. I'll do it one more time, don't worry. And then Civic Clerk, then it puts up the public view and you will have access to that. I'll do it one more time just in case I lost anyone. If you go to the Utah State Board of Education homepage, and then you click on board, and then you click on board meetings, Civic Clerk, and then this meeting. If anyone needs that, I'm going to stay on while you go to a quick break at 7:14. Did you say we're coming back at 7:30?
Back at 7:30.
Okay,
Yep.
if anyone needs a step-by-step, I'll stay on.
All right. Thank you.
Chair Hansen, are you available?
Yes, I'm here and ready to get going.
I was just wondering, I'm just going to be sharing my screen really quick. If you wanted, or the committee, I can do it either way. If you wanted me to go from the screen I'm sharing and then just put over on this fourth column, whether it passes or fails, or would you like for me to move it over to the motions on each one as we pull it over? What's easiest for you?
If you think you can do it more quickly and it's spelled out, I haven't looked at that exactly. We need to make sure the motions are correct before we vote on them.
So that
if we can pull a real motion from that, I'm not
Okay.
sure we can. I'm not sure we can make that into a motion just looking at it.
Yeah,
So,
and if I type right here, I don't think you can see it, right?
yeah, probably.
Okay, so then what I'll do is I'll make sure that this is bigger. I just was trying to decide, so I'll make, so this page is bigger so that it can be seen, the three columns that we need to be looking at, and then I'll pull the motions over here. So the first motion is this one right here. I was trying to get some that were going.
Okay. Very good then. We will go ahead then and reconvene. 7:31, hopefully we've got everyone back. Looks like. Looking for Brent and Laura. Laura, are you with us?
I'm here.
I'm with us.
Brent, and there's Laura, as with it as you can be, huh?
I'm not with it, but I'm with us.
I appreciate you sticking with us. It sounds like you're having a rough time.
Chair Hansen, one more thing. I'm just going to pull over that full cell, and then any of you can make the motion as needed. So I'll try and put it in there, but I'm not trying to like put it all in one or not. It can be split or anything like that. I'm just pulling over that cell, each cell at a time.
That sounds good. So we'll go to Jenny for the next motion.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to strike Strand 5 and Strand 6 from 5th grade standards in order to adequately cover the foundation of our nation. So that's my motion. Strike from Strand 5 and Strand 6.
Okay. Let's see what that would look like.
It would go up to the Civil War and Reconstruction was where that would end.
Okay. So we have a motion before the committee that we strike strands 5 and 6 from the 5th grade standards. And based on the previous motion, we won't have any discussion to that. We'll just go ahead.
But can we see what those two strands are, Chair?
Certainly, yes.
5 and 6 are, okay.
If you'd like, I can read the heading for them while they're getting those. So it's United States government and citizenships. Students will demonstrate their understanding of the Constitution and its relevance in their life. Oh, no, that's 3. Sorry, I'm like, that doesn't sound right.
Yeah.
5, 20th century to now modern America, social movements, economic changes, modern warfare, and current events. Students will examine impactful conflicts, moments, movements, communities, and people of the 21st century. They will analyze the role of the United States as a world power and the effects of a territorial and colonial expansion. And then 6 is current national issues and potential solutions. Students will understand current national issues and explore their rights and responsibilities as citizens and residents of the United States. And I can read 4th. So do you want me to read 4th so you know where it stops, or Laura, are you good?
Yeah, I'm not.
Be included. Okay.
I'm good.
Okay. So the motion again before the committee is that we strike strands 5 and 6 from the 5th grade standards. Please go ahead, committee, and vote.
Chair Hansen, that motion fails 2-3. with members Earl and Belknap in favor and all others opposed.
Thanks, Norley. We'll move on to the next motion.
Okay, just let me get back to my page.
Back
here.
to you, Jenny.
Yep, so compelling questions on Strand 1. I would add Native, where it says Native Americans and early explorers. To the first one, and let me do all three of these, and early explorers. The next one is, instead of colonizers, settlers. And the last one is added, I think this is Moss's one of this added, was how did spirituality and ritual shape the lives of Native Americans and individuals and communities?
Okay, so if I'm getting too close to the camera, it's because I'm trying to read the small text on my computer. But looks like the motion is to revise 5th grade Strand 1 to state how did geography, so these are the compelling questions, is that right?
Yes, that would be accurate.
Okay, so to add, revise the compelling questions on 5th grade Strand 1 to read, how did geography help shape the lives of Native Americans and early explorers? What were some of the most significant ways Native Americans interacted with European settlers? Why did different groups who were in North America during this time experience varying degrees of freedom? And how did spirituality and ritual shape the lives of North American individuals and communities? Well, committee members, please go ahead and vote on that one.
That motion passes, Chair Hansen, 3-2, with board members Straight and Chair Hansen opposed. All others in favor.
Okay, thank you. We'll move to the next one then. We still with you, Jen?
I believe so.
Okay.
I would like to, on 5.1.1, add at the end of there, early explorers and settlers.
Okay, so the motion before the committee is to add to 5.1.1 the words early explorers and settlers. And maybe it would be helpful also to look back at the, if we can show that, the introductory paragraph for the Strand. There, thank you. Okay. Let's go ahead and committee and vote on this one. So we're voting on adding early explorers and settlers to 5.1.1.
Chair Hansen, that motion fails 2-3, with members Earl and Belknap in favor and all others opposed.
Thank you. Go to the next one then, please, member
Yes,
Earl.
5.1.2, I would add I think this is Moss's, but for example, agricultural respect for the earth and environment. And then at the end, the ritual and ceremony.
Does that go in the examples? Or where does it fit?
Yeah, I think we need to show that. There we go. We'll have the whole thing in context. So it's within the parentheses on the, for example. Okay, the motion for the committee is to revise 1.1.2 to read or to state, identify ideas, innovations, and contributions of Native Americans that have had a lasting impact on human civilization. For example, agriculture, respect for the earth and environment, inventions, fashion, art, government, language, medicines, and ritual and ceremony. Committee members, please go ahead and vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thanks, Norley. Move
I
on
have
to
a
the
question.
Okay.
I can't think of a way to do this, but we also have those, we have consolidate, and that isn't getting.
Oh, you can raise those motions anytime.
Oh,
I don't think we're precluded from raising any motions. So if you've got one, put your hand up and we'll go with any of those. But do you have something to present to us right now, or you want to take a minute and I'll come back?
I just don't know, because it's offering, there's nothing concrete, so there's nothing really to vote on. Anyway, let's just move on.
Okay, but we're not bound just to, the things that are in red that are raised here. We have other things on the board, or if you have other ones that come to mind as we go through, you can go ahead and raise those. We've just restricted ourselves to no debate. So here we are, moving it forward. Okay, so back to you, Jenny, for this next one.
Yes, I would strike the 5.1.3 and replace it with, and I don't know if we want to vote on these separate. Let's vote on, vote on in separate, but it would be including three strands for that to clarify what it is. So, and I might have to read some of this so that this is, so it's use maps and primary and secondary sources. Oh shoot, I should have wrote that down. What's the word? What did we use on 4th grade with the consolidation of the explorers? Sorry, trying to do this on the fly. Use maps and primary, secondary sources. Well, he has consider, Jim has consider, but consider, I guess we can use that, consider technology, origin of a country of origin, roots taken, religious beliefs, reasons for coming, for explorers, and well, we have colonies. Those are the colonies, but settlers. And then I think we would use these as, for example, I suppose the colonies, though, are pretty set. So let me read back over that. I apologize. You use maps and primary, secondary sources to consider for explorers and I think instead of for, it's going to need to be to learn about. and then remove 4 after the parentheses there. Explorers, and it's not yeah, I guess it would be colonies then, in colonies.
Okay, we have
And then I
that.
think you would have a for example here, because you would, there's other explorers too, but for example. And then the listings that are there.
Okay. So this is replace 5.1.3 with,
It's one of them that I would recommend, so that we just have more clear standards in that time frame.
okay, so this is replace 5.1.3 with use maps of primary, secondary sources to learn about technology, country of origin, routes taken, religious beliefs, reason for coming, explorers and colonies, for example. And then we have a list of explorers and a list of colonies as seen on your screen. So committee members, please go ahead and vote.
That motion fails 1 to 4 with member Earl in favor and all others opposed.
Thanks again, Norley. We're on to, let's see. We had a hand up for member Straight. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just a matter of order. Can we edit any of this if we're going up and down? Because you could add all kinds of things in, or what constitutes an up or down vote? Is editing part of an up or down vote or not?
Yeah, Brenda, as I understand it, and I think as was discussed at the time we took the vote, is that committee members can make whatever motion they want, and then we'll go ahead and take the up or down. I'd encourage everyone to be, brief with their making their motions, and we need to, move ahead with this. The goal is really to get this done.
Okay,
so
I'll make some motions then.
Okay, so
So
go right ahead.
So this is to add a standard, explain how religious groups such as Puritans, Quakers, other Protestants, Catholics, and Jews influenced ideas about religious freedom and tolerance, and the influence of key figures such as William Bradford, Roger Williams, and William Penn. Let's go to let's go with that right there.
Okay, so your motion is to add a standard to 5.1.
Yes, and I'm just stating the thing,
Okay, which is to explain how religious groups such as Puritans, Quakers, other Protestants, Catholics, and Jews influenced ideas about religious freedom and tolerance, and the influence of key figures such as William Bradford, Roger Williams, and William Penn. So please, committee members. So that motion's correctly stated on the screen. Is that right, Brent?
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead and vote.
Vice Chair, okay, thank you. That motion passes 3 to 2 with members Straight and Chair Hansen opposed and all others in favor.
Joanna, Chair, to add a standard to standard 5, or it's to add a standard to Strand. Did I word that right, Joanna? I just wanted to make sure.
So add it to, isn't it to 5.1?
You're adding a standard to Strand, whatever strand we're on.
1.
Is it 5.1 or just 1? Or
it's 5 point.
It's within 5.1.
So
right?
5th grade, Strand 1.
Okay. Okay.
You ready for the next one?
We're going to go back and forth, Brent. I think if you made the last one, we'll go over to Jenny and then back to you.
Well, she can just do them all. That's fine.
No, that's okay. I'll go back and forth. Like to hear different voices. So go ahead, Jenny.
Understand how citizens during the British colonial period developed civic institutions, political self-government, government, and a free market economic system, including the significance of the Mayflower Compact, voluntary associations, representative assemblies, and town hall meetings. Explain the key contributions of key figures such as John Winthrop and Benjamin Franklin.
Okay. Looks like we've got that on the screen. So the motion is to add a standard to 5th grade Strand 1. That reads, understand how citizens during the British colonial period developed civic institutions, political self-government, and a free market economic system, including the significance of the Mayflower Compact, voluntary associations, representative assemblies, and town hall meetings. Explain the key contributions of key figures such as John Winthrop and Benjamin Franklin. Well, please go ahead and vote.
That motion fails 2-3 with members Earl and Belknap in favor and all others opposed.
Okay, next one.
Yeah.
Explain the causes of the establishment of slavery in North America. Compare North American slavery with other systems of slavery throughout history. Describe indentured servitude for enlightenment, sorry. The intra-African slave trade and the life of free African Americans in the colonies. And I don't think African American is spelled right on that, but oh, it is there now. Okay.
Okay, so the motion committee. Oh, sorry, Janet, go ahead.
Just a question. My text says indentured servitude of English meant. Is that supposed to be Englishmen?
That's what it should be. Sorry. Yep.
Okay.
You're right. There is.
What we've got on the
And you write African Americans is spelled incorrectly. Yeah.
Well, it is on there now, spelled correctly.
Okay, so we're just going to go with what's on the screen. If that needs to be corrected, then we'll correct it. But the motion that we're going to vote on is going to be on the screen in front of us. So when that's right, then we're good. So the motion for the committee is to add a standard to 5th grade Strand 1, where appropriate, and where appropriate means to position it as appropriate, which reads, explain the causes of the establishment of slavery in North America, compare North American slavery with other systems of slavery throughout history, describe indentured servitude of Englishmen, the inter-African slave trade, and the life of free African Americans in the colonies. Any committee members, go ahead and vote.
That motion passes 3-2 with Chair Hansen and Vice Chair Straight opposed.
Okay,
Thanks,
next motion. Under Strand 2 would be striking students will examine British colonial policy. This is under, sorry, yes, the heading. Students will examine British colonial policies that led colonists to becoming loyalists, patriots, or neutral leading up to the American Revolution.
Okay. So the motion for the committee is to revise 5th grade Strand 2, the introductory paragraph, by striking the words, students will examine British colonial policies that led colonists to becoming loyalists, patriots, or neutral leading up to the American Revolution. Is that correct on the board then, Jenny?
That would be accurate, yes.
All right, let's go ahead and vote.
That motion fails 1-4 with member Earl in favor and all others opposed.
Thanks again, Nora Lee, and we'll move to next one. Continue with you, Jenny.
I'll read it.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, I'm reading it as if I support it, but that may or may not be the case.
Oh, sorry, I said it, but I didn't. I was muted. No one said you're muted.
Oh, sorry, Jenny. We didn't know you were talking. Sorry.
I already did it. I was waiting. I thought, what are we waiting for? My apologies.
Apologies.
Under what circumstances did it?
Oh, go ahead. Okay.
Sorry. Under what circumstances did the Declaration of Independence justify rebellion? My apologies.
Okay. So the motion for the committee is to revise the third compelling question on 5th grade Strand 2 to read, under what circumstances did the Declaration of Independence justify rebellion? Okay, does that look proper on the screen? Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
Vice Chair Straight, we're just waiting for your vote.
Brand, are you still with us? There we go.
That motion passes unanimously, Chair Hansen.
Okay, thank you. Move on to the next one. Jenny, will stick with you unless somebody else puts a hand up.
Okay. So I would add, discuss the ways the Declaration of Independence changed the world's understanding of human rights and the discussion that continues to this day regarding equality of humankind, the source and meaning of unalienable rights, the authority of citizens to establish and change their government to protect those rights, and the importance of prudence of self-rule, and describe the historic conditions into which the Declaration was introduced.
Okay, so this is to add to
Yes.
5 or to change 5.5.2 or 5.2.2, is that right?
I guess you could, yeah, we could just state it that way because I would move that out. So yes, it would be.
Okay, so it's replace 5.2.2 with the text that you just read, discuss the ways. Okay.
Okay, I'm just a little bit behind on this one because
It's discussed. It's the second one. Not
okay,
the
so
first one.
we're not doing, okay, not that one, not that one. So we're gonna go to
Right there, discussed
this one right
ways.
here.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and so if we can just flash up to 5.2.2 as it is now and just let everybody have a chance to read that so we can see what we're replacing. So currently it says summarize the most significant ideas found in the Declaration of Independence. And the motion is to replace that with discuss the ways the Declaration of Independence changed the world's understanding of human rights and the discussion that continues to this day regarding the equality of humankind, the source and meaning of unalienable rights, the authority of citizens to establish and change their government to protect these rights, or those rights, and the importance of prudence for self-rule. Describe the historic conditions into which the Declaration was introduced. Okay, we'll go ahead. So it's actually to delete or to replace the current 5.22, I guess, or to revise it to this. It's not really a revision, it's a delete and replace, it looks like. Okay. Committee members, please go ahead and vote.
That motion fails 2-3 with members Earl and Cannon in favor and all others opposed.
Okay, next motion, review, to add this, review the
Sorry,
grievances.
which one are we looking at?
You're at the very bottom. It's right under that last one. So it's
Still-
review the grievances listed right there. Can you see it? That's
Uh-huh.
it. That's the
So
one.
I'm sorry, so is this a replace on the 5.2?
No, it's to add. No, it would be add to.
Okay,
Review the grievances listed in the Declaration of Independence and compare how the Bill of Rights can protect US citizens against tyranny of the government.
okay, so the motion for the committee is to add the following language to 5.2.2. And then we have review the grievances listed in the Declaration of Independence and compare how the Bill of Rights can protect US citizens against tyranny of the government. Okay, committee members, please go ahead and vote.
That motion passes 3-2 with Chair Hansen and Vice Chair Straight opposed, all others in favor.
Chair Hansen,
Yes.
point of order. I'm just trying to catch up so that I'm seeing what's replaced and what's not. And I know that there's no discussion, but I just want to make sure that I'm following so that I'm putting the right ones on there. So as we look here, I'm seeing that some of these say delete and some of them are saying add over here. So when we're adding all of these, have we then deleted the ones that say delete? So are we doubling up on our standards? I just wanted to make that clarification.
Okay, so Patty, I think we're just going with the motion that's on the board, which is we're dealing with 5.2.2 as it is. And we had a motion to add to replace it with some text. That one failed. Then we had a motion to add some text to 5.2.2. That one passed. So the other language that's there is not even relevant unless it's raised as a motion.
Yeah, that's accurate. And anyone could do that if they wanted to. Right.
Yeah, so we're going with the
So
baseline.
so the complete standard 5.2.2 is really all of this.
No, we didn't. The first one didn't pass. Isn't that accurate?
Yeah, the first one failed.
Okay, it failed. So then we were going to that's what I needed to know. That's where I just got confused. Thank you. Okay.
No problems. We're moving. Okay, next one, please.
Yes, under Strand 3. So under the what compelling question? So Constitution been interpreted by, comma, and applied to, it was originally stricken groups, but I put groups and people over time, or people in groups.
Okay. So the motion for the committee is to revise the second compelling question under Strand, 5th grade Strand 3, to read, how have the rights and liberties in the Constitution been interpreted by and applied to different groups and people over time? Is that correct?
Yeah, that would be correct.
Okay, we got that on the screen. So groups and people. Can you guys edit this simultaneously? Can two of you be typing in the document right at the same time? Wow. Okay, very cool. So we need to fix that motion that's currently in front of us to read different groups and people over time. So take out the strike through. And Jenny, groups and people, not groups of people, right?
Yeah,
Groups.
different people and groups, however you want to phrase it, whichever one you want to put first.
People and groups.
Yes,
Okay.
that works.
Time. Okay. And that, the current one says, how have the rights and liberties in the Constitution been interpreted and applied to different groups over time? Okay. Let's go ahead and vote on that then, committee members.
That motion fails 2-3 with members Earl and Belknap in favor and all others opposed.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to add, what is the relationship between the ideals of the Declaration and the Constitution's structure and protection of rights? Question mark.
Okay, so Jenny, the text says relation, you said relationship. Is that, do you
Oh,
want
my
to?
apologies.
No, it's okay. Whichever
Yeah.
one.
Sorry, it is relation.
All right, so the motion before the committee is to add a compelling question to 5th grade Strand 3 that states, what is the relation between the ideals of the Declaration and the Constitution's structure and protection of rights? Okay, it looks like we've got that on the screen. Let's go ahead and vote.
That motion fails 2-3 with members Earl and Belknap in favor and all others opposed.
All right.
Thank you. Next one. We can't hear you, Jenny, if you're talking.
My apologies. Again, sorry. Thanks for letting me know. Just adding in Northwest Ordinance of 1887.
Okay.
Never mind, never mind. Sorry, that one's later when I'm looking back at the actual time frame. That one's later on. So, okay. I'd like to add, explain why James Madison is called the father of the Constitution and discuss.
Jenny, you're out again.
Oh my goodness, I got to take my hand off I've got my hand sitting on my computer.
You're self-muting.
I didn't mean to. Again, explain why James Madison is called okay. Add this standard. Yep,
Okay.
you've got it. I'll read it though. Explain why James Madison is called the father of the Constitution and discuss his ability to work with diverse and opposing figures, including Alexander Hamilton and Thomas Jefferson.
Okay, so we'll be adding a new standard to grade 5, Strand 3, which reads, so this isn't adding to 3.1, is it, or is it?
No.
I think it's just adding a new standard to
Yep, it is.
Strand 3. Numbered as appropriate, something like that. Yeah. Okay.
Chair? Chair,
Yes.
what is the overarching title in this again?
Let's go back up and look at that. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, we can certainly do that. We need to put things in context. Okay, so 5th grade Strand 3, it says United States government and citizenship. Students will demonstrate their understanding of the Constitution and its relevance in their life, including the Bill of Rights, the branches of government and how it has changed and been interpreted over time.
Thank you.
Okay. We need to have you be able to just type on the screen or something, Laura. It sounds painful.
Okay, Chair.
All right. Okay, back to the motion. The motion is to add a new strand to 5.3, a new standard to strand 5.3, numbered as appropriate, that states, explain why James Madison is called the father of the Constitution, discuss his ability to work with diverse and opposing figures, including Alexander Hamilton and Thomas Jefferson. Please go ahead and vote.
That motion passes 3-2 with Chair Hansen and Vice Chair Straight opposed and all others in favor.
Okay.
All right, I'd like to make a motion that we add, describe the events leading up to and the importance of the Constitutional Convention.
Okay, so
Yep, one.
oh, sorry. Okay, so the motion before the committee is to add a standard to 5th grade Strand 3 that reads, describe the events leading up to and the importance of the Constitutional Convention. Okay, committee members, please go ahead and vote.
That motion fails 1-4 with Board Member Earl in favor and all others opposed.
Okay, member Straight.
Yes, above, this one I guess needs to be read off. So in the same vein as the other first two previous, identify and discuss the other forms of government in addition to a compound constitutional republic that the founders knew from history and experience, including monarchy, aristocracy, oligarchy, pure democracy.
Okay, so the motion for the committee is that we add a standard to 5.3 that reads, identify and discuss the other forms of government in addition to a compound constitutional republic that the founders knew from history and experience, including monarchy, aristocracy, oligarchy, pure democracy. Committee members, please go ahead and vote.
That motion failed. All 5 board members opposed.
Okay. And I guess I'd just point out at this point that if it's not a motion that you support and there's no reason to raise everything that's on the screen. We'll only vote on the motions that are raised. So we don't have to discuss or excuse me, not discuss, we're not doing that. We don't have to vote on all of them if there's not a committee member that wants to raise them. So let's go ahead to the next one. Is that one? Jenny,
Yes,
have
they'll
you
go
got-
down to, it's the very end of 5.3.6. Right after that, it's describe the role of civic non-governmental institutions.
Okay.
So describe the role of civic non-governmental institutions in accomplishing the shared goals of communities in American society and the idea.
Well, Jenny, you've done it again. You've still done it. Come back.
All right, my hand is resting on there. I apologize. Describe the role of civic
board or something. I don't know.
I know, and I'm resting it right on there. I need to just move it off of there completely. Describe the role of civic non-governmental institutions in accomplishing the shared goals of communities in American society, and the ideas of writers, including Alex de Tocqueville, on the role of associations in American civic life.
Okay, so the motion is to add a new standard to 5.3, numbered as appropriate. Reading, describe the role of civic non-governmental institutions in accomplishing the shared goals of communities in American society. The ideas of writers, including Alexis de Tocqueville, on the role of associations in American civic life. And can we see 5.3? We read that. That's United States government and citizenship. Students will demonstrate their understanding of the Constitution and its relevance in their life, including the Bill of Rights, the branches of government, and how it has changed and been interpreted over time. Okay, so we have that motion that I just read before the committee. Go ahead and vote on that.
That motion fails 1-4 with member Earl in favor and all others opposed.
Okay.
So
Member
Patty, if you could go up to, there were just a couple.
Penny, I'm going to jump. We've got another hand up, so I'll jump to
Oh, my
members.
apologies. Go ahead.
Come back to you, no problem. We'll alternate if there's other hands, otherwise we'll keep
Go
going.
ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Brent.
Yeah, so going back up to 5.3.3.
Okay.
Explain how the principle of federalism divides government authority. This is adding a standard between specific powers given to the federal government and general powers kept by the states, and discuss the ways in which Americans federal system, A, limits the national government's power, B, gives place for political experimentation, C, contributes to diversity among states.
Okay. So the motion for the committee is to add a new standard to 5.3, numbered as appropriate. It reads, well, federalism divides government authority between specific powers given to the federal government and general powers kept by the states. Discuss the ways in which Americans' federal system. Is that Americas or Americans? How about Americas?
No.
It's listed as Americans, but I think we should fix that if we're going to vote on it. Is that not correct? Shouldn't it be America's federal system, or is it Americans?
I think if we want to be consistent in standards, we might want to even put United States federal system. So it's consistent throughout.
Yeah.
We can fix that.
Your motion, how do you want that to read?
Let's just go forward.
Okay, we're going forward. Which Americans' federal system, A, limits the national government's power, B, gives place for political experimentation, and C, contributes to diversity among states. Okay, committee members, and this is still under the 5.3 that we read, using examples from the students will demonstrate their understanding of the Constitution, its relevance in their life, including the Bill of Rights, branches of government, and how it's changed and been interpreted over time. So go ahead, committee members, and vote.
That motion fails 1-4 with board member Earl in favor, all others opposed.
Okay, we're back to you then, Jenny.
Okay, just the investigate how, so it's on 3.3.5 or 5.3.5. Investigate how constitutional amendments are passed and provide examples of how, how amendments to the Constitution have recognized or extended rights to people originally not articulated under the Constitution.
Are we getting? And so we have a motion to revise. This is 5.3.5, so that it reads, investigate how constitutional amendments are passed and provide examples of how amendments to the Constitution have recognized or extended rights to people originally not articulated under the Constitution. For example, women, enslaved people, immigrants, Black Americans, Native Americans. So we're adding recognized or we're deleting groups and deleting denied protection and adding not articulated. Okay, that looked right on the screen, Jenny?
Yeah, that would be accurate.
Chair Hansen, can we
Yes.
have, we got member Cannon and Earl, your votes from last time, I guess, are still up. If you can
Oh,
refresh those, that would be great. Thank you.
clear the board, please. All right. So committee members, please go ahead and vote on the motion on the screen on 3.5, 5.3.5.
That motion fails 1-4 with member Earl in favor and all others opposed.
Okay, thank you.
So I'd move to 5.4.1 and in
Okay.
there just adding religious persecution.
I'm looking back at the original 5.4.1 and under, for example, looks like pioneers has also been added. Is that right? I don't see it highlighted, but it looks like that's added to that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I guess it would be. So you're right,
Okay.
it wasn't highlighted in looking back at it. So yes, add that in as well.
Okay, sounds good. So we have a motion for the committee to revise 5.4.1 to read, use evidence from multiple perspectives, for example, pioneers, 49ers, Black Americans, Chinese Americans, Native Americans, new immigrants, religious persecution, to make a case for the most significant social, economic, and environmental changes brought about by westward expansion and the Industrial Revolution. Committee members, please vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Okay. And back to member Straight.
Yes, can I combine 5.4.2, 5.4.3, and 4?
You can make, yes, whatever motion you'd like.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion that we delete 5.4.2, 5.4.3, 5.4.4.
Okay. We have a motion before the committee. We delete standards 5.4.2, 5.4.3, and 5.4.4. Before we take a vote, I'd like to put those on the screen so we can see what we're voting to delete. Okay. Everyone had a chance to read those? Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
And that motion fails unanimously.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go ahead to the next one. Are we back to Jenny?
I am ready. Yeah. I
Please go
would move, am I on? I would move that we add, explain how Abraham Lincoln worked to build unity. It's right after 5.4.7.
Okay.
So explain how Abraham Lincoln worked to build unity and overcome division during and after the Civil War, including in his Gettysburg Address and second inaugural address.
Okay. So the motion for the committee is to add a new standard to 5.4, which reads, explain how Abraham Lincoln worked to build unity and overcome division during and after the Civil War, including in his Gettysburg Address and second inaugural address. I think before we vote, it's probably important for us to go back and just look at the Strand title, the introductory paragraph. 5th grade, Strand 4, 19th century, a time of change. Students will analyze changes brought by westward expansion, the Industrial Revolution, and the movement of people. They will understand the effects of this expansion and movement on Native American people and the preservation of those communities while facing adversity. Students will examine how conflicts and division led to the Civil War and the lasting impacts of its outcome. Okay, so get that motion back up on the board. And this is to add the new standard as stated. Please go ahead and vote.
That motion fails 2-3, with members Earl and Cannon in favor and all others opposed.
Okay. Back to you, Member Earl.
Yes, so I would move on 5.4.8, just the first part of this, but using primary sources. Sorry, identify the impact of the Reconstruction Amendments 13th, 14th, and 15th on formerly enslaved people and the need for these amendments to give meaning to the statement in the Declaration of Independence that all men are created equal. I would just do the first part of that. So if you can see, yep, right there.
Oh, you'll need to clear your vote also, Jenny. Okay, we have a motion for the committee to add a new standard to 5.4, numbered as appropriate, stating using primary sources identify the impact of the Reconstruction Amendments 13th, 14th, and 15th on formerly enslaved people, the need for these amendments to give meaning to the statement in the Declaration of Independence that all men are created equal. Okay, we can go ahead and vote on that. Please go ahead, committee members.
And that motion fails 2-3, with members Belknap and Earl in favor, all others opposed.
Okay, we'll entertain the next motion.
Okay, let me look down the next section. I would strike 5.5.1 and 5.5.3.
So this is 5.5.1 and 3, those two?
Yes.
Okay. So the motion for the committee is to strike standards 5.5.1 and 5.5.3. If we could put those on the screen so committee members can look at those. If you're not able to look at them, let me know. I'll read them for you. Maybe I can do that quickly. 5.5.1 is described the process by which the United States expanded its territorial and influence state holdings during the late 19th and early 20th centuries and the impact it had on native groups, for example, Pacific, Latin America, Alaska, Puerto Rico. 5.5.3, craft an evidence-based argument for why a particular event should be considered the most significant moment in US history from 1900 to now. For example, the stock market crash of 1929, the Great Depression, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, terrorist attacks on 9/11, the launch of the internet. Okay. Members, let's go ahead and vote.
That motion fails 2-3, with members Earl and Belknap in favor and all others opposed.
Okay.
Okay, I would make a motion on 5.5.4 to change the wording. This is a revision. Using the US Constitution as a primary source, make a claim about the role the United States should or should not play as a world power and leader in solving current global problems.
Okay, so we have a motion for the committee to revise 5.5.4 to read using the US Constitution, using the, let's see, make a claim. So I'm sorry, Jenny, so we've got, I'm looking back at that square on our document. It looks like there was one that was refined a little bit down below the one that you're.
That is the one, where, yeah, the purple one. That's
Making the one
staff
that
had worked.
one at
Yep.
the bottom? Okay,
Yep.
all right.
Sorry, that would be the one.
No, I was confused as to which one we were using, sorry. So the motion is to revise 5.5.4 so that it reads, using the US Constitution as a primary source, make a claim about the role of the United States, a claim about the role the United States should or should not play as a world power and leader in solving current global problems. And if we can go back to see what we're replacing, it reads currently, make an evidence-based claim about the role the US should play as a world power and leader in solving current global problems. Okay, let's get back to the motion then, and I guess we've got it right there. Okay, go ahead and vote.
That motion fails 1-4, with member Earl in favor and all others opposed.
Okay, on the 5th grade Strand 6, current national issues and potential solutions, students will consider instead of understand current issues, national issues, and explore their rights and responsibilities as citizens and residents of the United States. Actually, I have a different motion.
Okay, let's
First,
get it.
I move we strike Strand 6.
Strike Strand 6, okay. The motion for the committee is that we strike 5th grade Strand 6, which reads, current national issues and potential solutions. Students will understand current national issues and explore their rights and responsibilities as citizens and residents of the United States. Okay, and if we can just put that strand on the screen for those who don't have the backup documents. Take a look at that. It has 4 strands, it looks like currently. And the compelling questions are, what are the most pressing issues facing the United States today? What are some of the ways students my age can help make a positive difference? And who are some of the most inspiring people working to make positive change in the United States? Okay, let's go back then and get the motion. The motion is just to delete that 5.6. Go ahead and vote.
And that motion fails 1-4, with board member Earl in favor and all others opposed.
Yeah.
Okay, go back then to this one I just had.
Oh, Jenny, I'm going to
So-
jump back. I've got another hand up, so I'll
Okay,
just try to alternate here. So go back to
Sure.
number 6. Go ahead. Brent.
So I'd like to make a motion regarding 5.6, 5.6, 5.61, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
And that is that in relationship to those 4 standards, that they be listed as and or.
Yeah, explain that to us then.
So 5.61, we have our standard. In regards to meeting the requirement for that, it can 5.62 would be an and or from 5.61. 3 and 4. So it's illustrated in that center, that second column. Let's see, where's the first one at? It's actually on 5.6.1. If you go down, it'll say 5.6.1 or 5.6.2 or 5.6.3 or 5.6.4.
Okay, so under your motion, the standard would allow the teacher just to select one of those.
Well, they can do all of them if they want. That's why I say and or they can do one as far as meeting the requirements of that standard.
Okay,
I wonder if that could be listed, a suggestion, if that could be listed at the end of the actual strand itself, like a statement regarding that.
Whatever. I don't
Um,
know how it would work. I don't know if it's ever been done. I've never seen it. I don't think.
Chair, wouldn't or mean that they could use any of them? And we wouldn't need and or.
yeah, or is generally one of the bunch, and or would mean. they could
Okay,
pick as
thank
they
you.
want. That's the distinction that's being made, at
Thank you.
least as I understand it. Okay, let's get a motion then on the screen that reads the way you want it, Brent, so we can take the vote. I think people kind of understand where you're headed with it, but let's get the words on the board. Okay,
It needs to have and in it, and then at the bottom it needs.
so the net effect would be at least one and could be all four, right?
Yes. Okay. I think I've scrolled through it and it looks good. Anyone else?
Okay, so the motion that we have for the committee is to make the standards for 5.6.1, 5.6.2, 5.6.3, and 5.6.4 to be optional by the teacher, placing an and or between them to read 5.6.1 or should be and or 5.6.2 and or, okay, 5.6.3 and or 5.6.4. Okay, that's the
Okay.
motion for the committee. Go ahead. Yep. Go ahead.
Me? Yeah, this is something we haven't done in standards before. I'm not sure what that might look like in writing the standards or so it would just be that these are standards that are optional standards by teacher, something like enrichment standards or is.
Yeah, I think the intent, Patty, as I understand it, Brent can correct me, is that the teacher under 5.6 would be able to select as few as one and as many as all of them, as many as four in, getting the information to the kids and check off that standard by doing
Okay.
one of those or all four. Is that, Brent, your intent?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know that the words we have there convey that necessarily. Make the standards optional. So they're not optional entirely. There has to be at least one. Selecting at least one, or choosing at least one and as many as all or as many as four. Okay. Then I think we could probably get rid of the rest of that if we put that on there and then staff could just word it so that it was. Is that okay with you, Brent, if we just take it right there?
Yes.
Yeah. Looks like we got a thumbs up. Okay,
What,
we've got a motion. So you okay, Patty?
Jenny?
Understand new ground. Nora Lee?
I just, Board Member Earl still has her vote from last time up. If she can clear it, please, and thank you. Thank you.
All right, the motion for the committee is to make standards for 5.6.1, 5.6.2, 5.6.3, and 5.6.4 to be optional by the teacher, with the teacher choosing as few as one and as many as all four. Please go ahead, committee members, and vote.
That motion passes 4-1 with Chair Hansen opposed. All others in favor.
Okay. Thank you. Jenny, we're back to you.
Yep, so the heading of Strand 6. So students will consider current national issues and explore their rights and responsibilities as citizens and residents of the United States. Students will recognize the contributions stemming from a free nation.
Okay. So the motion for the committee is to revise the current introductory paragraph for 5th grade Strand 6 to read current national issues and potential solutions. Students will consider current national issues and explore their rights and responsibilities as students and residents of the as citizens and residents of the United States. And students will recognize the contributions stemming from a free nation. So we've got the existing one is what's not shown in red, and then the proposed one is shown in red there. Okay, committee members, let's go ahead and vote on that.
And that motion fails 2-3 with members Belknap and Earl in favor and all others opposed.
Okay.
Okay, I would like to make a motion on 5.6.1, the purple.
Another hand, so I'll go there.
Oh,
And
my
then,
apologies, Laura.
Laura, your turn.
I'm actually thinking that Jenny has missed one of her motions
Oh,
up above that was written. It's already written out. So Patty, can you scroll down just a little? I don't know, maybe it's Nora Lee. No, up, sorry. Hold on. Yeah, I think it was this one. The 1-4 Earl. Oh, I thought there was one we didn't vote on.
we did, we moved ahead, but then I came back to it just now.
Okay, I apologize. Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay, we're back to you then, Jenny.
Yeah,
please-
so in the purple and
I'll
5.6.1,
remind you to clear that vote.
my apologies, what?
Just clear your vote on the screen before we go again.
It may not change.
Sometimes we want you to touch the button. Sometimes we want you to keep your hands off. So,
She just wants to leave it up if she's making the motion.
Yeah, it's okay. I can take it down.
this is an interesting voting system we have, by the way, where we can watch the other people vote. I think we should fold pieces of paper and mail them to Patty.
Oh, that's going to be effective.
All right, let's go.
I don't know that it would change our votes, but okay. Investigate and report on current pressing issues facing the United States. For example, energy, resource conservation, crime, education, poverty, economic development, and propose potential solutions that students can support. For example, raising awareness through digital media, mock trials, debate teams, public speaking, essays, letter writing, fundraising. And you know what? I'm actually gonna, all right, leave it at that for now. I don't know if that's my favorite one, but.
Okay, have you, Jenny, I don't know if we're missing you because of mute or are you,
Did I not, am I missing something?
maybe I'm missing something. So, okay.
I just have up here, I was planning ahead to see what the current one says and to go back to that one. 'Cause
Okay.
They're totally different. Yeah. So anyways, yeah, sorry, I can take that off.
Got it. No, we're okay. It's my fault. So the motion for the committee is to revise 5.6.1 to state, investigate and report on current pressing issues facing the United States, for example, energy and resource.
You know what? I actually, I don't think I want to move this forward. I'm looking at it. So unless someone else wants to, I don't want to move this forward. I don't.
Well, we'll just withdraw it for you then.
Yeah, withdraw it. Yep.
Yeah. Withdraw that motion.
Under 5.6.2, it would be evaluate the methods and impact of individuals and for groups, striking make positive changes, and add who have helped to advocate for constitutionally protected rights and equality under the law as models for civic engagement in the United States today, and then strike as models for civic engagement at the end. So we're adding who have helped to advocate for constitutionally protected rights and equality under the law.
Okay. So I think we've got that there, and it shows the original, the strikeout. There was, just for the information of committee members, the writing committee did have a written comment on this one. We could probably show as part of our document. I don't know if everyone can see that. Give you a chance to read through it, and we'll restate the motion. The motion is to change 5.6.2 to read, evaluate the methods and impact of individuals and or groups who have helped to advocate for constitutionally protected rights and equality under the law as models for civic engagement in the United States today. Okay, committee members, please go ahead and vote.
That motion fails 2-3 with members Belknap and Earl in favor and all others opposed.
Thank you. It looks like we've got another hand up.
Okay.
Brent?
Okay, so I noticed on the packet that was sent to us for the 6th grade standards, or do we need to adopt the 5th first? I guess we're up and down all the way. Anyway, so I noticed on the original version, then you have the changes version, and then a version with the changes. What we don't have in front of us right now is the writing committee's comments. I would like those re-emphasized, if we could pull those up. I'm not going to speak to it because that would be inappropriate, but I would like to make a motion.
Are they not included on that same document? Is that?
I can't find them.
They don't comment on everything. So they've only.
They have one comment. They have one comment on Strand 1.
Chair
That's
Hanson,
on-
point of order, if we could have Joanna speak to what they've commented on and where that's placed. Are we showing the right document?
Okay, it starts with the writing committee intends. That's how it starts. And then there's 2, 4, 6. Well, it goes the full page down the 3rd, 4th column is what I'm looking at. It's page 48 on the document we used previously.
So Brent, I will get that pulled up, but what I've been trying to do is when I see a comment from the writing committee, I've been trying to make sure we see that on the screen
Okay,
before there's a vote, like we did on that last one. There are many of these that didn't have a writing committee comment. I may have missed one or two, I'm not sure, but I've been trying to do that to
I
both
know you've
back
done
to
a
the
great job.
original, back to the original, see what we're trying to revise that to, and then see if there is a writing committee comment. So I
So
don't know that.
I have it at page 48 is what I have, but that can't be right because I don't see you have 48. Well, maybe it's how it works.
But we've got, so there's the board revision suggestion table, and there's that original 63-page document that we had. I don't know which one, how many pages does yours have total? Is it a PDF or is it a?
Mine has 63 pages.
Okay, that's the original PDF that we were looking at then, I guess.
Yeah, I have.
It's the one I'm showing now. It's here, and I'm looking at it now to see where the board member comments are on it.
The
And
committee
there is a large section where there's no comments.
It's on the second page, Strand 1.
5th grade Strand 1?
6th grade.
6th grade. Okay, so, okay. So do we have a motion and then we can
Yeah,
certainly.
I'll make a motion.
Okay,
I move that we adopt the 6th grade standards, the original version. And I will not comment because I'd be breaking the rules.
okay. But we will look at the writing committee's comment. I think that was your
Yes.
point.
Yes.
They gave quite a detailed comment. I'll read that real quickly. The writing committee intends the ambiguity of Strand 1 to address the vast difference in instructional time available for social studies between 6th grade housed in elementary schools and 6th grade housed in secondary schools. 6th grade teachers in elementary schools who have very limited time for social studies instruction can choose to study the same 3 civilizations for 6.1.1, 6.1.3, 6.1.4, and 6.1.5. 6th grade teachers in secondary schools who have dedicated instructional period for social studies every day may choose different civilizations to study for those strands. Although the civilizations studied may vary across classrooms, the foundational principles, skills, and concepts will be the same. The opportunity to study varying ancient civilizations also allows for student interest, curiosity, and choice, as well as educator expertise. Current standards, which have been in place since 2005, have been similarly implemented by 6th grade teachers. For example, Standard 1, Objective 1 reads, explain why physical geography affected the development of early civilizations. It does not specify which civilizations. Teacher may have chosen to use ancient Egypt and its independence, Nile River, Nile Delta, the river's cataracts, etc., as well as the surrounding deserts to teach this standard. Another teacher may have chosen to use ancient Greece and its rough terrain, rocky soil, and access to seas. The strand is intended to align with the 3rd grade. This should probably be addressed, explained in the 6th grade section of the standards introduction and draft. Detail as provided in board member suggestions could be included in the proposed curriculum development. I think that's the only, well, there are a couple of comments down below too. I'm not gonna go through all of those. They don't seem to be as substantial. Okay. So we have a motion for the committee to adopt the 6th grade standards as written.
Chair Hansen, Member
Yes.
Earl has her hand up.
Okay. Jenny, I'm not sure how to handle it. Is there a comment on this?
Yeah, I don't know how to handle it either, because you just read through a whole series of comments, but we're not going to take any comments, and especially where I had submitted revisions. So I don't know how you're going to handle that.
No, the only comment I read was just to make sure people could see the writing committee's context as well as what was presented otherwise. So I guess, we should scan through. I guess we should scan through the whole thing so that we can all see that. I won't read it all. If people want to take a few minutes to do that, go ahead.
Those aren't the revisions. I've submitted revisions that are, that were included on Civic Clerk, so that was simplified instead of all of those others. After talking to Joanna, just there's
Okay.
not.
Is there a document we should look at? And we'll,
Yeah.
I didn't vote to do the up down because we're running into this problem, but here we are. So let's go ahead and look at what's been submitted to Civic Clerk. We'll give everybody a chance to read that. Make sure we got the right document.
Everyone had it yesterday,
Okay.
so that they could review it. It's right here in front of me. I printed it off so I could have,
Okay.
So
I'm going to make sure that I've looked
but
at
it
the
did
right
not include, so the copy I've been working off included all the comments from staff and everyone else. This one that was sent yesterday did not have the committee's voice.
No, you're right. That would be accurate, right?
So that's why, in fairness to the process, we kept the same process. And I did not comment. I could debate it, but I won't because it'd be against the
we're
rules.
getting into debate now. Let's just make sure that the document that was submitted that everyone's had a chance to review that, and then we'll go ahead and make the vote. So I'm looking back now on the public view for Civic Clerk because I can't get into that, and we'll see if we can figure that out.
Chair Hansen, I did send all those copies, the backups to everybody. I emailed them to you.
Oh, okay, thank you. And we can take, well, we're running late. I hope we have time still with the YouTube channel, but we'll address this. Okay, let me know how everyone's doing. We've had a chance to look at the document that was submitted, or you've already reviewed it. I just wanted to make sure that this was one that was there when I looked at it. This is the recommendation 6th grade standards document. Okay, do we need more time, committee? Okay, was there anything else, Jenny, that should be reviewed?
No, I don't think so.
Pointed everyone to that document, and then we've looked at the comments from the writing committee that were in the original document. Okay, the motion before the committee then is to adopt the 6th grade standards as written. So committee members, please go ahead and vote. No, and we don't have Laura. She had to bow out. So Nora Lee, you can go ahead and call that one.
It's 2-2. 2 in favor and 2 opposed. Chair Hansen and Straight in favor, and members Earl and Cannon opposed.
Okay, that means the motion does not carry. Okay.
I would
Um,
like to make a motion.
Yeah, I need to check with everyone and see. We're overtime now. We've been going 8 hours and we're at 9:05. What does the time look like as far as what we have with Jerry as far as the technology part of it? Are we
We're
open?
good.
to-
We're good to go as long as we need. As long as everybody else.
Okay. I have one of our committee members who has a pressing conflict, it looks like, to not be able to stick around, and that would take us down to just 3 members of the committee. I'm not sure that we can proceed that way.
I just am wondering if we can, I have one motion on 5th grade still, and then done with that.
That
So,
would get us through 5th grade. Let's go ahead and take that, and then that will cut it off right after that.
yeah,
So,
and it's just adding a standard, which would be another or. And the standard would be 5.6.6, describe the advancements made by people from the United States in the areas of music, science, medicine, government, and education, and how these advancements have improved the lives of people throughout the world.
okay.
And it would fall under that same or category.
Where is that one at, Board Member Earl?
5.6.6.
Okay, so it would be a new
It-
standard, and this would, we had the and/or under.
And it
all
would
of-
have, I would want it to apply to that as well. And I appreciate Board Member Straight making that motion. I thought that was
And
thoughtful
this is
for both teachers and such. So
under then.
that's it. Yep.
So we would be adding 5.6.6 and making it an or.
That
Okay.
would be
All
accurate.
right, okay.
This fits under Strand 6, which is titled, or the introductory paragraph says, students will understand current national issues and potential solutions. Students will understand current national issues and explore their rights and responsibilities as citizens and residents of the United States. Okay. We got that on the screen. Okay, so the motion for the committee is to add to the list of and/or standards under 5.6, new standard 5.6.6, which would be describe the advancements made by people from the United States in the areas of music, science, medicine, government, and education, and how these advancements have improved the lives of people throughout the world. Okay, committee members, please go ahead and vote.
That motion passes 3-1 with Chair Hansen opposed.
Okay.
Can I just get it so that it's a motion on its own? So to add, yes, it passes, but to add a new strand and add it to the and or list of standard 5.6, which is, do you want me to include that? Which is optional by the teacher, with the teacher choosing as few as one and as many as all 4. Is that clear?
It would have to be all 5 now,
Oh,
right?
yes, thank you. So
And that
that,
is-
that would need to be changed. Perfect.
That would be clear.
So to add a new strand and revise the language to state, because then it replaces the previous language where it said all 4.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's what we just voted on. So we'll go ahead and let you, without objection, do that wordsmithing. Okay, so we progressed through grade 5. We will figure out how we're going to handle 6th grade, whether that's in our next regular standards and assessment meeting or whether another meeting needs to be done. And then the goal is to complete that as quickly as we can and then move everything forward to the board. We will need to decide whether that's handled recommended to be handled in a regular board meeting or a full special session board. So be thinking about that. And we'll say good night. Thank you all for your hard work and a long day. Apologize to the public for the technology problems. Yeah, thankfully, we were able to get some good work done, but it was not without some tribulation today. So everyone have a good, safe night. Appreciate your help.
Patty.
Thanks.
Yes.
Thank you,
Thanks,
those.
Patty's positive attitude all the time.
We almost got there. We almost got there, but this is great. We did a lot.
Members of the writing committee that attended with us.
Yes.
Yep, thank you as well.